Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Hayat Tamaya. Welcome to the 2025 Spring-Summer Rocky Mountain Chapter AAPM meeting. We're glad to have you here. We're going to start off with a little bit of an introduction from our vendors who are kind enough to be here and sponsor the meeting today. So guys, coming up, I have your slides. Whoever sent me slides, we can start. Liz, you didn't send me any slides, right? That's okay, but go ahead. The mic is yours. Yeah, come up here. If you want to be seen by the people logging in from home, just stand in front of the camera.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone at home. My name is Liz Heine. I'm an account executive with Research Labs. We developed RayStation TPS and RayCare OAS. We just released RayStation 2024B. I'm happy to talk to you guys about that. But otherwise, I'm just really happy to be here, and thank you for inviting.
Thank you for being here, Liz. Next up is going to be gamma tile. I believe this is it. Nope. Which one is it?
It is R. That one right there.
No, the top.
There you go. Yeah, I always kind of named it the same.
This is how you browse through.
Perfect.
There you
Okay.
go. Go ahead.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Good. My partner, Rob Lackritz, is with me as well. I'm out of Phoenix, Arizona, and Rob is out of Denver. We are with GT Medical, or GammaTile. So GammaTile is indicated for treatment of newly diagnosed malignant intracranial neoplasms and then recurrent intracranial neoplasms. So we are doing newly diagnosed GBMs, newly diagnosed METs. There were 2 FDA approvals. 2018 was the first one that didn't have the newly diagnosed on there. 2020 is when we got the FDA approval for the newly diagnosed. So we're actually finishing up 2 of our main trials here probably this month. One was called Gestalt, one was called Rhodes, and that was for newly diagnosed METs and newly diagnosed GBM. And those studies are coming out great. We're hoping by the end of this year, or maybe first of next year, we're going to come out with, we've got an initial name. They're still working on the protocols, but Bridges. It'll be the largest GBM study, level 3 randomized controlled trial GBM study with over 600 patients. We're going to start that one really soon. So we're really excited about that. So this is just a picture of what GammaTile is. They're collagen tiles, cesium-131 tiles. They're 2 by 2 centimeters. They're offset by about 3 millimeters on the tile, which means that when we place them after the neurosurgeon, and that's kind of a really bad picture, but that is a brain tumor that was resected, and you just kind of see that we lay those gamma tiles within that area where we resected that tumor right then and there, in the surgery, and then they go and close the craniotomy. As you guys know, cesium-131 is a great source. Its half-life is 9.7 days, so about 90% of the radiation is delivered within that first 4 weeks. 95% by 6 weeks, and roughly 100 to 120 days, depending. It's inert, and then of course those collagen tiles just absorb away, so we don't have to go in and take those back out.
One thing.
Oh, sure.
Quick to share your screen because I'm still sharing the original slide.
Oh, okay. Our guests probably want to talk about that.
Exactly. Which is this, right?
Yes, sir.
Here we go.
All right. And this just shows you, this slide's a little bit old. We're actually over 2,000 cases now, about 130 hospitals across the country. I was just talking to Tim about this earlier. The product was actually developed at BNI in Phoenix. Dr. Brockman, if some of you guys know Dr. Brockman as a radiation oncologist, he was the original founder. And the first 80 or plus cases at BNI were mostly meningioma. But as you can see, only about 7% of our cases, roughly 7 to 10%, are meningioma. And most of them now are GBMs and METs, or metastatic cancer as well. So that's kind of where we're doing most. So it's growing really, really fast. And this is the last slide. This just kind of shows you the benefits. It is convenient for the patient and family. Obviously, we're putting those tiles in right away. As you guys know, generally what happens is, they resect, we take out the tumor, and then we have to wait roughly 4 or 5 weeks for that craniotomy to heal prior to them to starting their external beam radiation, and then they have to come back and forth for external beam radiation, which is obviously still, you know, something that's great for the patient, but it kind of helps to have those radioactive tiles in there right now working. It also prevents, you know, or missing using radiation therapy. I don't have the stats with me right here, but there are a percentage of patients that unfortunately don't make it back for their external beam radiation after they get their tumor taken out. So this helps dramatically with those patients that come from rural areas and they may not have the support to come back and forth and get their external beam. And it provides durable local control. I've got all the data right there, and I've got a one pager that has links that I can send to you guys, and it just shows you the studies that we've done and how well it shows as far as local control for METs, for GBM, and for meningiomas. And then it also addresses the problem of rapid recurrence. There's a paper, and I've got it over there, that did retroactive looking at about 700 patients, and about 45.9% of those patients, their GBM, their tumors recurred within that first 4 weeks prior to them being able to go for external beam radiation. So that's really it. Just wanted to give you guys a little bit of update on GT. Please come over and talk to us when you get a chance. Thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Does Varian want to come up next? Let me share your slides. Here's a clicker if you need it. Okay.
Hey everybody, my name is Alicia Arnold. I'm the district sales manager for this territory. I cover Wyoming, New Mexico, and Colorado.
Christina Garza. I am the ARIA sales manager for the Southwest region, up to the Dakotas, Texas, out west to Utah.
And my name is Kathy Carrington, and I work for the Varian Advanced Oncology Services, partnering with facilities and helping physicists and dosimetrists join our teams to provide physics and dosimetry services.
Awesome. So just want to give you guys updates as far as what's new with Varian. First and foremost, Rapid Arc Dynamic. I'm sure you've heard me talk about it, but it was 510K cleared this spring. Rapid Arc Dynamic is a new feature, both on the Eclipse side and the treatment delivery side. So I kind of like to think of it as IMRT plus VMAT. So on the delivery side, you really can treat patients a lot faster because you have a dynamic collimator as the gantry rotates. And then what that does with the plan itself is you get a lot better dose conformality. On the Eclipse side, there's up to a 70% reduction in dose calc time and optimization. A lot of that is because it's powered by GPU, and it has a wizard very similar to what HyperArc has, if you guys have used HyperArc before. So really liking what we're doing there. It's available with Eclipse 18.1 and TrueBeam 4.1 currently, so not available on the Ethos or Halcyon platform yet. You talked to ARIA.
Yeah, so ARIA Core version 18.2 released last month. I see you. Looking right at you. So we'll get you there. And part of that, one of the biggest features is ARIA Core automations. So when we think of automations, I want you guys to think of the capability now to create things on the back end of ARIA if then. So if a certain task or a certain icon is selected or put into ARIA, then trigger a document, a task, so on and so forth. So that's the biggest thing with 18.2. Also, additionally, there's going to be full integration with ARIA Core Insights. We rebranded inside of Gen 2. So it is now ARIA Core Insights. That's our analytics platform, as well as Nuna. There'll also be a tab now from user home for you to directly access Nuna, which is our patient engagement platform. And then the big hot topic right now, ARIA Core for Diagnostics. There's workflows and there's ways that we can actually support your delivery of Diagnostics with ARIA.
And then because we're at a meeting, I did want to highlight some of the things that we do that you guys might not be aware of. We have a lot of meetings we're starting to do outside of the big meetings like Astro or AAPM. We have a clinical solutions forum. Think of that as kind of like a road show. There's going to be one in Phoenix next week. So there will be people with kind of like mini demo booths and that type of thing. What I like is that there's going to be hands-on time. So like hands-on adaptive time if you want to practice with Ethos or see what Ethos is like. They're going to have some talks from customers and from Dee Kuntia and our new VP of sales. They'll probably be traveling around. So if Phoenix doesn't work for you in 4 days, there will probably be more throughout the country. There's also the Siemens Innovations meeting that was just last month in Dallas. I had a customer actually go speak at that, which was really great. Think of that as kind of both clinical education and some professional education. This I really like because you can use Advantage credits for it. So that's why I always encourage people to have Advantage credits in their orders. And then also just outside of that, if you guys don't know, we do offer like plan challenges. We have an in-house dosimetrist that if you want to see what a rapid arc dynamic plan looks like compared to a plan that you guys have, we can take your patient data and plan with it and kind of compare with our new planning techniques versus what you treated your patient with. So I like seeing the patient data, your patient data in the system to really help you visualize, oh, this is really how it works and how we might have treated this patient differently. So those are all options that are available. Just want to let you guys know about those as well. And then some QR codes that Christina dropped in here. I want our marketing team to get them for hardware. These are nice.
So this is software.
Yeah.
QR codes.
Yeah. Where's 18.2?
Those are
Not available yet.
Out of the press.
Out of the press.
Out of the press.
Cool. All right. That's all we got for you. Thank you guys.
So where's you?
It's,
Right.
there you go. Yep. And I'm
Okay.
recycling my fall meeting
Let
slide.
me
It's just the single slide.
share the right slide. And here you go.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm Matt Whitaker, and I'm the president of ImageAL, which is the software division of Phantom Labs. And that sort of leads into my first update, which is earlier this year, Phantom Labs had always been our largest minority investor in ImageAL, and earlier this year we completed a merger, and so now we're a fully owned subsidiary of Phantom Lab. So Phantom Lab allows medical physicists to choose precision phantoms in CT, MR, nuclear medicine, mammography, several others. Nearly all of them come with ImageOwl's automated software, fully automated cloud-based software. And as many of you know, ImageOwl provides a complete machine QA management system, cloud-based, very, very efficient, very customizable, very cost-effective. And I'd love to be able to show it to you or arrange a web demo at some point. I do see some customers here in the audience there. A couple of new features that were that have just come out or about to come out is one is automated analysis of the fault capture screenshots, pulling out the actual fault capture information from the variant screenshots when you take a screenshot on the TrueBeam machines, and having that fully automated into the database for future analysis of trends and things like that. So that's out. Something we've got a paper coming out, some work I did with Memorial Sloan Kettering on an automated 4D CT QA using the existing CapFan Phantom, and then automating it, the analysis through the Total QA software, and that we will be showing at our upcoming users meeting online on June 20th. If you're an existing customer, you'll have gotten an invite for that. Please come and see some new things there. If you're not a customer, I'd probably be happy to have you there. Just let me know your email. We can invite you. And hopefully also see you with some of those new things at AAPM. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nathan Bell of Sun Nuclear. Slides, Nathan. Here we go.
I don't know what's on the slide, so this will be fun. That background music is quite interesting.
We can turn that off. I
I think it's kind of cool.
You like that? Don't know why I cannot share. Maybe I have too many windows open. Let me try again. This is you. Here we go. Okay.
All right.
Thank
Cool.
you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So my name's Nathan. I'm on our national accounts team. So I normally, well, not normally, but I support our larger sites on the SunCheck product. I'm here filling in for some personnel that have moved on. So the biggest news that we've got is we've got QADS coming up in Rome next year. There is open call for abstracts right now. So if you want to go to Rome, submit an abstract. I was told it covers your airfare, 3 nights hotel, and the meeting registration. And if you're a SunCheck user, there's going to be a big SunCheck users group either right before or right after. I forget exactly what it is. So that's QADS in Rome next year. I'm trying to go really quick so everybody can get ready. Latest stuff is we've recently acquired a company called OncoSpace. So for those of you that have had Pinnacle at some point in the past, we can transfer that data over. And then there's some other materials that will be coming out from that. And we now have kind of a cross-selling thing with our other Myriad Medical brands. So I'm wearing our new InstaDose dosimeter. So this one's kind of cool. It doesn't have to get shipped in. It's just read through your phone or through a reading. So you just wear it. And we've got a lot of health physics products as well. I think everybody else kind of knows generally what some nuclear does. In the back, I've got the new MR distortion phantom, multi-met Winston Lutz, the SRS map check, and pictures of the sun scan. So if you have any more questions, I'm here. Thank you. I don't know what the other slide. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's the QR code for the meeting. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Kiffner. I'm one of the senior account executives with MIM Software. Just kind of giving you a little bit of background on MIM if you aren't familiar with it. We are headquartered in Cleveland, Ohio. That's where I'm coming from. We have international offices in Beijing, Brussels, and Chengdu. Probably most importantly, we were acquired by GE Healthcare last year. So if anyone wasn't aware, we're now part of the GE umbrella or GE Solutions. Currently, we are in use in, now this says 90% of the world's top 50 hospitals, more specifically to RO. In the United States, we're installed at about 1,300 RO clinics, roughly 50% of the total RO clinics in the country. And if you're really kind of unfamiliar with what MIM does or what the use is in the clinic, we have 2 primary products. MIM Maestro is kind of our all-in-one general rad-onc solution. Most common use cases for that are going to be image registrations, both rigid and deformable, reirradiation, and also treatment evaluation using spatial BED calculations, being able to bring in doses from different treatment planning systems, and some of those, again, both rigidly or deformably, and then certainly just contouring tools as well as some 4D motion management tools. For Contour Protégé AI Plus, that's our AI auto contouring solution. So it's very, if you're familiar with any AI solution or any AI contouring solution, very similar with how it works with CT and some MR models. That's constantly being updated. We come out with new releases every 3 to 6 months. And then all that does is for all of your normal structures, adding in some lymph node levels as we get those approved. And then again, adding some smaller use cases like cardio models, MR liver, things like that as we continue to develop them. Also, because of our kind of new resources with GE Healthcare, we also have access to a lot of their deep learning as well. So we expect to see kind of a big growth with our AI software tools in the future. And just kind of pointing out just some of the institutions that we work with, but MIM is widely used at most of the larger academic institutions in the country, and it's certainly not just an academic use tool. Even the small one LINAC regional clinic has a use for MIM. All right, thank you.
Next up, we have IBA. Thank you for being here. No slides for you. Okay.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Alford. I'm with IBA Dosimetry. It's great to be here. It's a beautiful venue. I'm staying here for a couple of days. I'm sure I'm going to get dinged by finance. So any kind of business you can help me out with would be appreciated. But I'm with IBA Dosimetry. We make proton delivery systems, and I'm on the dosimetry division. So I sell a full array of QA solutions for photon and proton centers. A couple of highlights that we have. We just introduced our new version of Water Phantom, the Blue Phantom 3. IBA's dosimetry started decades ago with Manfred Wellhopper's first computerized scanning tank. So we continue to grow on that. We also have a very, very good SRS system, MyQA SRS system. We're getting a lot of great results from the clinic. 0.4 millimeters of resolution for very small field dosimetry. Would love to talk to you, see what kind of challenges you have in your clinic, what kind of programs you're growing, and what we can do to help out with you. But great to be here and look forward to all the conversations. So thanks.
Okay, I want to thank all the vendors for being here, sponsoring, and making an introduction. We appreciate you all. And before we start with our program, we're 10 minutes late. Quickly, this is our agenda for the day. And my apologies to Dr. Booth. He is no longer with the University of Utah Huntsman Cancer Center because he finished his residency a while ago. He is with Intermountain Healthcare and Utah Cancer Specialists. So my apologies, Dr. Booth. So the first talk for the day is coming to us from Mount Sinai Medical Dosimetry Program. So we have Visruta Domain, who is the outgoing director of the program, and Victoria Olsen, who is the incoming director of the program, giving us a talk on treatment planning in the age of AI, focus where it matters the most. And I know they're logged in, and I'm going to ask them to share their screen. And here we are.
Hi, how are you doing? Can you see our screen okay?
We can hear you okay. We may have to adjust the volume. Okay.
And just let us know if we're good to go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AAPM Rocky Mountain chapter. I am Victoria Olsen, the incoming program director for the Medical Dosimetry Program at Mount Sinai Center for Radiation Sciences Education at Stony Brook University. And today I have my colleague, Dr. Visruta Domain. Our talk will focus on discussing treatment planning in the age of AI, focusing where it matters most. Please note that we are in the heart of New York City right now and want to apologize in advance if you hear background sirens or cars. The city truly never sleeps. And we have no relevant disclosures. We'll begin with an overview of our program and our health system, our teaching model, followed by reflecting on the role of radiation in cancer treatment and the supply and demand of personnel in our profession from the past to the present. Looking inward, we will discuss the role of the physicist in student education and some of the strides we have made and are continuing to make. Also, we will note how we incorporate AI and knowledge-based planning into student education. Looking outward, we will discuss where AI stands in the clinical community with respect to mainstream adoption and treatment planning. We will discuss Rapid Plan and some of the work that we have done on model design along with our students, while discussing its application for quality and safety, and finally discussing future directions. So let's start with our medical dosimetry program and our health system just to give some perspective. Our education team are employees of Mount Sinai with faculty appointments at Stony Brook University. In the first 3 years, the students take classes with Stony Brook professors on campus. In the fall semester of year 4, while being on campus, our students start interviewing with the faculty from Mount Sinai and Stony Brook for admissions into the medical dosimetry program. In the spring semester, educators from both Mount Sinai and from Stony Brook are involved in teaching courses that enable students to earn a Bachelor of Science in Health Science with a concentration in medical dosimetry. In the clinical year, our students get trained and rotate at Mount Sinai throughout the various sites on campus, while also receiving didactic lectures and mini courses from instructors and preceptors. And at the end of this 4+1, they receive a clinical certificate. After they successfully receive the certificate, they are then eligible to take the NBCB board exam. So here's just a map view of our health system. You know, the Mount Sinai Health System is an academic health system in New York City, and we are the largest radiation oncology department amongst general hospitals in the metropolitan area. So our students and all of our staff are located throughout all of these locations that you see here. 5 of the sites are located in Manhattan, 1 including the New York Proton Center, 1 in Queens, and 1 on Long Island. We treat about 2,800 patients a year. Our health system altogether has 14 LINACs, of which 9 are true beams and 1 gamma knife. Treatment planning is done locally at each site with planners working remotely a few days a week as the clinic sees fit. Almost all of our patients are planned using VMAT with RapidArc, and we have 6 CT simulators. The special procedures we offer are high dose rate GYN, prostate, and ocular. Additionally, we have low dose rate programs for prostate, intravascular brachytherapy, census, Xofigo, and IORT. In terms of personnel, we have a really big team. To summarize a few key points, we have 22 radiation oncologists, 19 physicists, 13 dosimetrists with 5 dosimetry students, 40 radiation therapists, and 7 radiation therapy students. But what is distinguished here is that our medical dosimetry students learn from every single person on this slide. It really strengthens their understanding of the field by learning from the interprofessional network. We note that it's not just about learning your own role, it's about the big picture, and learning from the other professionals gives the students an opportunity to deepen their understanding to a different caliber. Now that we had a short review of our health system, let's focus on the past and into the present of radiation therapy. So 20 years ago in 2005, a paper by Delaney et al. Was published by the American Cancer Society that showed that radiation therapy was indicated in approximately 50% of cancer patients. According to their evidence-based study, the proportion of cancer patients who would actually need radiotherapy was 52%. This tells us that the radiation therapy that is being utilized is not being utilized enough in the areas that the study took place. The study took place in the US, the UK, Sweden, and Australia. So jumping up 11 years in terms of the workforce, in 2016, a study by Pan et al. Forecasted that the demand for radiation therapy would increase by 20% by 2025. But the data suggested that the supply of radiation oncologists is expected to grow more rapidly than demand. So following this 2021 study, 5 years later, a press release by the World Health Organization and the International Atomic Energy Agency provided further updates that more than half of cancer patients require radiotherapy as part of their care. Common sites that are used are radiotherapy, breast cancer, GI, and lung. But the key information and the new information from this study is that the radiation therapy is inadequate in the developing world. On the same tangent, in the same year, Astro assembled a task force to address questions for supply versus demands for radiation therapy services. They came up with models taking into account the number of doctors entering and leaving the specialty, projected growth of Medicare due to usage in the aging population, changing demand for radiation therapy, increased use of hypofractionation, and the radiation oncologist workload. And they concluded that through 2030, there is a modest balance in supply versus demand. The model projects that the Medicare beneficiaries are expected to grow as well as their age, requiring radiation oncologists to be more productive. So if patients are living longer, we can anticipate that departments will be getting busier and busier. Beyond 2023, due to just uncertain practice patterns and uncertainty in the utilization of radiation therapy, they could not make an accurate prediction past 2030. So here we really get a snapshot of the field over the last 2 decades, and we note that we will likely need to be more productive to account for a busier clinic. And when we look globally, this is where the real deficit will lie, in the lower middle and lower income countries, as per a review article by Elmore et al. In 2019 in Applied Radiation Oncology. The analysis highlighted the critical need for scalable and effective training strategies to address this, showcasing the need for collaborative approaches. So AI should be a tool used to educate departments and students, as well as other countries, on how to be more efficient, especially since the lower income areas, there is a known deficit of professionals and physicians. So in summary, there are multiple pain points. One is that there is a gap between the patients who should be receiving radiation therapy and those who are actually receiving it. So radiation is not being deployed as much as it should be. Second is the demand for rad-oncs has decreased, but we also have trained professionals entering the field, not necessarily trained in the use of AI. So education is key on teaching these new professionals how to be more efficient. And lastly, radiation oncology arguably has one of the most complicated workflows and so requires time-consuming manual input by many team members. A manual dependency can also cause heterogeneity in quality of plan and quality of care, potentially leading to a negative impact on overall survival. And if we look at AI and we look at what it can do and how we can address some of these pain points, we can harness AI and we can reduce manual labor. So AI can take over some of these complex tasks in a trustworthy manner. AI can reduce variation. It can keep results intuitive and reproducible, allowing the user to be in control, address the gap between those receiving radiation versus those having poor access to it, creating more opportunities. And finally, it should be incorporated into education in the lower income countries where there is a strong deficiency of personnel, potentially increasing their efficiency due to the lack of staff. From a high level perspective, this is what AI should do for us, or what we should mold it to do. We can see how it tries to reproduce human intelligence, but not replace it. It can also assist in problem solving, aid in decision making, improve on performance without compromising quality, and last but not least, enhance safety. All of these areas that I just spoke about are areas that are applicable in radiation oncology and treatment planning. So this is a great figure from Netherton et al. From 2021 in the Oncology Journal. They identified tasks that were automatable in the clinic mainstream. Several of these tasks actually contribute to a successful treatment plan formation and delivery in the clinic. Those with physical human interaction and knowledge obviously cannot be automated, but those that are mundane and repetitive, such as plan checks, contouring, dose calculation, image registration, can be automated with AI. We note in this image, surprisingly, they did not indicate treatment planning itself, which could indicate that the community might not fully have adopted it yet in terms of automation. This is a hype cycle also from the same paper. So hype curves are typically designed to help companies decide when they should invest in technology. This curve was redesigned to indicate what the trends in technology are in radiation oncology. It features 3 major innovations in radiation oncology: Monte Carlo, represented by the triangle, inverse planning and optimization with IMRT, represented by the square, and deep learning-based contouring, represented by the circle. The yellow phase represents the innovation trigger where the basic innovative work took place to develop the technology. The magenta peak refers to the inflated expectations, also the release of a first generation product. The truck disillusionment, which is the cyan line, is a time when failures or negative press from the media and the community and the consolidation of the product occur before the second generation product releases to the market or the target audience. When the confidence is regained, it's called the slope of enlightenment, which is indicated by the green line. And the final phase is the high growth phase, which is noted when 20% of the target audience adopts the technology. Following this is the productivity plateau. So for example, IMRT, the inflated peak was in 1994 when the first ever patient treatment occurred, but it was not until 15 years later that the technology was in widespread use. This also could have been due to a setback that occurred in the 2000s when patient death occurred from it. But in terms of AI and radiation oncology, particularly deep learning models for contouring, this has reached a plateau now. So while neural networks have existed since the 1940s, major breakthroughs like ENDER, decoder and encoder models are only emerged about a decade ago. These advancements established the use of convolutional neural networks for deep learning-based segmentation, with the FDA-approved tools appearing by 2018. So the authors note that this is not a comprehensive review and doesn't include everything that should be used to make decisions. So we can expect certain AI tools in radiation oncology to also follow this hype cycle as well, following the other technologies that are used in radiation oncology. So looking inward, we will now discuss some of the strides we have made and are continuing to make to incorporate AI and knowledge-based planning in student education through the physicist. So let's start by looking at the scope of a medical dosimetrist. This was published in May 2023 by the AAPM. Some of the responsibilities of a certified medical dosimetrist that involve the medical physicist are outlined here, and I just pulled some of them. I didn't pull all of them. And here at Mount Sinai, we are also working on factoring in artificial intelligence through treatment planning. Physicists' involvement in student education can enhance the dosimetry experience and fill gaps where the scope of a dosimetrist is not at the forefront. So for example, the dosimetrist is contouring and planning, typically that's what they're focused on. But as you can see here, there's a possibility that the scope of a dosimetrist can include brachytherapy and QA, where typically the QMP or the physicist in the department is the expert. So if we want dosimetrists to be trained with the best practice, education from the expert being the physicist, is crucial to elevate the dosimetrist knowledge. In turn, and to summarize these points and how we see at Mount Sinai and Stony Brook, is that there should be physicist involvement in the curriculum and education of medical dosimetry students. And when we look at AI and we factor AI in, there can be parallels made here as well. So we also believe that AI should be a part of the curriculum for medical dosimetry students because AI is part of the puzzle in today's world. Here, I wanted to talk about how we use AI in our students' education. So students are involved in rapid plan model creation, which is introduced early in that clinical year, the year that they're at Mount Sinai hospitals. Past cohorts, so every year we have students involved in rapid plan projects. Previous years, they have been involved in esophageal, anal, pancreatic, and mesothelioma rapid plan models. So basically, students work really closely with the physicist and a dosimetrist if necessary to learn about AI and rapid plan and how the models are created, the mathematics and the logic that goes behind these models, and how it can be applied to their daily life in the clinic. And at the end of the clinical year, they present to the whole hospital-wide physics group on their work and what they learned. And scripting in AI can be seen as more like a physicist purview, but it doesn't always have to be. It can elevate the profession of a medical dosimetrist, but also we want the students that are graduating to enhance the department they enter. I imagine a department where a dosimetrist doesn't stay in the metaphorical planning box, and they can assist a physicist with their work in research or scripting or creating rapid plan models. This can help departments become more efficient. And this is the mindset that we try to instill in our graduates. We don't think students or dosimetrists should just be using AI. We think they should be generating it and being a part of the problem that they're trying to solve. We also wanted to highlight some of the latest work done in our department, led by Dr. Juliana Reynolds, and the use of AI and how it can help us in radiation oncology as a whole. So they investigated the use of large language models with sentiment analysis to understand the information on Reddit's breast cancer discussion forum with over 32,000 subscribers. This was to help radiation oncologists understand what information patients are seeking online from their peers, their misconceptions about radiation, and just to enhance communication overall. These models helped understand what patients look for, discover, and share, to which physicians can use this to analyze and anticipate concerns. They can dispel information based off of this, and they can also improve digital health literacy. Our team has also been investigating the use of large language models in education and radiation oncology physics. If you look at the study on the right side of your screen, this study benchmarked 6 leading large language models and used the 2024 Brachytherapy examination to assess their suitability for medical physics education through metrics such as accuracy, mathematical reasoning, similarity of explanation, and response consistency. This determined their ability to deliver reliable radiation physics knowledge and serve as an effective learning tool for trainees and educators in radiation oncology. When AI is being used in a manner that is favorable and that will work for us, it's successful when it comes to mainstream clinical implementation for treatment planning. So despite technical advantages and widespread integration of AI into radiation therapy treatment planning, we want to continue to explore this, and Dr. Dumani will dive deeper into what's going on in the community now and how we use rapid plan in our clinic with students and for the patients' plans as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Victoria. Hope everyone can hear me loud and clear. Great. So looking outwards, let's now take a look at how AI for treatment planning is perceived and adopted in the community. So Conroy et al., this is a landmark paper that was published in 2025 in Clinical Oncology, addressed some of these questions and through their investigative survey analyzed the current typical workflow in radiation therapy treatment planning as still being very resource intensive. And in most situations, it still involves manual labor with iterations, rounds of feedback from the radiation oncologist to generate a plan that meets the goals. And they also showed that the amount of experience that a planner had in generating plans is known to correlate with plan quality, and subpar plan quality has been shown to negatively impact patient outcomes. In 2021, Momin et al. From Emory University surveyed dose prediction models for knowledge-based planning, or KBP, in the last several years. And they basically classified all auto-planning methods into 2 main categories. One is traditional knowledge-based planning, or KBP, and deep learning, and depending on how they utilize previous knowledge. So traditional KBP methods, such as Rapid Plan, designed by Varian, uses geometric or anatomical features to either find the best match case from a repository of prior treatment plans or to build a dose prediction model. Deep learning methods usually train neural networks to make such dose predictions. And many traditional KBP methods are known to be equivalent and have been shown to be equivalent or superior to an experienced planner with greater efficiency because they are built on clinically acceptable plans that were used for treatment using simple principal components and regression techniques to predict the dose volume histogram. And therefore, they're likely to lie in the clinically deliverable range. But for deep learning, depending on the algorithm, one can produce a non-deliverable plan even when the data fed is clinically acceptable. So we will start by reflecting on our current usage, on the perception of the medical dosimetrist towards AI and the hurdles encountered in clinical implementation as we go from a retrospective analysis to a prospective utilization. We will then discuss plan quality as a metric, followed by Rapid Plan as a knowledge-based software that enables plan automation, quality enhancement, enhanced throughput, and dose-constrained standardization. And finally, we will discuss something called as value-based planning, and where physicists, planners, and educators should all be focusing their efforts. So Petragalo et al. Performed a survey and published in the JCMP in 2022 on barriers and facilitators to clinical implementation of radiotherapy treatment planning automation from the perspective of the medical dosimetrist, who is at the forefront of planning. And this study was conducted by UCLA and UCSF with questions being sent to 34 radiotherapy clinics only in California. And the survey was active from 2020 to 2021 over a period of 9 months. And questions were asked on automated contouring, treatment planning, frequency of its use, positive, negative perceptions, institutional details, and clinical implementation. Actually, 171 medical dosimetrists were contacted, only 59 responded, and they were therefore sent the survey, and only 34 of them completed it. Various auto-contouring and auto-planning products were found to be in use at the clinics of the surveyed. Knowledge-based planning quality assessment from Sun Nuclear, KBP using RapidPlan from Varian, Field and Field with EasyFluence from Radformation, and auto-planning using rule-based templates and algorithms from Pinnacle and RayStation. And looking at the demographics, we see that the majority of the surveyed were in the age group of 30 to 39 years with 0 to 9 years of experience. Most of them who responded had a bachelor's followed by a master's and were also from an academic medical center with 2 to 4 typical treatment machines. Here we see the frequency of use of commercially available automated tools. The error bars represent one standard error. Atlas-based auto-contouring was more popular than deep learning-based, despite recent research showing that deep learning-based auto-contouring was more accurate than Atlas-based, and most respondents actually said they still use Atlas-based. Plan automation for breast with Field and Field was the most common plan automation that was routinely used, followed by traditional knowledge-based planning. Some institutions also use KBP for QA, and rule-based techniques were least used, and there was essentially no specific mention of deep learning or large language models as of yet in treatment planning. The reported barriers and facilitators to use of auto-contouring and automated treatment planning are shown here. Items that seem to be the contributing factors to clinical implementation were: how easy is it to modify the plan once the plan automation algorithm is used? Is there too much manual input needed? If so, then there's really no point in using plan automation. Are the plans created heterogeneous with a wide variety? Is there adequate support available from my physicist if I have any questions? What about educational aspects relating to, is there adequate information on how to use the algorithms, and do I know the depths of how it works? So the greater the bar length, the more positive or the more of a facilitator that would be. And the most commonly identified potential facilitator to using automated treatment planning was if the algorithms produced plans that were easy to modify to get what they considered an optimal plan, and 62% of the respondents felt this way. Respondents did see value or potential value in both auto-contouring and auto-planning. A significant majority of the respondents, about 68%, reported liking auto-planning because it allowed them to work through a higher caseload. But less than 30% actually showed confidence in the plan quality that was being demonstrated. And among those who disliked auto-planning, 41.2% did not believe plans were of the same quality. 44% said it takes more time to do an auto plan than a plan manually from scratch. And about 60% of them said they like the process of optimization and do not want to lose their job as a part of this. So driving an optimizer to the optimal result through my knowledge and experience that I have gained through the years is really my strength as a planner that I take pride in. And I don't want to see that necessarily go away. So not shown in this table, but mentioned in the manuscript, was 40% of those who used KBP for plan quality assessment were actually concerned that it would lead to treatment errors. Whereas 38.5% of those who used it for actual planning were concerned that it would lead to treatment errors. And field planning had the highest rate of confidence, with only 21.4% of users being concerned about errors. Also, an area of concern for the dosimetrists was that the use of automation could increase the likelihood in auto-contouring, for example, for the errors are likely to increase by about 64.7%, and we cannot just blindly use it. And also not shown in this table, but mentioned in the manuscript, was that the use of deep learning-based and atlas-based auto-contouring is likely still to give you errors 50% and 52.6% of the time. So not really favorable in using either forms of automation. 100% of participants in this cluster reported being more likely to use auto planning if it was both purchased by their clinic and if they had received more support from their supervisor or site physicist. This suggests that for dosimetrists employed at non-academic institutions, lack of access to the technology itself may be an important barrier to use. In the complementary group comprising of 74.5% of respondents, the majority reported employment at academic medical centers. And within this cluster, only about 37% reported that they were more likely to use automated planning if it was purchased by the clinic, and only 25% reported that they would be more likely to use it if they received more support from their site physicist or supervisor. So for dosimetrists within this particular cluster, it appears that both access to auto planning and support for these tools is much of a less significant barrier than those at non-academic institutions. Conroy et al. In 2025 also showed a drop in prospective clinical acceptance of auto planning, underscoring important challenges that remained in the implementation and routine clinical use. In the prospective application, preferences towards manually generated plans or AI-generated plans with manual intervention was found to be highly observer-dependent, that is, depending on the radiation oncologist or dosimetrist. To reduce this variability, we need objective measures of plan quality that the department comes up with. Also, a challenge in training AI models that perform well in the prospective clinical setting is to ensure that the training data is up-to-date and clinically relevant. It also should establish sufficient interpatient variation to cover the range of expected scenarios when in clinical use. They also bring to surface that the time needed to prospectively accumulate adequate training data can make the AI models obsolete or less applicable to current clinical practice by the time it takes to deploy them. And the use of retrospective clinical radiation therapy plans for training can be valid only if the plan quality is consistent and has not changed over the years. And when patient safety is a concern, poor explanation of how the results were generated and how to know when the results fail or are inaccurate is also a barrier to widespread clinical adoption. So we need to really work on building confidence in the algorithms that we use. We need to build clinical processes that empower humans in the loop to evaluate, interrogate, and reject AI outputs, as this is the only way we can build trust, reduce AI bias, and increase adoption. So one of the ways to address some of these hurdles is to define an objective plan quality matrix, as I mentioned before. For instance, identify the structure, define its dosimetric matrix, assign a plan quality matrix range, perhaps even a priority score to determine how important is this matrix to the physician, quality, safety, and patient outcomes. For instance, if a physician is okay with the hotspots being a little high as long as they're within 110%, but really want to prioritize on the femoral heads and giving them low dose to prevent fractures in the future, or to reduce low and intermediate doses to the bowel, then that should be weighed accordingly. So hotspots should be weighed less, while the rest discussed should be weighed higher. And this will objectively tell you which plan the physician will prefer for treatment. Now let's take a look at RMAAPM, its basics, and how it may actually enable us to achieve some of these goals. So RMAAPM, I'm not going to go into too much of the technical details, but and most of you already know as physicists here, it's an algorithm that estimates the dose volume histogram, or the DVH, and to train such a model, we require an input that contains a set of training plans. Each plan that is entered into the model provides information on the structures, the field geometry, prescription dose, target location, shape, and the dose volume histogram that was clinically achieved. So the input is the structures, the field geometry, prescription dose, all that is shown in green, and the output is in red, which is the dose volume histogram. Training the model involves building a relationship between these input variables and the output variable. And the idea is to include enough samples of a variety of training plans with varying geometries that represent the plan population in general, provided each plan has the best sparing of the critical organs given the geometric condition. But this is really an overwhelming amount of information for the algorithm. So what does it do to break it down into simplicity? This is done by something called as a principal component analysis, which can be considered as a basic building block of DVH estimation using geometry and the clinically accomplished DVH. The geometric features for each of the training treatment plans are extracted from the anatomy, and those are the relative overlap, the relative out of field, absolute OAR volume, and absolute target volume to give us the geometric principal component scores. And during the training phase, these geometric features are used to determine the expected dose at each region voxel within the respective training case that is purely based on geometry. The principal components of the geometry are then related to the dose through a regression model, as is shown here. So ideally, you would want all these dots or plus signs to be clustered nicely within one standard deviation along the regression line. And the more of them that are clustered towards the line, the more trustworthy your model is likely to be. After the training is done, we need to validate the model by providing it with a known set of parameters, which are shown in green, and asking it to estimate the dose volume histogram range and making sure that it's able to reproduce the clinical data at the least. For simplicity, this is done by partitioning the DVH estimation into multiple subvolumes, which we won't go into the details as of now. But this is a typical workflow slide showing what happens within the algorithm. A new case is presented to a trained model. The geometric principal components is extracted and fed into the regression model, and the DVH components come out, giving you the estimated DVH range. The system also has its own way of independently coming up with what is the expected dose at various voxel locations within the case based on fundamental physics, as is shown here, almost like as if we were to do a 3D plane. And it also takes into consideration various beam angles used and the paths of the beams through the organs at risk. Next slide, please. Okay, great. And finally, comes up with the geometry-based expected dose, which tells you what should be the expected dose purely based on beam angles, field geometry, and photon attenuation for the given plan. So it excludes any influence of optimization. And the final step is to look at both the plots showing the model fit and making sure that there are no outliers. So if there are any outliers, and if they are typically indicated as being more than 2 to 3 standard deviations away from the central regression line, then those have to be either removed or replanned and put back into the model. But you also have to be mindful about the fact that a perfect model on paper may not be perfect when applied prospectively. Removing outliers does not necessarily lead to an improved model, because throwing away data throws away potential cases that the model could learn from and give you a better result. So for example, over here, we have shown a clean model, a model with 5 outliers, and model with 10 outliers. It's a study derived from Toll et al., who worked on head and neck rapid plan modeling. And actually, we see that the model with 10 outliers did better than the cleaned model. So all the information that you are putting into the model, you need to evaluate, make sure it's the best possible plan quality, and then validate it and test it to make sure that the results are comparable to or potentially even better than the clinical plan. So moving on to plan quality assessment. Poor plan quality has been shown to negatively impact outcomes, as was witnessed by the TROG head and neck cancer trial published in 2010, and also the phase 3 PROCLAIM non-small cell cancer trial. So what we have done is we have developed a model for example, anal cancer from a group of patients at one site, and then apply it to another site to see how plan quality compares and whether or not it can be improved. The DVH here is a comparison between the 2 plans shown on the previous slide. For identical target coverage, rapid plan model designed on one side actually improved the sparing of the vaginal canal and the femurs, sparing the bladder and the bowel were also improving the sparing of the bladder and the bowel. They both were very similar. So we did a test validation for 20 patients and averaging the results between the clinical plan, auto plan, and auto plan requiring manual adjustment. We see that for comparable target coverage and inhomogeneity, there is a 16% improvement in sparing of the bladder, low dose with respect to the V16 gray, and the bladder mean dose, as well as was also improved by 4%, and also 3 to 4% improvement in the sparing of the femoral heads and the genitalia. Here we have seen a comparison of the monitor units and the time taken. Rapid plan did not significantly increase the MU, which is good news. And the clinical plan took about 2 hours, and a combination of the rapid plan with manual adjustments reduced the time taken to plan by more than 50%. So this actually does have the potential to improve your throughput and improve plan quality and standardization throughout your clinic. And speaking of that, moving on to dose constraint standardization, which is currently a work in progress at our department. Rapid plan can potentially be used to help with this. First, we need to identify each plan in the model and determine that the DVH estimation lies within 95% of the predicted range for each of the cases. Then you want to make sure that none of the plans are outliers with respect to the central regression line. For instance, here for the rectum, you want to determine the DVH range within which 95% of the cases lie. Make sure that the remaining cases that lie outside the range are estimated correctly. I mean, even though they may be outliers in some way. And the range within which 95% of your cases lie is your goal, while the remaining define the limit that should not be exceeded. And if we were to look at the dose constraints between two physicians, that what we want to standardize, you want to take the more conservative approach, and you want to make sure that when you use the model, you're able to meet the more conservative result while still meeting the coverage cap criteria. So combining the two physicians' goals will make it a lot easier, because by default, we will be adopting the more conservative constraint between the two physicians. So given now that we have discussed plan quality matrix, how rapid plan can improve plan quality and throughput while aiding in dose constraint standardization, let's now discuss the concept of value-based planning. First, you want to see that the model brings in value dosimetrically, which is improving sparing of the critical organs without compromising coverage. Here, for example, we have shown a result for our mesothelioma model, where for the same target coverage, sparing of the heart, stomach, esophagus, as well as both the lungs is actually improved. And some of this does have consequences with respect to grade 2 toxicities. And then you measure how quickly you can achieve this. Shown here on the y-axis, we have got the dosimetric parameter, and on the x-axis, we see how long it took to achieve that result. You would like to see that with any kind of auto planning, there is both a time gain as well as a dosimetric gain. So the heart, stomach, and esophagus mean doses were reduced by 5 gray on average, and the heart V30 gray came down by 10%, and the time gain to achieve this dosimetric gain was 3 to 4 hours, much less compared to clinical or manual planning. Similarly, we see that for other dosimetric parameters, ipsilateral kidney and the lung, we see the same trend. There is a time gain and a dosimetric gain. Also, we want to be mindful with respect to how long we spend and what we prioritize with respect to planning. Here's an example of a prostate SBRT plan with a clinical plan on the left and the rapid plan on the right. Both seem visually identical. But if you look closely in the plan, the amount of structures that were used to contour for optimization for manual planning was at least more than 50, as you can see. And the planning spanned over multiple days for this particular case. And while the rapid plan optimization had only 2 optimization structures yielding the same plan. And if we were to investigate what was delivered over 5 fractions, incorporating the shifts on the treatment floor and reproducing the plan, we again see that the result is visually very identical in the 3 planes. And from the DVH, the delivered coverage, the target, is no different between the 2 plans, while the sparing of the bladder and the rectum was far better with auto planning and comparable sparing of the femurs. So this means that all the time and effort that was spent with manual planning in the end clinically may not have made an impact. Likewise, value-based planning can be used to focus on reduced toxicity. For instance, in esophageal cancer, we prioritize on sparing the lungs too much at the expense of hotspots to the target. Here's an example where hotspots were relevant clinically. As we have seen in one of our pilot studies, specifically the V105% should be kept as low as possible, under 20 cc's, to avoid the incidences of grade 2 and higher esophageal toxicities to the patient. So we designed a rapid plan model that took that into consideration while prioritizing on the plan homogeneity versus excessive sparing of the total lung V5 gray in fear of radiation pneumonitis, which is not really justified. The PTV coverage was identical, but the hotspots were reduced. Heart sparing was improved, while still meeting the acceptable criteria for the total lung V5 gray. And the sparing of the rest of the OARs, as is seen here, the stomach, large bowel, liver, were identical. And now on to future directions. So the question that was asked by the Society of Radiation Oncology Administrators about 5 years ago was, is AI shaping the medical dosimetrist role? And yes, it is, which is why we need a multidisciplinary team to address this question. Consider redistribution of surveys. The current survey results from Petraglo et al. Only look at 34 respondents, which is not large, and we're only in the state localized to California. AMD should undertake the survey of registered dosimetrists in a systematic manner. Involve radiation oncology administrators in the survey, and eventually translate or transition this into the JRCERT curriculum. What should educators focus on? One is incorporating AI in treatment planning as part of education. Start with simple knowledge-based planning and build confidence in its use through education. Incorporate AI as part of student research projects. Involve students in designing and building models. Scripting prerequisites can be used to also reduce burden and enhance efficiency. Where should planners and physicists be focusing on? One is value-based planning, as we just spoke about. Focus on complex planning that requires consideration of previous radiation, where the true talents and input from a dosimetrist would lie. Focus on what was delivered versus what appears pretty on paper. Develop a baseline for plan quality using knowledge-based planning techniques that allow for planner input. Consider patient outcomes while planning and factor in toxicities when optimizing cases. And use scripting and create templates that will speed things up. With that, we would just like to conclude this talk, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Vishruta and Victoria, the V squared from the Big Apple. I'm going to pass the microphone around if people have questions for you. Olivia, if you can help me with that, please. Thank you. Sure.
I do have a question for you guys. We're big knowledge-based planners in our facilities, and we've been using them a lot. And I hear a lot about generating knowledge-based planning techniques like rapid plan models. However, I hear very little about maintenance and QA of these models. And it sounds like you guys have a lot of rapid plan models that are getting generated every year by students as they enter and leave the program. How do you go about maintaining those models, feeding plans back in, getting feedback on, improvements that can be made? We try to do it when a model's first introduced, every 6 months, we try to maintain and then go to yearly after that to follow up and adjust. And so I'd love to hear what you guys do with since you do, sounds like a large majority of rapid plan models.
Yeah, Victoria and I have been developing and focusing on, using our first step is to actually do a full-fledged clinical implementation. So right now we have some of the GI models we spoke about, and we developed them and we kind of deployed them across various sites. We saw that actually helped bring the plan improve the plan quality. So now we're going to get our physicians involved and get their perspective, define a plan quality matrix, and maintain that for a few months or several months and see where we go. Look at where it enhances efficiency, but answering your question about what happens if plan quality changes, I believe that can be monitored over time. But once you have agreed on or define a plan quality matrix, that variability should really not exist. And it all therefore comes down to, bringing a multidisciplinary team and agreeing on standardizing the plan quality matrix. And once you have that yardstick, that variation should not exist in theory. But as part of QA, I think if you use rapid plan, that itself is a QA, because that tells you what is achievable based on the given prescription and the anatomy and the overlap for that particular case. Now, if a planner wants to be spending more time and improving it further and pushing the boundaries, that can be done. But one of the things that we've learned is to try and build models with the best possible sparing of all possible structures as much as possible, while keeping the coverage intact. So that actually satisfies everybody's conservative approaches. Like, for example, if someone likes to spare the bladder over the rectum, but now you have a plan that does both, then you can say, hey, the rapid plan is able to spare everything, so why not use this? So by enhancing the quality of the plans that go into the model training from the very beginning would be a good way to prevent too many changes and rebuilding of the models down the road.
I think also, just from a dosimetrist perspective, I think it does lie in the hands of the people who are using the model to inform the clinic of when it's not applicable or when it's not meeting the requirements that it needs. Almost taking those cases that, maybe for a whole year's time, there are no cases or minimal cases that are not able to use rapid plan, but then maybe 3 years down the line, you're noticing that there's 10, 15, 20 cases that are not, good plans in the model anymore. I think that it lies in the hands of the dosimetrist to say, here's a list of these patients, we should look into this. Are the plan quality metrics different based on physician preference? Are contouring guidelines different based on RTOG protocols? Or are these like research-based studies that the physicians are trying a protocol patient? So I think it's like almost a twofold approach of like the dosimetrist has to be responsible for flagging those cases that are not working anymore too.
Okay, so if I understand you right, there's no actual like formal QA process of the rapid plan models. Because I guess the thing that I'm curious about is it sounds like your rapid plan models are making improvements in your plans, correct? Do you then take those plans and then that are improved and feed them back into the rapid plan model? And at what frequency, at what value? Those are maybe to direct my question a little bit more. That's maybe what I'm asking.
Right, that's a great question. We have not made strides in that direction yet, but because that is very labor intensive. So one of the approaches we're taking is to, when we start building the models, and we've been working on this for a while, but the clinical deployment has been a bit of a challenge for the reasons in the survey that we explained. But because there's a lot of variability in plan quality, so to get everyone to agree on, hey, this is the way we should do it, that's one step. But from the get-go, if you try and put in plans that achieve all the constraints and give you the optimal sparing, then you are less likely to make adjustments down the road. And we feel that to go back and feed these plans into the model and rebuild everything again, validate and test, is at least a month's worth of work and requires multiple hands on deck. So we don't currently do that, but we do need to come up with as you mentioned, a good way to QA these models and make sure that the quality is up to date, not just maintained, but up to date with what the clinic wants.
Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you very much for a very helpful talk. I think we all acknowledge that AI is moving faster than what we can adopt in the clinic. My question for you is, we have many more patients now with reirradiation. And one of my concerns is, as we go to knowledge-based planning, the dosimetrists lose some skills in terms of reliance on AI. And with the rapid sort of uptick in patients coming back for reirradiation and overlap, what I'm finding is a very distinct difference between the experience of the planner and the kind of plan I get to check. Can you comment on AI helping with reirradiations and how you try and help new dosimetrists get better at extremely complex plans that we haven't adopted that yet in the clinic?
That's a great question. I think from an educator's perspective that has students actively entering the clinic from the program every May, June, I think the first thing is to ensure that on the back end, the students are first learning the basics before they even touch anything with AI. And that's something that we as a program have worked really hard to ensure that the word rapid plan almost doesn't, they don't really do anything with rapid plan. They don't do anything with auto contouring until we're 100% satisfied with their clinical work. And then I also think going into like the clinical aspect and, shying away from the student aspect of this, that there could be more like in-service or peer-to-peer educational seminars. So if there is a senior dosimetrist or just a dosimetrist that's a lead that's been there for a really long time, or a physicist that has a lot of experience with reirradiation cases, that they should maybe take the lead and give continuous lectures. And I think continuing education is really important. And we all have continuing education as through our credentials, but maybe as an institution also adding that in as well could be important. Richard, I don't know if you have another perspective as well.
No, that's absolutely, I completely second that, that answer. But to address the question about how AI can help with reirradiation, that's still a very much work in progress. I think AI can be used currently. I mean, we saw the results of the survey. A lot of people are still, dosimetrists are concerned about errors, the quality not being the same. And, one is that, I've learned so much and gained so much knowledge and experience through optimization. That's really my strength. If I can't really go into this black box and figure out what it does, and I can't even change things to to what I'm looking for, then that would just defeat the purpose of using AI. So that's where we are in most of the mainstream places, based on the survey, but that needs to be updated. But I also feel like when it comes to re-radiation, there is a strong manual need. And I'm not quite sure, with the difficulties that we're currently encountering with clinical implementation on basic plans that are routine and mundane, how AI would completely be able to take over re-radiation. It can certainly be trained, but I think that is something where a medical dosimetrist can really shine. And AI can certainly assist, but I don't think that is something that can completely be taken away from a planner.
Thank you.
So yeah, the skill is still manual there. Unfortunately, it's not automated. And from the safety perspective, I don't think it can be. Yeah, thank you very much.
No, I just had a question. So I come from a clinic that we just have 1.5 full-time dosimetrists, and I really do see the power in knowledge-based learning and using rapid plan models. And I know that Varian provides some models that come with the system. With your development and lots of experience with it, do you know if like the AAMD or anything has talked about kind of a database of models that, so like smaller clinics like mine that don't necessarily have the resources to develop our own models as quickly would have access to?
Yeah, let Victoria answer that.
That's a really great question. And can you hear me okay? My microphone just went out. Yeah, okay. That's a really great question, and I don't know of any databases about the AAMD that provides, but I am going to that meeting next weekend, so I might find out more information at that time. But we could definitely look into that and get back to you if you just send me an email for sure.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We had 3 questions. I do thank Olivier for his recommendation. I think coming up here, the only camera that we have in the room is the one on the laptop. So if you want to be seen by the people joining in from home, you'll have to come up here and ask the questions. We can pass the microphone, but the presenters cannot see you. So I want to thank Victoria and Visruta for that wonderful presentation. A lot of interesting information. Great work, you guys. Keep up the good work. And I want to thank Olivia, Robin, and Nikki for asking the questions. So if we don't have any other questions, then we need to move on to the next presentation. We are only running about 6 minutes late at this point. Okay. Dr. Booth, are you ready to start sharing your screen?
Yes. Just give me a second.
And I'll have Vic introduce Dr. Booth because they worked together before, right, Vic?
Yes, we did. So last year at this meeting, we had a talk from Nikki Mon on the physicist's perspective of setting up a radiopharmaceutical program. We thought this year we would like to hear from a physician's perspective. And it gives me great pleasure, therefore, to introduce Dr. Dustin Booth. Dustin and I overlapped when I was a younger physicist at the University of Utah, where he did his residency. He then moved on to Greeley for a couple of years and is now a physician at the Intermountain Health back in Utah. Dustin?
Yes, thank you so much, Vic, and thank you for the opportunity to share with you physicians' perspective of the field. I do apologize, my camera is not working great, but as Vic can attest, you're not missing much. The title of my talk this morning is Implementation of Radiopharmaceutical Therapy in Hospital Freestanding Settings, the challenge and the opportunities within the field. And here are my disclosures. The objectives that we have this morning is, one, to understand the current role of radiopharmaceutical therapy in oncology, to communicate the challenges and opportunities associated with starting and building a multidisciplinary program for a health system, and then also describe some of the upcoming trials and initiatives that I think may shape the field in the practice of radiopharmaceutical therapy.
Dr. Booth, you may want to maximize your screen.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Is that not showing maximize?
No.
Okay, let me try again here. Let's try the entire screen. Okay. Is that any better?
No, it's the same thing. I think if you click on the slide down below. Okay, it's better. Okay.
It's better now? Okay. So we're going to first start with a definition of terms. We're going to talk about how radiopharmaceutical therapy works, why we need it, what is the evidence for it. So radiopharmaceuticals in general, it's a radioactive compound used for diagnostic or therapeutic purposes. On the left is a MIP from a FDG PET scan, which I think we're very familiar with, which has been become very commonplace in oncology. So that's a diagnostic radiopharmaceutical. On the right, being Xofigo or radium-223, which is a therapeutic radionuclide. And in comparison, there's a couple of different terms that are used within the field. In comparison to a radiopharmaceutical, radioligand therapy, this is a treatment that includes a radioactive isotope and a cell targeting compound. So looking at this diagram on the right, under the umbrella of radiopharmaceuticals, you have imaging radiopharmaceuticals on the left, such as gallium-68, FDG, iodine, copper-64 dotatate. And on the right, you have therapeutics. And under therapeutics, there's really two basic types. There's radioligand therapies, such as what we'll talk about more, PSMA directed therapies such as Pluvicto or lutetium-177 PSMA, as well as dotatate, PNT 2002. And then you also have radionuclides that don't have that that cell targeting compound, such as iodine-131, radium-223, Y90, and strontium. So here's another look at the platform of radioligand therapy. So you've got a radionuclide on the right, and this can be an alpha or a beta or an Auger. And then on the left, you've got a target, for example, SSTR, PSMA, or FAP. And the biomolecule, the job of the biomolecule is to attach to the target very specifically. And this biomolecule could be a small molecule, for example, PSMA 617, a peptide or an antibody derivative. And then you need a chelator or a linker to bring these two types of compounds together. So how does it work? Here's a schematic for Pluvicto or lutetium-177 PSMA. This on the left is a very cartoon, simple schematic showing that you've got the radionuclide lutetium-177 that's attached to the small molecule, which is PSMA 617, and it attaches to the cell surface. And this is the PSMA target or prostate-specific membrane antigen. And that is then an endocytosed, and that delivers a lethal dose of radiation to the DNA. So people have simplified and described this process or this mechanism as a seek and destroy. So you've got this payload, and part of the molecule seeks it out, and then the payload destroys it, or like a heat-sinking missile. One additional term that I think is important to also describe is theranostics, because that's also used fairly commonly. And theranostics is really the treatment paradigm that pairs diagnostic biomarkers and the therapeutic agents that share a specific target in disease cells or tissues. And this is essentially the see what you treat paradigm. And going back to this schematic, when you've got an imaging target that matches a therapeutic target, then that's a theranostic. For example, gallium-68 PSMA with Pluvicto or copper-64 dotatate with Lutathera iodine. Whereas, for example, for FDG is a diagnostic. It's not a theranostic because there's no shared target for imaging and therapy. So a clinical example of what we're speaking about, here's a patient of mine who had a large retroperitoneal mass. This was seen on CT, about 6.5 centimeters. And when this patient underwent a PSMA PET scan, so it received a diagnostic radiopharmaceutical, that diagnostic radiopharmaceutical attached to the cancer on the cell surface and emitted, in this example, gallium-68, emitted a signal that was detected by the PET. And when we saw this, we saw, well, if this imaging radiopharmaceutical is going to the tumor, then we know that if we give something with the same target, that drug should travel there. And if we equip it with a payload that's capable of killing cancer cells, then it could be effective. And that's exactly what happened in this patient. So in this patient, we gave 6 cycles of lutetium-177 PSMA every 6 weeks. Prior to treatment, the PSA is 28. After 1 cycle, it had a dramatic greater than 90% response to 0.42. And after 2 cycles, undetectable. And this is a SPECT CT that was done 24 hours after cycle 3. So dramatic response, and this is a proven concept of this platform. So why do we need it? Why radioligand therapy? Well, it goes back to tumorigenesis and understanding the mechanisms and the challenges associated with oncogenesis. And really, the challenge is that we've got tumors that are heterogeneous. And you'll have a first tumor clone that will develop into a common ancestor, and you'll develop metastatic clones. And the truth is that not all tumors within somebody's body are homogeneous. They're heterogeneous. And that heterogeneity is a problem for targeting a metastatic burden of disease. And so you've got this tumor heterogeneity that results in drug resistance. And why is there drug resistance? Because, for example, you may draw somebody's blood and you may find, for example, in lung cancer, a PD-L1 is expressed in their blood. But you don't know the PD-L1 expression on every single tumor, let's say in 10 tumors of somebody's body. You just assume that it's there. And so that's a problem when we're trying to target somebody with stage 4 disease and result in therapeutic failure and incurable disease. What determines this heterogeneity? Well, it's complicated, right? It's not just the tumor cells itself; it's also the tumor environment. It's cancer-associated fibroblasts and immune cells, and you submit this cancer to these tumors to a therapy, and then you get a response. But then because there's a heterogeneity of expression and sensitivity to the therapy, you get an outgrowth of a subclone with resistance. And then that results in cancer progression either locally or distantly. So what's exciting and what I love about this paradigm is that you have radiographic biomarkers that are predictive. So instead of just drawing a blood test or biopsying one single tumor, you can determine the expression of a particular protein or surface molecule throughout somebody's entire tumor burden. And there's sometimes there's heterogeneity, and you can use these scans to determine whether or not somebody should get the therapy. So for example, on the left, you have somebody with a retroperitoneal lymphadenopathy, and that disease is highly avid. So you know that there is cancer expressing PSMA. And if you target those tumors, that PSMA will be at least exposed and hopefully respond to that therapy you're giving. And on the right, you got somebody, and that's a cross-section of PSMA PET scan with somebody who had extensive liver metastases. And where there's no avidity throughout that liver, you can see it's kind of speckled centrally. That's where the liver metastases are. And that is a significant negative prognostic factor, and patients do not respond very well. They typically rapidly progress through therapy. And so instead of just drawing a blood test for PSMA, we look at these patients and we say, hey, this is a good candidate, this isn't a good candidate. And then we save patients from getting unnecessary therapy. So it's really part of this quest for precision medicine, for trying to make medicine more precise. And we'll get more into this about the future and what's a part of it. But as you increase the specificity, you decrease the toxicity, and you can also improve the ability to target. And there's a lot of different ways that we can do this and that are being done that we'll go into later. But what is the evidence? This is a great concept, but is there evidence to support this? We're an evidence-based field, and I like to think that we, that's how we make our decisions and improve the lives of our patients. This was a landmark study, and this is not the first radiopharmaceutical, neither will it be the last, but I'm focusing on GU and prostate cancer because I feel like there's been a significant shift in attention to the field after this. Certainly we have predecessors, of course there's plenty of data in iodine and then in dotatate, for Lutathera, and then with radionuclides such as radium-223. But I'm going to focus on prostate cancer and the development of lutetium-177 PSMA-617. This was published in 2022, and I want to share with you a little bit about what this trial was because it shaped really the field. So these are patients who had castrate-resistant prostate cancer. And so what that means is you got patients who develop metastatic disease, and the very first line is to give them to chemically castrate them with a drug called Lupron. And so they're on Lupron, and often in addition to Lupron, they're on an additional medicine called an AAPI or androgen receptor blocker. And then what happens is the castration stops working. Lupron stops working. The PSA continues, and that's castrate-resistant disease. And in castrate-resistant disease, you can go to another ARPI or chemotherapy. And so this is really patients who are on like third or fourth line therapy. They've already received chemo and Lupron and another androgen receptor pathway inhibitor. And they're really at the end of the rope. So the average life expectancy is about a year. So worse than somebody with a glioblastoma, for example. And so these patients, in order to qualify for the study, they had to have at least one or more PSMA positive metastatic lesions, uptake greater than the liver, and then they couldn't have significant negative lesions that could lead to poor responses. And here's the PFS. So looking at the Kaplan-Meier curve, there's about a 5-month benefit in PFS. This is radiographic PFS, imaging based. And these patients experienced not only a PFS, but there was an OS benefit of 4 months. And that may not seem like a lot, but in patients, again, that have a 12-month life expectancy, typically, this is, increasing their likelihood of living by, from 12 to 15 months or 11 to 15 months, that's a third more of life. So the nice thing about this drug is that it also led to improved quality of life and pain outcomes in these patients. And so they looked at the FACT-P score, which is a standardized score for looking at a quality of life, and in the blue is lutetium-177 PSMA, and the red is the standard of care, and these patients did significantly better. The next trial was after chemotherapy, so very, very end of the line, sick patients, seen a lot of therapies. The next was to compare it with chemotherapy, and really the holy grail that we're trying to achieve here in the field is, chemotherapy is toxic and it's hard, and the less we give of it, the better for patients. And so this is comparing chemo with this therapy. And this is a waterfall plot. On the left is cabazitaxel. On the right is lutetium PSMA. See that these patients, 66% had a greater than 50% PSA reduction versus 37% with cabazitaxel. So there was a better response. And there wasn't a survival benefit between the two. However, if you looked at in that table on the upper right, there was more grade 3-4 toxicity in cabazitaxel at 53% versus 33%. The next trial that was recently actually published is the PSMA-4 trial. PSMA-4 basically is before chemo. And so it's moving up line now, first line in castrate-resistant disease. These patients should not have had chemo, and they either get this new drug or they switch up this androgen receptor pill. And there's a significant PFS benefit by 7 months in that setting as well. What's also really cool is if you look at the type of responses, when you give chemo and ARPIs, the likelihood you repeat a PET scan and the cancer goes away is pretty low. In this case, about 2%, but it's 21% in patients who received PSMA-directed therapy, and then more partial responders as well. Just like the other trials, patients had better quality of life, less pain. So that's the kind of definition of terms and understanding the landscape, particularly in GU. And now I'd like to share with you a little bit about the challenges, opportunities associated with starting and building a multidisciplinary program for a health system. And it's been my pleasure and opportunity to do for the past 3 or 4 years now. I wanted to share with you a little bit about our footprint. So I work at both Intermountain Health and Utah Cancer Specialists, both a hospital and a private practice setting. And Intermountain Health, we cover 7 states, 25 hospitals. There's dozens of medical oncologists, radiation oncologists. And Utah Cancer also covers 3 states, 10 locations, a good amount of medical oncology, radiation oncology. And we also have independent radiology partners, nuclear medicine physicians we work with. So just to share a little bit of the story. So PSMA RLT launched in 2022, and it was launched at one central location in Salt Lake City. And that serviced all, patients from all 7 states. And at the time, it was only radiation oncology as authorized users. There were some challenges in that rollout. Their winter weather particularly led to discontinuations and less new starts in our southern Utah area. It's hard to get up to northern Utah. Southern Utah is more of a desert climate and warmer, where you have a lot of snowbirds. And then, in northern Utah, the weather can be hard in the winter months. And so we also had some logistic challenges with managing patients remotely. It wasn't easy. And dealing with referral from patients with no history of chemotherapy, sometimes inappropriate referrals led to patients traveling up, for no reason or what have you. And so as we first started, then we thought, how do we scale RLT delivery to address population needs without compromising quality? How can we do it, take this from one center and then really roll it out to benefit the enterprise? And looking at definitions of quality, within medicine, there's a lot of different definitions of it, but the Institute of Medicine, it defines quality as the likelihood of a desired health outcome, consistent with current professional knowledge. And IOM gives domains of quality: safe, is it effective, equitable, efficient, timely, patient-centered. And so we looked at a few things we cared a lot about. We want to be focused on access and driven on outcomes, and make sure that we're adhering to guidelines and appropriateness of treatment. What does that look like in practice? Well, it looks like providing continuity of care as an authorized user. That can be either nuclear medicine or radiology. We felt like it was important to have face-to-face encounters. We felt like it's important to have nuclear medicine read these scans. And the reason why is, it's really important to understand the likelihood of benefit, as we shared earlier about how those scans determine response. We anchored on nuclear medicine technicians to infuse as they inject radiopharmaceuticals, dozens of times a day sometimes. And we anchored on their expertise. We also built a centralized RLT tumor board. But who should be the authorized user? And this is a debate within the field of medicine right now. And, sometimes we don't know between radiology and radiation oncology if we're fighting or hugging, if we're working together, working against each other. You have capabilities on both sides of the aisle and strengths and weaknesses on both sides of the aisle. And really what this has generated, what people call a turf war. They see the future of this and the potential not impact, but also economic benefit to departments. And there is, certainly this is happening in different institutions. And to me, I see a turf war, and we saw a turf war for what it is, and it's been described in behavioral science as organizational pathology. I think that's accurate. Usually when you have turf war, it means that you're not organized appropriately. And it's really counterproductive from an access perspective, because if you only look at, if you are siloed and you're focused on only one approach, you're missing the ability to impact a heterogeneous organization and impact care. And we also know that highest quality of care is achieved with multidisciplinary input. I mean, that's a no-brainer to people who've been in oncology. So we built out this collaborative leadership model between nuclear medicine, medical oncology, radiation oncology. I have great colleagues that I work with. We also decided to do a shared AU model. So in other words, just pick a system that makes sense and stick with it. And so we don't have to continue to make these decisions over and over about who is the authorized user who's doing these treatments. Is it a nuclear medicine doc or a radiation oncologist? So we divided it based on presentation. And basically, if somebody has a cancer that's managed by radiation oncology, typically, for example, prostate cancer, they'd be involved. NETs and GIs, usually not, so not so much. And then we looked at the likelihood of incorporating external beam radiation. I talked to my colleagues, and a lot of them were like, hey, this is kind of a waste of our time. We don't really like to do it. And I of course, love it and am fascinated by it, but I'm not every radiation oncologist, feels that way. And so we talked about, well, what about if we kind of focused on the likelihood of incorporating external beam, patients who would need both? And so we limited radiation oncology involvement to those with oligometastatic disease, those requiring palliation up front, big bulky lesions, areas with high-risk disease. And so this was the dream. We'd have 1-to-1 ratio of radiation oncology at nuclear medicine and at each side. But the reality is it didn't really work that way. It's really hard to find radiologists, nuclear medicine docs in the community. They're mostly academic centers, and the ones in the community are often just really busy reading scans. And so as we're building this out throughout the enterprise, we're going to be limited, and we have been limited to our other sites being radiation oncology. But centrally, we do have awesome colleagues in nuclear medicine who've helped us grow our program. And so we really transitioned to this hub and spoke model, with the hub being nuclear medicine and radiation oncology as authorized users. But then, and then also that's where we have our administrative support and clinical trials. And our spokes are really due to mostly radiation oncology, with face-to-face continuity of care being provided, connections in the community, helping us maintain those referral pathways and the natural likelihood of the way things work in each community. What anchors us is our RLT tumor board. This is really important to our program. We meet bi-weekly. All RLT cases are presented in the system. And all team members are present, including our medical physicists, Nikki Mon and Kirsten de Campos. They're present. They participate. We also have our nuclear medicine technicians, administrators, molecular imaging physicians, or nuclear med docs, and medical oncologists, radiation oncologists. And we also make sure that our patients are evaluated for clinical trials. And just looking at kind of our growth of our program over the last 3 years, we gave our first dose in 2022. We implemented a multidisciplinary program about 6 months afterwards. We also did SPECT CT, and that really was helped by our partnership with the nuclear medicine. SPECT CT helping us assess response after cycles. And we opened 3 additional sites. We opened our first trial last year. As I'll share later, Nikki Mon received a Marshall grant of SMI for remote dosimetry. We treated our first clinical dosimetry patient this year, and we've also rolled out our phase 1 program, and we'll be opening up 2 additional sites this year. But really, the thing that I care most about with all this is improving access to care. Really, when we were in one site, one location, drawing in from everywhere, it provided a benefit for a period of time, but we soon outgrew it and needed additional systems in place. And as we built out to incorporate these other centers, we were able to improve our reach, and now Southern Utah patients, that's our busiest center in our whole enterprise ever since that was opened up in March of last year, and just recently we're up to 22 patients on treatment there. So the next thing I wanted to touch about is to talk about some of the upcoming trials initiatives, the things that I'm excited about in the field that could have some impact on where this field is going. It's not just, as I'll describe, it's not just another systemic therapy. I think there's a lot of opportunity to wear both of our hats as radiation team members and physicians, and not just oncologists. And so the things I want to touch base on are some novel ligands and radionuclides, and then also touch on dosimetry. There's a lot going on, but I thought I'd just focus on this. And again, going back to the platform. So as you remember, there's as part of radioligands, there's the new radionuclide, the ligand, the linker, and the ligand. By changing this out and fine tuning and improving the ligand, you can improve the specificity potentially and decrease the toxicity. And just to give you an idea of scope, we're identifying targets in every single disease site you can imagine, everything from breast cancer to lung cancer and brain cancers and leukemias and things like that. This is one molecule in particular that I'm excited about for multiple reasons. But this is TLX 591, and instead of a small molecule, it's attached to an antibody, and the antibody, because of its binding ability, it's retained longer in tumors, and because it's retained longer in tumors, it's also more specific. And basically, instead of doing 6 cycles, you're able to deliver therapy in 2 cycles because of that longer tumor binding time and less dose. And so in this schema on the right, it's only 2 cycles, and it's given every 14 days. And for a cancer program that's focused on bringing cancer care closer to home, this has a lot of value to us. And so it's 2 cycles, and looking at the organ dosimetry with this more specific ligand, you've got, in the pink is the PSMA 617, so that's Pluvicto, and the blue is 591. And as you can see, there's more dose being delivered to the colon, to the kidneys, to the salivary gland, but then for TLX 591, it's much less to all of these. And so less dose to these normal structures, as we know, results in better tolerated treatments. So this is the trial. It's called the ProstACT Global Trial. It's a phase 3 trial with a dosimetry lead-in. We've now put 2, soon to be 4 patients on that trial, and so far it's been good. The other thing is if you have increased affinity, the likelihood that you could increase the response as you target this ligand, as you can assume, if you really bind stronger to those ligands, you can give a stronger signal and you can give a better therapeutic response. And this, for example, this is a molecule called SARBIZ PSMA, and the different aspect of this ligand is that you've got, instead of 1 PSMA binding domain, you have 2. And with 2, it binds stronger. And you see that in the product concentration over time on the right in the tumor. At hour 1, in the black is just a single binding domain, and in the gray is the BIS PSMA, or both. And so over time, that binding and retention is much more. And that's resulted in the Clarify trial down in the middle of the bottom. The Clarity is the company that has developed this, and they have both a theranostic and a diagnostic. And this is some of the results of the COBRA trial. On the left is Pylarify, or F18 PET, and this is a PET scan that is commonplace. That's what we use in standard of care currently. And then the middle is the novel diagnostic radiopharmaceutical, and on the right is the therapeutic. And I'm sorry, on the right is the day one, so it's 24 hours later. What's interesting about this imaging protocol is that you give it at day 0, then you image it 24 hours later, and because it's retained longer, that signal to noise ratio improves at 24 hours. And so you see this retroperitoneal lymph node on the left that you couldn't even see on the Pylarify, but at day 0 and the day 1, you see this slight signal and then this more dramatic signal at day 1. And so the concept here is that if you bind longer and stronger, you're going to see it better. And the value proposition is that over Pylarify has a 40% likelihood of nodal detection. It's good on bone, but it's not great on nodes. And so really, if you can bind to these cancer cells better, particularly in the lymph nodes, you can visualize them better. And in this trial, in the Clarify trial, it's a trial where we give this new imaging agent before surgery and see if at surgery that we do a good job at predicting lymph node metastases. And that's been so far, we've put about 10 or 15 patients on that trial. It's been, we've seen some really interesting things. So, so far we've talked about new ligands with the same target being PSMA, but there's also new targets. And we're going after new things. GRPR, gas-resistant peptide receptor, is a target that's being looked at. That's a potential pan-tumor or multiple tumor types. Particularly, I treat a lot of breast cancer, and I have particular interest in this because GRPR is expressed by breast cancer cells, particularly ER positive ones. So you have a gallium-68 labeled NeoB ligand that then binds the tumor cells. And then with the theranostic paradigm, you switch that same ligand with and you switch out the diagnostic gallium with the therapeutic lutetium, and that delivers a lethal dose to the cell. So this has led to the Novartis phase 1 NeoB, our breast RLT trial, which we have open as well. I'd like to talk a little bit about radionuclides, and I think this is the right audience for this. Sometimes with my medical oncologists, this is when they doze off a little bit, but I think among our physicists, you'll appreciate the exciting things that's going on with the radionuclides. So right now there's a great debate and investigation about beta versus alpha particles in radiopharmaceutical therapy. Alpha particle being a larger particle, a helium atom, which has a lot of bulk to it versus an electron. And really what we see in the tissues is for beta emitters such as lutetium-177 and Y90, you have low LET, long range, and as you can surmise that it travels further, so it could hit normal tissues more. But it's a little bit lighter hitting, so maybe not as consequential. With alpha emitters such as actinium-225 and lead-212, this is where we have higher LET, it's shorter range, so you hit stronger with a shorter path length. With beta radiation, the mechanism of action in cell death is single-strand breaks, and you have tumors that develop resistance and repair mechanisms to single-strand breaks, whereas with alpha radiation, you have double-strand breaks because of the higher LET and ability to create damage at that level. There's some thought that these beta emitters may be less effective for small micrometastatic disease because the path length and the LET and the ability to actually target and find and hit DNA is challenging when you've only got one cell. So on the right side, it's challenging to have a binding to that cell and actually deliver a lethal dose. You really need an aggregate of cells to increase the probability and likelihood of creating damage and tumoricidal dose. There's been some data to suggest that this is true. So this is Actinium-225 PSMA, the Warnth cohort study. So multi-institutional, mostly in Europe and South Africa. These are patients who have had likely Pluvicto, had lots of chemo, heavily treated. Again, typically these patients live less than a year. And these patients had a decent response. They had a median OS of about 15 and a half months, but they did have a lot of toxicity with xerostomia. That's more than we saw in the VISION trial, about 70%. And some may suspect that these alpha emitters, although they don't travel as harder because they are able to at least hit the adjacent normal cells, that the harder hitting molecule creates more damage. And so, there's a couple of different, so what people are doing is they're taking the same target, which in this case is a dotatate, or going after SSTR with a dotatate ligand. And the drug on the market on the left is Lutathera, and then they're just switching it out with an alpha emitter. For example, it Rays 101, that molecule. But within alpha emitters, there's really a debate about actinium versus lead. And why is there a debate? Well, they each have different properties and each have different benefits and also potential downfalls. So actinium, it's really challenging. The manufacturing process is really hard. You have to find a precursor that's rare, that it is often harnessed from nuclear facilities and such as the national lab, and it's hard to find it, or you could generate it by with a bombarding it with a linear accelerator, but it's hard to image is the other challenge to it. But the benefit is it has a longer half-life. It does have a lower dose rate, which means longer exposure. Easier logistics. It's easier to ship actinium from New Jersey to Utah because of that long half-life. But there's also the potential kickback alpha particles that people have surmised could increase kidney toxicity. With lead, it's much easier to manufacture. It's easier to image because of the gamma emission, but it does have a shorter half-life. It's only 10 hours instead of 10 days. So you really got to produce it close to where you're going to deliver it. But it does have this higher dose rate, which could increase cell kill, and then it preserves the delayed immune response, which could add to synergy with concurrent immunotherapies. So this leads to just more challenging logistics, but better imaging, potentially better effect. Another thing wrong with lead is that it doesn't have the greatest history, and it's got a PR problem for good reason. We don't do lead parties anymore. We don't do lead paint anymore for a reason, because it's toxic. And as a physician, telling patients that I'm going to inject them with lead may not sit well with folks. So certainly there's downsides with lead on that aspect too. There's a lot of radionuclides that are being investigated right now. Terbium-161 is another one. And what's kind of cool about Terbium-161 is it has both the short term and the short and the long play. So in other words, you have a beta as a part of terbium, but you also have an Auger, which is which has a shorter path length. And so the thought is like, well, maybe we can harness the capabilities and the power of both a beta and Auger can give us a little bit of both worlds. And Michael Hoffman presented some phase 1 data on this at ASCO last week. The future of radioligand therapy is really exciting, and I wanted to share this graphic for you all. In the center is in this spherical plot is what's in the market currently. That's Lutathera and Pluvicto. And then in the darker blue are the phase 3 trials that are going on. In the medium blue are the phase 2. And then in the light blue is phase 1. And then in the brown is all the preclinical assets that are being investigated. And so you can see that there's really a pipeline that these therapies are being investigated at a rapid rate. And because of their increased ability to advance from one phase to another, due to the simplicity and the understanding of the platform and knowing that radiation works. And if you just find a target, it's, that's specific, it's probably going to be tolerated okay. These trials are advancing at a good clip. And so I think there's a lot to anticipate in terms of trials, and then ultimately drugs to the market. Has a potential to really shift paradigms within oncology. Lastly, I want to talk about dosimetry, and really there's this understanding within the field of radiopharmaceutical therapy that we don't really know who we are. Are these therapies, are they drugs or are they radiation? Because depending on how you look at them will determine how you use them, how you investigate them. So is it a drug? Well, if these are drugs, then you have categorical treatments, just give what the trial gave, right? It's prescription dependent, and you just treat until you have normal tissue injury. Well, in radiation, we don't do that, right? We cater to anatomy and tumor burden, and we determine that's what the patient needs. And we look at tumor dose and OIR dependence, and we model risk of normal tissue injury based on measured exposure or modeled exposure. And so modeled and measured. And so looking at this, here's a patient, there's 2 different patients with different tumor burdens. And in radiopharmaceutical therapy, should we give them the same dose? Because right now we do. And so comparing the 2 different approaches in external beam, we model radiation exposure. We design it, and then we use DVHs to predict of organ exposure, and we look prospectively. Well, it's different in RLT. We actually do, it's retrospective, it's measured. You give somebody the dose, and then you measure where it went and the organs that were exposed to it. And so it's a little bit of a different paradigm, but there is data from other disease sites and other radiopharmaceuticals that show that dosimetry does have an impact on patient outcomes. So Y90 in liver metastases, the Dosisphere trial showed that if you, in this phase 2 trial, when you personalize the patient's dosimetry in these 31 patients, trying to get over 200 gray, compared to 29 patients who just had standardized dosing, that these patients did better. And in fact, they lived an extra 16 months longer when you looked at their Kaplan-Meier curves there on the right. We also have some data in lutetium dotatate and Lutathera. In this study, they looked at 96 patients, and what they did was they just kept giving Lutathera until the kidney dose exceeded tolerance. In level 1 was 27 gray in less healthy patients. Level 2 is 40 gray in healthier patients. And they looked at, and these patients got at least 5 cycles instead of 4. So on average, they got an additional cycle. And, we had patients that had a decent response to this trial. 16% had partial response, which is actually good for Lutathera. Most of the time it's stable, and 2/3 it was stable. And the median PFS and OS was 29 and 47 months respectively, and without a lot of extra toxicity. So proud of my wonderful physicist, Nikki Mon. She got a grant from SNMI, a Marshall grant, to establish a centralized dosimetry process with peripheral SPECT-CT image acquisition throughout our program, and super proud of her and the great things that we're doing. We're presenting, we have an oral presentation at SNMI coming up this month that she and our other physicist, Kirsten DeCampos, are going to be a part of. So conclusion, radiopharmaceutical therapy, it's a novel approach to treat cancer, to harness capabilities of both imaging and therapy. current systems in healthcare and medicine are not naturally equipped to deliver RPT on a wide scale, but you can do a system-based multidisciplinary care model that can scale high quality, care over a wide area. And then also there are many exciting innovations and advances within radiopharmaceutical therapy that could alter the landscape of cancer care. And wanted to thank you, and it's an honor to be included in this. And here's our team that incorporates both nuclear medicine technicians and on the left, and our physicists on the right, and the doctor with crazy ideas in the middle. It's me. And just can't speak enough to how amazing our team is, and what an exciting time to work together on. So that's what I've got, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Thank you so much for your work in radiopharmaceutical therapy over the years and your excellent insights during this presentation. I do have one question for you. And first, I wanted to congratulate you on recently accomplishing the SNMI Comprehensive Accreditation in Radiopharmaceutical Therapy. You are now a Center of Excellence. Would you like to talk to us a little bit about that effort, the involvement from the different specialties that you touched upon: radiation oncologists, nuclear medicine physicians, radiologists, medical physicists, potentially radiation safety office, so on and so forth? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you spoke to it. There's a lot of people involved to become a center of excellence and really to just deliver this care in general. We had to meet certain threshold for volumes of patients for that, specific to not only Pluvicto, but Lutathera. And what really put us over the over the hurdle to becoming a center of excellence was developing dose. You had to be dosimetry capable, and so for us, we had to build out our dosimetry program, which Nikki was a big part of, and not just through the grant, but just locally. We also had to do clinical trials that incorporated dosimetry and PK or pharmacokinetic analysis, and taking hot blood samples. And that involved a lot of involvement of RSO, making sure, starting a research program from scratch. I mean, Intermountain has never, ever had a radiopharmaceutical research clinical trial. And so we had to do that from scratch. And so meeting with RSO, making sure everybody was okay with us, with our protocols, going over protocols with our physicists, our nuclear medicine techs, our radiologists, our administrators, getting everybody in the room that needed to get in the room to understand what we were doing and why we're doing it. And then, building out that team and reinforcing protocols that we've developed. And, it's been a big lift, but it's been really fun because, there's not a lot of, most of these things are being done at academic centers. If you look at comprehensive centers of excellence, more than 90% of those are academic centers. I think we're one of 2 or 3 that are community based, and so it's been a fun and but certainly it's a huge multidisciplinary effort.
So from the moment you decided that you wanted to pursue this accreditation until you actually completed the process, how long did it take?
About 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And that's just because we had to shift the culture of Intermountain. We had to, and also, Intermountain's not historically a research institution, and we had to convince pharmaceutical companies to let us open up trials. And then the process of opening up one of these trials for the first time ever in a community setting with lots of fun bureaucracy, it took a long time. And so it took about first we became a clinical center of excellence. That took us about probably 6 to 12 months. But then to become a center of excellence, it took us about 2 years.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Brad Lofton of Camp has a question next.
Dr. Booth, that was a great talk. Thank you for that. In my opinion, and I think you would share this, it seems like nuclear medicine as a subspecialty of radiology is in decline and has been for a long time. In light of all these new wonderful RLTs coming online, why do you think that is, and what can we do about that? Just your opinion.
Yeah, sure. Nuclear medicine, this is what they've been dreaming about ever since iodine. And, and they've tried with strontium, and they tried with Bexar and Zeppelin, and these didn't really reach the commercial success that anybody had hoped for. And it's really, we're now in kind of the golden age of nuclear medicine. Ever since Lutathera was a proof of concept, and then Pluvicto showed good early clinical trial data, there's been a huge resurgence of interest in molecular imaging and nuclear medicine. And so the challenge is that they are not equipped with the manpower to really deliver these therapies everywhere. And so that's why radiation oncologists are important, because they're in the community, and most of the academic nuclear medicine physician programs are doing these. There's only about 12 or 15 academic centers where rad-oncs are doing it, but it's the exact opposite in the community. The majority of these therapies are being delivered in community centers by radiation oncologists. And so it really requires working together and trying to get SNMI and Astro to both look at each other's relative strengths and work together to deliver these life-prolonging therapies, because some centers have become entirely dogmatic and siloed and refusing to work with one another. And all that does is result in stifled innovation and commercial success and impact. So I think it's important to work together.
Thank you, Dr. Booth. Any other questions for Dr. Booth this morning? No? Oh, yeah. Ryan Price.
Hey, thanks for the great talk. You spoke a little bit about the outreach of your program to various hospitals in seemingly rural areas in the Mountain West. I'm just wondering if you could speak to your guys' approach to quality control and standardization of practices across all these many centers as you roll out this technology.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the clinic, to me, there's the patient selection, and appropriate delivery is really important, and that's where our tumor board is crucial. All patients are presented at our tumor board and reviewed with multidisciplinary input, and determine whether or not these patients are appropriate for therapy. The other thing we do is after 3 cycles, they're all presented again. And we do that because we don't want to just keep patients on this expensive drug. This is $45,000, $48,000 a cycle. You don't want to just keep somebody on a drug if it's not working. So we also review those, tumor board after 3 cycles. And so that's the one, one of the things we do for quality. But in terms of like standardization, we have, checklists and timeouts, and we do, our nuke med techs do a 2-person check on dosing. And Nikki Mon and is really helpful, and our nuke medicine administrators, in making sure that when we roll out, it's done in a similar way. And so it's on the clinical level, and then it's also on the administrative protocol level. And for our clinical trials and our dosimetry, Nikki and Kirsten have painstakingly developed clinical flow maps with checklists. And it's really fun to kind of take a process and then make it granular and specific and roll it out to multiple sites.
Thank you very much, Dr. Booth. We appreciate the presentation today. Any other questions from the audience? No. Okay, so I think we are on time, amazingly, for our first break. We need to come back around 11:30. A few housekeeping items. Restrooms are in the back. These doors will lead you to the patio. We have some coffee tables out there. There's a little sit-down area if you want to take a phone call. And let's be back here at about 11:30. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you, Ryan. So next, I have the pleasure of introducing Robin Miller, a physicist with Northwest Medical Physics, but most importantly, the president-elect of AAPM. for 2026. Robin, thank you for being here.
Good morning, whatever time zone we're in. I'm still adjusting. Sorry about that. I'd like to thank Savas and the Rocky Mountain chapter for inviting me to come to the chapter meeting. I'd like to thank you all for attending. I think the chapters are a very important part of participating as a physicist. And I'd like to thank the vendors. They are our partners in what we do in whatever part of medical physics that we participate in. So our partnership with our vendors is extremely important. Savas, will you tell me how to change the slides? Which button is it? Oh, yeah, sorry, technology introduction. Okay, fantastic. So we do learning objectives. So I'm going to go through them pretty quickly. The first one is we're going to understand the structure of the AAPM just a little bit. We're going to navigate opportunities for engaging with the AAPM. And since I have the podium, I get to share some of my personal thoughts with you. The presentation won't necessarily follow the order of the learning objectives. So first of all, for conflict of interest and disclosures, I don't really have any other than to tell you what I share pretty much represents my opinion, my experience, and what I've learned over the years. And I'm going to ask you to actually share with me at the end if there's something that you think I have neglected to talk about that's important to you, or something that you wish someone had told you, please tell me. It's an opportunity for me to help spread the word and share things that maybe are underutilized and lesser known. If you're interested in my history of the AAPM involvement or any other AAPM member, you can find it on their profile page. I've been an AAPM member for more than 25 years, but less than 50. And I actually had a comment of someone who said, really? You break it into 25-year increments? Is anyone like a 75-year plus member? Like, not that I know of. I do identify as a clinical medical physicist. I did diagnostic a long time ago, but I've always been in the clinic, always. And I am officially your president-elect for the AAPM as of January of this year. And I want you to engage with the AAPM. And if there's something that's bugging you, what I've learned now as of January is I'm unofficially the complaint department, which is okay. I can't always fix what's wrong, but I can usually figure out who can. So if there is something that's annoying you or that's not working, and we'll talk about some things that aren't working in a minute, let me know, and I'll do my best to get it all sorted out. So the AAPM has a mission and a vision statement. And a very important reminder is what is a mission statement? In fact, almost all the organizations that you work for have mission and vision statements. So the mission statement basically defines the organization's purpose, what it wants to achieve and how it wants to get there. It's the what and the how. The vision statement is the desired future state. Although I would say our vision is pretty much our constant state, our pre-state, our current state, and our post-state. But this is kind of what overall guides the AAPM and what we do. So the AAPM is completely a volunteer-driven organization. Without the volunteers, we don't really do much of anything. We have about 300 committees right now. We're trying to be more efficient, and about 1,500 of our 9,800 members participate in those committees. So it's about 15% of the membership. To give you some perspective, elections are open right now. We'll talk about those in a minute. And about 21.5% of eligible members voted in the 2024 election process. I'm going to ask you to participate. What you need from the AAPM is pretty dependent on the officers that you choose to represent you. And so look at their bios and please vote. Voting is open. It opened June 5th, and it is open until July 3rd. The mileage that you get from the AAPM will vary over your career. This is pretty common. So the AAPM is pretty much always under construction, whether on purpose or not. We always have new officers that are changing, new initiatives. And recently in 2024, we got a new executive director, which was a very big change after 30 years with Angela Kaiser. So David Gamble is our new executive director, and he brings a very different perspective and a very different skill set to the AAPM. This is a very complicated slide that started 10 years ago with John Boone, and Todd Flicky has zhuzhed it up a bit and then handed it off to me. This far exceeds my PowerPoint abilities, so I'm giving them all the credit, but this is where you're going to see a picture is worth 1,000 words. So the AAPM got its start with ramps in 1945. This is sort of the precursor before AAPM even started. And by 1955, we had 3 AAPM chapters. Our first annual meeting was in 1958. We did not incorporate until 1965. When we had 50-ish members, maybe a few more, and only 16 board members. A few more chapters. Here you guys are in 1973. Science Council, Professional Council, and the Education Council followed rather quickly in the 70s. Medical Physics Journal was founded in 1974. A few more chapters came along. ACMP came about in the 1982. The ABMP didn't start until 1987. CAMPEP was incorporated in 94. The JACMP came into being in 2000. So if you're going to look up here, so Arizona was the last chapter that was formed, and that brought us up to 21 chapters where we still are today. Admin Council in 2010. The AAPM acquires might be a tough word for some people. I would say that the AAPM merged with the AACMP, slightly kinder. And then the AAPM now has the spring clinical meeting, which used to be the ACMP meeting. And I don't know if any of you, some of you might have been in Las Vegas not too long ago. It was a great spring clinical meeting. We bought a building in 2015. Our new headquarters are in Alexandria, Virginia. And when we started, by the way, we were in New York City. And International Council is our last council that was founded in 2020. And we're around about 9,800 members right now. So this is pretty much the arc of AAPM from start to where we are right now. Whoop, I double clicked. Okay, so let's talk about the AAPM reporting structure. A lot of people think that XCOM's at the top. We're not. The membership is at the top. And XCOM is actually a subcommittee of the board. And we report to the board. The XCOM acts on behalf of the board because the board only meets this year we'll meet 3 times. XCOM meets at least once a month, sometimes more. Your chapters are separate entities. You have your own bylaws and you get to file your own taxes. Task groups and working groups are usually under the councils, but the board can sometimes have some working groups. We do have standing committees of the board, and that's strategic planning, FinCom, there are some other ones. And then sometimes the president can make their own committees, and those are called ad hocs. Todd Palicki vowed not to have an ad hoc. He did not. We'll see where Mahesh lands at the end of the year. I'm going to try and follow in Todd's footsteps and not have an ad hoc, but make committees in the structures that we have now do some of the work that still has yet to be done. So who's on the board of directors? For an organization of our size, we have an enormous board of directors. It's about 50 people. Not all of them vote. 38 of those people get to vote. The 38 members that vote are
the executive team, treasurer, president-elect, chairman of the board, president, and secretary. Then we have 21 chapter elected board reps. And I'm sorry, who's your board rep for Rocky Mountain chapter? Imran. Okay. And then you have board members at large. And there are 12 of them, and 4 of them get elected every year. Board members get to serve a 3-year term, and then you get to sit out a year before you can go back on. This is the 2025 election slate of candidates. You can nominate from the floor. There is still time, and you have to be nominated by 2 or more full members to be able to do that. What I do want to talk about is diagnostic representation on the board. This has historically been very challenging. And when diagnostic people run, and they do get to run as board members at large, typically that vote gets diluted. One of the things the Northwest chapter has tried to do, I would encourage you to do, is try and stick a diagnostic chapter representative in periodically if you can. The reason this is important is being a member of the board, being a board member at large or being on the board is a prerequisite to being an executive committee officer. And it's not a rule, but it is a historical guideline. We alternate presidents between diagnostic and therapy, and we just don't have that many eligible diagnostic therapists to run for president. So we need to make sure that that pipeline stays open and available, and that there are solid candidates to be able to run from the diagnostic space. And nuclear medicine, as we heard earlier, gets even harder to find a nuclear medicine physicist. The other thing I would say is, if you run for board member at large, you might have to have some tenacity. You can run and not win the first time. That happened to me, came in first runner-up. Just be patient. Arjit Bhagwal had a fantastic presentation last year at the annual meeting about resilience and about running for things or asking to be on committees and getting turned down. And it was a lovely presentation, and his tenacity paid off. So just keep trying, say yes where you can, hit up officers that you know, and we'll try and do our best to make sure that you can get involved. So who are the non-voting members on the board? There are 13 ex officio members and guests, and if you're elected to the board, but your term hasn't started, you're a designate, you get to go to the board meetings, you just don't get to vote yet. So there are 5 council chairs, an AIP board representative, and that would be Bruce Curran right now. He's finishing up his term in the spring. There's a parliamentarian, new to the position starting in January. It's Emily Soisson. It had been John Anilak. And you'll notice if you go to a board meeting, there's a pretty big shift in philosophies about how we adopt Robert's rules. And that is the parliamentarian's job. And then we also have an executive director, and that's David Gamble. And the council chairs, the vice chairs can be included. Again, they don't get to vote. This is the current executive committee. There are 5 elected officers, and technically David doesn't get to vote, but we don't always vote so much. The presidential chain begins with your year as president-elect. John Bayouth and I were talking, he's a past president, and he called the president-elect year his presidency residency. And I have to agree with him. There is a pretty steep learning curve. And then you get to be president for a year, and then you're chairman of the board. The secretary serves 1 3-year term, and Sonia is currently our secretary, and her term ends at the end of 2026. So next year you'll see an election for secretary, and then treasurer gets to serve 2 3-year terms, and Sam will finish in 2027. Mahesh is pretty special. He has been our treasurer for 6 years, and now he's president. By the end of his chairman of the board term, he will have been on XCOM for 9 years. It's a lot. This is your AAPM civics lesson. I will keep it to 2 slides. There is a big difference between rules bylaws, and articles of incorporation. The rules are owned by the board of directors, and the board of directors reserves the right to change the rules. The bylaws are owned by the membership, which is why bylaws votes go to the membership. Like dues increases is a bylaws change that goes to the membership. It's a pretty long runway to get a vote to come to the membership. The articles of incorporation, that is a legal document that basically establishes the organization's existence. One thing on the internet basically called the articles of incorporation an organization's birth certificate. That's what that is. Changing articles of incorporation is not easy to do. And we were incorporated in Washington, D.C., so we follow Washington, D.C. law. So we have all of this stuff, but nobody knows where to find it. The most important thing that I have found is this compendium document. Let's see if I can make this work. Right there. It's not quite AI driven, we'll get there, but on the governance page, you can type any word in the compendium document and it will come up with the rules or the bylaws or the policy that has something to do with it. Like if you stick dues in there, everything that applies to dues. This is a very handy place to go. I think Emily, our parliamentarian, and this will get to be really good buddies. But this is a handy place. I took some liberties with this slide. This slide is actually supposed to be a bicycle. Bicycle doesn't go with my theme, so I changed it up. What is the board of directors' role? What are they supposed to be doing? They are actually supposed to be strategic. They're supposed to be visionary. They're supposed to work on our values. And the back wheels, that's supposed to be operations. What I will tell you is the AAPM has not necessarily adhered to this. It's been more of a sliding scale, and we're working on making the board more visionary and less operational, and having the committees and headquarters work more on the operations side of things. We're getting there. And for those of you who, this is an autocross picture, that is me hitting a cone, also earning a 2-second penalty, which means that it was not my best run. We have a new strategic plan. This was adopted by the board in 2024. What's a strategic plan? It's basically something that's going to outline our priorities. To simplify it, where are we putting our money? What do we want to put our money on? Workforce is kind of woven into all of this. I'm going to read my notes because I have too many. So let me get this right. Our strategic plan is the most important document to us right now. And we have a matrix that's going to track how we do. We had an organizational plan previously. David Gamel's skill set, our new executive director, is in this space. And what I asked him in February of last year, what he thought of our strategic plan, he very kindly stifled a chuckle and told me that what we had been working on before was very nice, didn't really qualify as a strategic plan. So advancing the contributions of medical physics, what does that supposed to mean? What are we supposed to do with that? And it's basically to advocate for our contributions as medical physicists and to basically champion what we do and help us move into new spaces. And that's like, how do we make ourselves useful in theranostics, which is obviously exploding. Advancing new computational technologies, a fancy way of saying AI. AI is moving very, very quickly. How do we position physicists so that we can talk intelligently about it? How can we be useful in the clinic to understand where AI can help us and where AI could be something that could potentially mislead us in a way that we're not aware of, and help guide that in the department and in the hospital. Improve health equity. I know those could be some fighting words depending on your political side of the fence right now, but it's basically access to healthcare. And we heard them say a lot about
Dr. Booth was talking about Southern Utah access to have to go all the way to Salt Lake City, and how weather and time or just distance can play a role. And for those of you, at least what I heard, there were like 3 physicists in Wyoming. Access to healthcare in rural settings is a problem, and we know that. So we're going to try and work, at least from the physics side, to improve that. And then enhancing organizational sustainability. The AAPM has not necessarily done a good job of looking internally at the processes that we have, the technology that we have, and is this sustainable not only for the next year, but 5 years and 10 years out. So these are our goals. Technology. I don't know if any of you have been to the AAPM website lately, but sometimes it works, and sometimes it does not. And Slavis and I talked about this because the professional survey was delayed in having that survey open this year. So there are known issues, and we have a hardware problem and we have a software problem. So our mindset for the longest time was, if we had a need, we wrote custom software. And all of that hard-coded stuff ended up on systems and operating systems that are old and outdated. We have hardware that is 20 years old. It was behind the firewall. We have a server running Windows XP. Not anymore, but you can see how if you can't keep the operating systems up to date, stuff is going to break. So I know that talking about our IT department basically got laid off at the end of 2024, which is a bit of a sore point with some of you, and I understand that. We need to make some very strategic changes to the way AAPM thinks about its hardware and its software. So I'm asking for some patience. There is going to be a monumental change. I would say it's like cutting blocks to go into MLCs. Just wait for it. But there will be some tools available soon. It's been really frustrating that committees have had to do things on Google Docs and Dropbox, and depending on your institution, you can't access those. So collaboration has been severely constrained, and that's just not going to work. So we're working on it. Now we're going to change gears entirely and take a detour. And I like that you are the land of enchantment. So I want you to think for a minute. Why are you a medical physicist? Who influenced you? Maybe inspired you? Who coached or mentored you? I haven't met many 6-year-olds who say, I want to grow up and be a medical physicist, unless their parent is one. So something happened along the line that changed your thought process and made you want to become a medical physicist. And the reason this is important is because we need more of us. And then I want to challenge you to think about, how do we get better at what we do? How do we become great at what we do? How do our doctors, like Dr. Booth was so complimentary of his physics team. That's really amazing and a testament to that physics team, because not all radiation oncologists feel that way. So there's a traditional way of doing this. We go to school, we learn a couple things, we practice, we graduate, or in our case, maybe we graduate and then we do residency and we practice there. And then you go out into the world. Think about this as contrasted with sports. You're never done. There's a coach. There's a coach for every sport that we have. We all have blind spots. You might not admit to them. Even if we have a problem, do you know how to fix it? And somewhere along the way, you may actually stop improving, or maybe you stop wanting to learn about a thing. So I would say coaches are great. We have a little bit of a generous definition between coach and mentor sometimes. Coaches are really another way of perceiving your own reality. Coaches usually drive the goals, and they will
work on a specific skill. With mentorship, the mentee drives that relationship, and what you work on in a mentorship relationship is really up to the mentee. I would say coaching, mentorship, find a friend. And the reason I think that's important is because I don't think if you're an expert, you don't need a coach or a mentor. I think wherever you are in your career, whatever your discipline is, everyone can benefit from having a mentor. We'll talk about coaching for a minute. When could coaches be helpful? You want to switch careers. You want to go from being a diagnostic to a therapy physicist. I would say maybe you should go the other way. Go from being a therapy physicist and go into nuclear medicine. You're not certain about your future. You're not sure where you want to be. You want to become a professor, and you might need a coach or a mentor to help you do that. You feel really frustrated or stuck where you are. You don't like your current environment, or you want to achieve something and you're not really able to see that pathway very clearly. What about a mentor? Your mentor can help with a few things. You can develop some skills, and they can help you point out those skills or a way to help develop them. They can help you with career challenges, help you reach professional goals, and they can really keep you accountable. And this is where I feel mentors are probably good and bad, because sometimes you don't want to hear the feedback they have to give you. But accountability is really important to reach that next level. Okay, you're looking for a mentor. How do you find one? Well, you need to know what you're looking for. And I would suggest you want more than one. You want a handful. And they're going to change over time. But you want to know, what kind of support do you need? Where do you need to improve? And who's the best person to help you navigate through that space? And then maybe, what do you like to do? Why be a mentee? So there are so many benefits, and this is just such a small number. Mentors, if you're a mentee, the mentor can help you make sure that you're on track and give you a little boost. I wouldn't say so much of a kick as a little nudge in the right direction. A mentor is usually a really safe place to test ideas and plans. Your spouse might get tired of hearing about all the physics stuff. Mine spouse, I can see there's a look. Too much physics, you move on to someone else. Your mentor can encourage you to take a risk, encourage you to make a move, or do something you might not have the confidence to do on your own. They can give you feedback, again, feedback you might not want to hear, but if it's someone you know and trust, you're likely to listen to them. And it's actually someone you can celebrate your successes with. How do you find a mentor? AAPM's got a program. I will tell you, sometimes the website works, sometimes it doesn't. The chapter is a great place to find a mentor, but it might be someone too close to home. So consider reaching out, use a meeting, make a connection, try. The matching program that we have, and it will end up changing next year, is totally driven by the mentee. You sign up as a mentee and you look at all the mentor sort of bios and profiles. And the key to this is there's a keyword search. So say you're a new chief medical physicist and you're not feeling certain, you can just type in chief or director, and it will bring up those people who are that, and you can match with them. The mentee gets to pick up to 3 mentors, and the mentor then matches with you. The mentee totally drives this. There's a resource handbook that's fantastic that tells you how the whole process works. And there's a liability release. But there's also a, I would say, a no-fault divorce. If you don't feel like your mentor is being supportive, or the mentor doesn't feel like the mentee is working out, you can break up with no fault assigned to anyone. People might not all agree with this statement about talent not being created equally, but I would say that all of us agree that opportunity is not created equally. And I think that that is someplace where if you have a mentor, the opportunity spectrum can be a bit normalized and really help out. We're ending our detour back on Highway 66. and the cars moved along. I have to show you the small amount of fancy graphics that I can do. Okay, so we're going to switch gears a little bit. We know there's a workforce shortage. Well, what are we going to do about it? I know people think that it's attributed entirely, a lot of people think it's just the residencies. I would argue it's way more than just the residencies at this point. So you might actually recognize a bunch of physicists in the next couple of pictures. So in 2017, they started something called Med Phys Whiz Kids. Try and say that 3 times fast. This happens at the AAPM meeting, and it's for kids 12 to 17, and it will be actually happening in DC as well. So if you bring your kids, feel free to sign them up. And they teach kids about medical physics. It's really cool. New this year is Med Phys Explorers, because of course the name has to be different. And this took place at the spring clinical meeting for the first time. And there was an experiment that showed radioactive decay with M&Ms. You can do this with your kids. It's hilarious. Just Google it. The kids and the parents were so involved. It was amazing. And I would tell you some of the parents were actually way more excited than the kids were, but it worked out. And we took them to see the vendors too. The vendors were lovely about all of this. Alciachi is in West Virginia, and they definitely have a workforce problem there. And he has been going to high schools for years and posting about it. I do think more outreach is happening than people realize. They just don't always post about it. And I think that's okay. But if you want to present to high schoolers and you're not really sure where to start, reach out to Alf. He would be delighted to share with you. He speaks not only at high schools, but also at college physics classes as well. So that's one way to build our pipeline and explain to people what we do. Okay, there are things about the AAPM that are more hidden than I think they should be. On the AAPM committee tree, there is a section, information for AAPM members. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that shows up. There are minutes available. There should be minutes. That is a pet peeve of mine. I will make chairs post their minutes. But there are also, there's a handbook. I'm going to show you here in a minute. There is a volunteer handbook and a leadership handbook. And they really unlock some of the secrets of the AAPM. In the leadership handbook, the volunteer handbook, people often write reports and don't know what happens to them and where they are and where they go. And our process for creating, writing, and reviewing reports, I get it, it's got to change. We can't have a TG in review, a task group in review for 3 years. That's not the longest a task group has been in review, but it's quite common. We're working on that. But I want to point out that there is actually a volunteer handbook. More interesting, however, to me, is the leadership handbook. Leadership handbook, wait till you see the table of contents. They did a great job. So the Medical Physics Leadership Academy put this leadership handbook together. And I would say, even if you're not in a leadership position, there are things you might want to read. So first, drafting an AAPM ad. I don't know if you've used the yellow pages. It's one of the way it's committee classified. It's one of the ways you can look and see positions. Just bookmark that for a minute. We'll have more on that in a minute, but wait. Assigning a contrarian to your committee. This actually is helpful in regular meetings and managing conflict within a team. So one of the things that the AAPM committee sort of structure and being involved can teach you is what to do in a meeting and what not to do in a meeting. And that's for your own department and with your own people. So you might be able to pull some gems out of this handbook if there's something that you're finding frustrating already in your own department. MPLA, so where do you find it? So at the very bottom of the AAPM website, for now, I would like to point out that there is a little button that will get you there. We're going to talk more about, and MPLA is the Medical Physics Leadership Academy. And Buried in there are a bunch of case studies. And the case studies are really interesting and they're very relevant for people in the clinic. Don't criticize me in public. It's a really good one. How do you lead as a lead physicist? Also really good. So it's basically pulled from what they use in business school. And it's that format for writing a case study. These are also published in the Journal of Clinical, or the JACMP. So they're published there as well. But you might find these interesting reading. The other thing I want to talk about is cohorts. Cohorts started as a fundamental group tackling skills like empathy and influence for physicists. And it started about 5 years ago, and it was not even on here. It was before leadership fundamentals and pathways in AAPM. It opens usually right after the AAPM meeting, and it's a 9-month commitment. And again, you're going to meet in small groups and talk about things. I did the pilot study, and then I did it for 2 more years as a facilitator. And even though it was the same topics 3 years in a row, the group dynamic changed the discussion every single year. It is a little group therapy, I'll be honest, but the spectrum of physicists that you're talking to go from student to senior, and to see the variation in perspectives is really helpful. And as you gain trust, people really open up, and it's a way to really talk through things and work on solutions. It was very valuable. And you meet once a month for an hour. You can also self-study if you don't want to take the trouble to commit for 9 months. You can just go and read the homework, and it's like a couple TED Talks and some questions, and you can do the cohort's information totally on your own. In our annual report, we have something called the ENR Fund, and that's basically the Education and Research Fund, and it falls under the Development Committee. This is a fund that we haven't, it's been kind of a sleeper. Michelle Wells just took over as chair of this committee, and you're going to hear a lot more about ENR. We've made a strategic decision to put all the awards that we give to people, instead of having them come out of operations now, they're going to come out of the ENR fund. At the end of this year's annual meeting, the closing party is a fundraiser for the ENR fund. Okay, we're going to change one more time. So something that I think is helpful about this particular chapter meeting is your vendors actually sit in the room where you have your meetings. I've seen chapter meetings where the vendors are outside or in another room, and they're not sure whether they can join for talks or not. AAPM meetings, I don't know about your chapter meetings, most of them are open. AAPM committee meetings are open to any AAPM member, whether you're voting or not voting, unless you're in executive session. The executive committee meets in executive session all the time. But all the other committees are available, even the board meeting. You can sit in on the board meeting. And I'm going to show you how to get there. Industry scientists and physicists, they don't actually always feel welcome to sit on committees or be part of task groups. And I want to just blow that notion up. Just that's not the way we roll. AAPM's fueled by volunteers, and our vendor physicists and industry scientists are totally capable and welcome to join task groups, MPPGs, and reports. They've even changed the fellow criteria so that our industry scientists can reach the level of AAPM fellow, and I think that's very important. So under this Get Involved, it's on the home page. You will see the meeting schedule. Almost all of our meetings now have gone virtual, but you can join any of them. You don't have to, it's nice if you give the chairman a heads up, but joining a council meeting can be very enlightening. It also can help you understand whether it's a committee you actually want to try and join and sit on. How do you get involved? So under career services, I know it's a weird spot. There's committee classifieds. These are the yellow pages. There are 30 open positions for committees right now, and you just apply. Sometimes you have to apply often, but just apply. Okay, some things are changing, some new things. One of the things that's happening is they're going to plan a summit. It was supposed to be in 2025, but we just didn't have a long enough runway. So there will be a summit in early 2026. The facilitator usually calls these grand challenges, but AAPM and medical physics, we already have our own grand challenges. So what is this summit that you may have heard about already? We're basically getting visionary medical physicists together to tackle these three things. Artificial intelligence, we heard about that this morning. Diagnostics, we heard about that this morning. And sort of frontiers in new spaces where we can be. If you've ever heard Jeff Sewardson talk, he talks about medical physicists in the surgical suite. So we're going to look at new frontiers and new places where we can expand our roles and what we do. And this is really meant to be very visionary for really outrageous ideas and things that we can do. And you'll hear more about this throughout the year. The annual meeting format is changing. I've got a slide on this in a minute, but more importantly, I want you to know that the business meeting and town hall are completely virtual this year. And almost no one seems to have missed that. No one's read that email. It's completely virtual, and it's going to be via Zoom on Thursday, July 17th. Everything on the AAPM website is in Eastern time. Please know that. I've made that mistake, so you can adjust your time zone accordingly. But this is an opportunity, if you're not going to the AAPM meeting, to go to the business meeting and go to the town hall, because the town hall is your opportunity to basically ask all your burning questions of the board and the officers. The other thing I want to bring up is the dates for the RFPs for all our meetings are changing. The RFP for the spring clinical meeting is already open. I'll show you a slide in that in a minute. I do want to take the time, it's come to my attention. People don't really know what the request for proposal, what an RFP is, and a proffered talk. So the RFPs, the request for proposals, that's a 1-hour talk where you're going to put in an abstract and a couple speakers, usually 3. And that's that session. The proffered talks, those are the 8-minute talks with 2 minutes for questions. And that opening for the meetings is typically later than the RFPs. So this is what the new AAPM annual meeting format is going to look like. The board meeting is now on Friday before the meeting, which is why the business meeting and the town hall are going to be virtual. Saturday is going to be an AI specialty meeting. More on that in a minute. Sunday is a full day opening with a keynote speaker. It used to open later in the afternoon. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are full days. And for the first day, or for the first time, we're going to have an advocacy day. We're going to have physicists on the Hill. Talk about that in a minute too. There was a boot camp on AI last year. The one this year is completely different. That might not be obvious, but the content and the directors are different. And it is Saturday. And this registration, you can find it separately, but you can also register for the AI boot camp and the annual meeting at the same time. Advocacy Day. So AI and advocacy are 2 of Mahesh's biggest initiatives. We've not had an advocacy day before. We're going to go to the Hill. There will be training for this. You don't want to go to the Hill without training. And that will be the Wednesday before. If you can stay and do advocacy on Thursday, I would encourage you. And this is why. The staffers, the senators, and the congressmen, although usually we meet with staffers, they only meet with their constituents. So you have to come and represent your geography, your location, or no other AAPM member is going to be able to do that. So if you can stay, I highly recommend that you stay and participate in this way. And there's a QR code that it worked before. Hopefully it works today. What if you can't go, but you want to complain about a thing? We're actually we have an advocacy page now. We have a take action page. AAPM, it might not be obvious. There's been a lot of letter writing this year. There have been a lot of changes with the White House, if you haven't noticed. And some of it really impacts AAPM and impacts us directly. And so there have been a lot of letters that we've been writing in collaboration with other societies, but also we've been trying to be very careful to monitor what's going on. But there are ways we're trying to make it easier for people to contact their respective congressperson and senator to say they either agree or they don't. Spring clinical meeting next year is going to be in Orlando. And like I mentioned before, the RFP is already open. If you're curious about what you might want to see, if there's something that hasn't been presented, submit an RFP. If you're curious, just go to the AAPM website. You can look at the program from prior years. They usually don't repeat topics very often, but at least you can see what's open. And then I happen to like the spring clinical meeting. It's not as overwhelming. The annual meeting can be overwhelming for people. The spring clinical meeting, I like to call it a super chapter meeting. It's very clinically focused. And they've started having proffered talks as well as invited talks. So this year's meeting was really solid. Next year's AAPM meeting is in beautiful Vancouver, British Columbia, and I've been assured that the Canadians will still have us. I'm very close to the border. We're monitoring how this is rolling. The RFP opens early if you want to participate. And so everything's sort of happening a little earlier. It should be a beautiful meeting, and it's joint with COMP next year. And then I'm going to tell you that there was a physicist who unfortunately is no longer with us, who compared physicists to platypus. If you want to know what that's about, there's his talk. I really want to thank you all very much. And again, it's important to me. You're here, so I know you're engaged with AAPM, but AAPM has a hard time providing value for everyone, especially those in the clinic space. And so if there's something that you think that would be helpful, I really want to hear from you. Thank you. Take yeah, that's fine.
So I'm really, I guess, glad that you're doing advocacy days, and I'm having been part of like user committees for synchrotrons and such. They do similar things, and we also had the problem of finding the correct person to to visit with each congressman. I was wondering if you've considered doing. I mean, you said that you're working with other professional societies. I mean, it seems like there's common cause with accelerator groups elsewhere. With the AAAS, with the APS, is there, I mean, an outreach to try and do a science day? That Congress has done them before, and then do outreach, have all the groups do outreach afterwards, and maybe help each other find people who are in each district, because it was very challenging for us to find synchrotron users in Utah, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I will definitely take that back. We are working. So the APS is actually having a meeting right after us in Washington, D.C., and we're trying to find ways to collaborate. We are letter writing with Astro, letter writing with ACR, letter writing with SNMMI. So there's been collaboration in that space. Advocacy Day is new for us. So I think we're trying to get our feet wet. Astro has been doing it for a really long time. And so we want to see how it goes. But I agree that there is room for collaboration to escalate all of this to make it better for everyone.
Thank you for the nice talk and the roadmap. I'm always super proud of APM. I shudder to think what we would be like as physicists if we never had APM develop into what it was. My question is related to your differentiation between coaching, mentoring, and I also want to add in professional peer review in there. I feel like physicists, like you said, have a lot of blind spots. And I feel like those three aspects of mentor, coaching, and peer review are kind of one of those things that we don't do well enough as physicists as we should. How would you go about encouraging and implementing that on, especially on a chapter level?
Okay, I'll try. So, full disclosure here, I was on MPPG, I think it's 15A. So there was a TG 103, which was the first one on peer review. And it was rewritten recently with actual examples and templates for how to do peer review. They're Excel spreadsheets, they're sort of buried, but they're handy. So I think peer review is underutilized. One of the things that's helping peer review is if you go for accreditation, you're pretty much going to need to do either self-peer review or peer review in some form. It is helpful to self-peer review first before you let somebody else do it. I've known physicists who will partner with each other and review each other's practices somewhat, I won't say outside of telling their administrators, but with no cost. See, the administrators, you have to sell your administrator on the cost for a peer review, which from an outside reviewer can be expensive. Accreditation is a brutal way to do a peer review, but that's exactly what it is. And it reviews not only your physics program, but everything else. I do think that peer review might be too much for some people. So you might start with a peer-to-peer on a program, a specialty program. You're starting a GYN HDR program and you know someone who has one. And so you start out more gently with what are the best practices, what have you learned, and do it that way, which just seems to me a safer model than a whole jump in. But I do recommend the MPPG on peer review. I am our director of peer review for my group, so I'll just share that. I do a lot of peer review, and you get to see a lot of things. Some of it is blind spots. Some of it is legacy. We've always done it that way. And so it's hard. Does that help, Olivia? Did I even touch at answering your question?
Any other questions for Robin? Brad.
Thank you, Robin, for your talk. Real briefly, committees, subcommittees, task groups can often be an endless churn, right? Without a lot of focused direction. Is there any kind of strategy from the AAPM about how to better support chairs, about how to make them more productive in a shorter amount of time? If you can comment on that.
We are trying to make the AAPM more efficient. And even when you volunteer, you'll see that some committees are more time consuming than others. Some committees suffer from, I would say, their chair is overextended and has good intentions, but doesn't have time to do the work. So, and there can be frustration. Also, I would say the AAPM right now is suffering from duplication of effort. I would say, you know, that turf battle that was talked about before, are we hugging or fighting? That can be the relationship between councils trying to do the same thing, and we're working on it. Our structure doesn't always do us any favors. Unfortunately, the committee outcome and efficiency is often based on the chair. And they're volunteers, and we don't fire volunteers very well or very often, but there are pathways to trying to make things better. So if you know of a specific incident or something, we will try. For me right now, the frustration is the difference between MPPGs and TGs and the fact that no one quite understands and how long it takes for them to get into the community. And for MPPG adoption, MPPGs are the minimum standard. And I will readily admit, now that I'm being recorded, that my group as a cohort does not entirely all follow MPPG recommendations. And that's the minimum standard. And that's tough. That's tough for me to swallow, tough for me as an auditor. So we need to do a better job of communicating what things are. And I am starting to tackle the MPPG versus TG. I showed the students, it was Godzilla versus King Kong. That was the cartoon that I used. But just to try and explain why the recommendations aren't consistent. Why? Like, people get very confused. So we have not done a very good job communicating things.
Just kind of on that same line, I would love there to be an outlet at least for members. Like, I find myself in a working group that is, I had no idea when I signed up for it, it would be lasting as long as it's lasting. And I think you're right. I think it's just, I don't think it's malicious that we're on it. It's just inefficient. So if there was a way to, I don't know, like help organize the working groups that are out there and understand, okay, when did this start? When was the actual, like, when were we supposed to be done versus when are we actually done? I think just understanding that is like, you know, it's one of the first committees I ever volunteered for. So it was like, oh, I'm like, oh, is this what they're all like? And I don't think that's true. And I think just understanding that as like an AAPM member, when you're signing up for these things, if there was a way to, I mean, yeah, I could always leave or something, but just like to actually understand the expand, like how long it's supposed to take would be under. Oh, and then also a way to reach out to AAPM, be like, hey, could someone look into this a little bit for me? And like, answer like, well, how much longer are we on this? That'd just be helpful.
Thank you, Nikki.
So a couple options. If it's sort of the way it works at work too, like your supervisor or your director, that's not working out, you can step it up one more level. You can also reach out. Sometimes at the working group, you don't have an AAPM staff person as your assigned person. They can also help smooth some of that out. They're trying to fix, they're trying to get more staff involvement. I have mixed feelings about that. I'll be blunt. But some committees work better than others. It is a function of the chair. But I will tell you, here's that secret. Is that a person you're going to want to work for? Because if they're running the committee that way, and it may be a time constraint. I mean, I do want to show grace for that, but that might also be the way they run their department. So that might give you some insight into, do you want to work with that person? Do you want to work for that person? That can be an interesting way to sort of suss that out.
Thank you, Robin. Any other questions, comments? We're good? Okay. So I'm here to steal 3 minutes from your lunch break because we have a very last minute development, and that is Zachary Whips, a resident at the University of New Mexico, Department of Radiology, decided to participate in the Medical Physics Slam. And if you haven't seen one of those videos, it's an experience. So I'm going to try to download it right now because he just sent it to me. And then after we play the video, Zach's going to take some questions. Why don't you do it while I'm getting ready here?
So the slam is actually something that's very hard. So we've always had young investigators, and I'm sure you've seen a young investigators presentation. The slam, not going to remember what the acronym stands for. Remind me. Do you remember, Zach? Okay. It's a 3-minute presentation to lay people that gets judged. And I'm going to tell you, it's hard to take a physics concept and now you're explaining it to lay people, and you have to make it interesting, and they have to understand it. And we have a competition at the AAPM national meeting. So all the chapters can submit one person, and then they compete at the annual level. And if you've never been to a slam meeting or a slam competition, it's amazing. And it is really, really hard. Like, try to explain how to calibrate or do TG21 or TG51. Sorry. Wow. That was a throwback. Try and explain TG51 to your grandmother. That's kind of the way this goes. Yes, exactly. Yep, absolutely.
Okay. So while I'm waiting for the email to come through, I wanted to thank Robin for mentioning the Advocacy Day. So one thing that most of you may not be aware of is a new, fairly new working group that the AAPM has established, and that is the state champion. So basically, at the state level, we're looking for physicists who are willing to advocate for physicists, whether it may be contributing towards legislation, so on and so forth, or Advocacy Day is like an example of one of those efforts. So we're lucky enough today to have 3 of us state champions, 2 from New Mexico and 1 from Colorado. And if there's a 4th one and I don't know about it, please let me know. Oh, Ryan, and okay, so we have 3 state representatives, actually 4. So Kate in Colorado, no? You, Olivia, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I apologize. See what you're doing, Robin. You want us to get involved with all these committees. We're getting our committees confused. Ryan in Utah, and Dr. Selwyn and myself for the state of New Mexico. So thank you all for volunteering. It's going to be an experience. And I want to volunteer one more thing, that medical physicists were up on the hill long time ago, before we actually decided to advocate for medical physics. Back in the day when the Navy medical physicists were installing digital diagnostic X-ray machines for the X-rays to be read through teleradiology at Bethesda Naval Hospital. So I'm guilty as charged. I put the first one in there back in 1998. I don't have the presentation. Do you think we might want to try to put it on a... You can? Okay.
Sorry about that.
We could. So you want to go ahead and start lunch and then we present?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Give me 2 minutes. I'm so sorry about that. The real issue is that UNM really locks down our computers for putting things into thumb drives. You have to, like, you know.
Security groups.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That is, sorry, let me just.
I think it will ask you to log in. Yeah.
Yeah. Super sorry about that.
No problem. What is it doing?
It just needs a dual factor authentication.
Oh.
Yeah.
So we don't want to save this. Okay. Ryan, do you need to do something with the mode to play the video? Okay.
I mean, you could also just drag it over the other screen unless you needed to see something.
You have it? You don't even have it yet.
Down. So sorry. Won't even load the thing from the secret.
Is it working?
Can I plug in my computer? Is that possible?
You can,
but it's the.
We're gonna have to connect the Zoom and the meet issues to be able to.
There we go. There we go. Thanks.
What are you getting stuck doing?
I was just trying to log it. It's on my.
Oh, yeah. This
Is it asking me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Passkey say what? I don't know what that is. Passkey created.
There we go.
Okay.
Aha. Success. Download. There we go.
And I would just open it on that screen
As
over
far
there.
as like sharing it with the remote people.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zach Lips. I'm the current imaging physics resident at University of New Mexico. And I'm going to talk to you today about really a QI project.
All right, guys, this is it. Thank you so much for your patience. Go ahead, start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zach Lips. I'm the current imaging physics resident at University of New Mexico. And I'm going to talk to you today about really a QI project that we started a couple of months ago. And as you can see from the title, it's about enhancing CT patient positioning with my caveat below it that hopefully it's in a fun way. We'll see if that's true. But I'm going to ask you to bear with me because it's only a 3-minute talk, but there's a lot of setup we need in order to get to the punchline. So let's get started. So first, what's positioning? You might have some idea already just from the word, but in short, when you're in a CT scanner, the best place for you to be is smack dab in the middle. And being a couple centimeters too high or too low can really affect the scan. We'll talk about that in just a second. But as it turns out, getting a patient-centered is not the easiest task in the world. The human eye isn't perfect, and most of us aren't perfectly flat. We're sort of blobby, especially around the midsection, and judging that center by eye can be sort of tricky. And before we go much further, the other super important part of positioning is something called a scout, also called a topogram, a localizer, a pilot. It has a whole host of names. But before you actually get scanned, the tech has to tell the machine where in your body they need to look. So instead of guessing blindly, you can take a simple 2D X-ray, like this one here on the right. It's a very low dose way of giving the system guidance. And well, why did I bring that up? Why does it matter? We talked about positioning, but what happens when you position a patient incorrectly? One of the great things about modern CT scanners is that they can adaptively change the dose you get so it's optimized for everyone who steps into the scanner. But in order to do this, they have to guess at your size. One of the fundamental facts of X-rays is that larger people absorb more X-rays, so you need to use more in order to get a good image. Well, in a CT scanner, if you aren't centered perfectly, say you're too low, well, the scanner thinks you're bigger. The closer you are to the X-ray source, the more magnified you are. And the less accurate the scanner can estimate your size based off of that scout. It'll think you're bigger, and it'll give you more dose, or it'll say you're smaller, and you won't get enough dose to get a good image. And if you're paying attention, you may ask, well, why not just take another scout from the side instead of top down? Well, it turns out this is a historical artifact. The side view, also called the lateral, was not standard of care at UNM for most protocols. We did introduce this as part of our attempt to enhance positioning, and I'm happy to take questions later if you have them, but we're also attempting to enhance positioning at UNM through education, which is what I've been focused on. So finally, here's the punchline. As part of the technologist's education, we designed a workshop to give them more specific training on positioning. And as part of this workshop, I decided to make a little game, anything to make it more memorable and fun and more hands-on, right? What you're seeing here is a program I wrote that gives real-time feedback on how well a technologist centered a patient in the CT scanner. It's nothing complicated, nothing crazy. It segments out the patient's body. In fact, I kind of threw the kitchen sink at it and used AI to more robustly segment the body, but that was unnecessary. Then it finds their center of mass at the thickest point, fits the field of view of the scanner to get its ISO center and compare them. In this workshop, we used this anthropomorphic phantom you see here on the right. The tech will attempt to center it, take a scan, and the program will take that CT image in and tell you exactly how well you did to give you feedback on whether you should raise or lower the table. It's super simple, but it's just fun enough that technologists, especially if they're the competitive type, will get engaged. They'll scan, I'll give them their results, and they'll really want to go back and try to get it perfect. It's just enough to get them interested, and hopefully it'll make it stick just how crucial patient centering is. So thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Zach, for the presentation, and thank you for the participation in the MedPhys Slam. You were the only contestant this year, and by default, the winner. So thank you, University of New Mexico, for providing a contestant. I didn't have to twist your arm. So any questions for Zach? I know you all want to go to lunch, so. Oh, we got two. Patricia, go ahead. Brad.
But yes, it is just, it's super simple. You just see an arrow that says you're up.
Great. Robin.
Further working. Give it a month. I'll have it.
You may need.
Yes, exactly. That's
You may need to fly to Seattle for a demo, I think. Okay, let's go ahead and break for lunch. Lunch is going to be served through 1:45. So go ahead and enjoy the lunch. I hope you'll like the selections and come back and let's meet with our vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
That's what.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I didn't know that we would. Can I get everybody to come back in and assume positions for part 2? Thank you all. Can you get the doors? Thank you, Reed. Okay, we're only 10 minutes late. Thank you, Dr. Smedley, for being patient with us. We already started the recording, so we're about to start part 2, the afternoon talks. For the next talk, we have somebody visiting us from the Stanford Linear Accelerator National Laboratory, SLAC, somebody who used to be here in the area working at Los Alamos for quite a while. And he loved it so much, he decided to come back. So Dr. Smedley is going to talk to us about the use of diamond detectors for proton and gamma therapy. Dr. Smedley?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be back in New Mexico. I love it here. When I left, I realized this was the most beautiful place I would ever live. But a little bit. So I'm a national lab rat. I started at Johns Hopkins, but I got my PhD basically from Brookhaven National Lab. I was at BNL from an undergraduate intern to a group leader, and then I came to Los Alamos for 3 years, was a group leader here. And now I'm in strategy at SLAC, so I'm not actually developing devices myself anymore, but I hope that if this spawns some sort of connection between the medical physics community and the diagnostic, the beam diagnostics community outside of medical physics with any of the groups that I've worked with in the past, that would be a success for me for this talk, because I have not seen in a career in accelerator physics a lot of connection between our communities, and I really think it should be stronger. So, and I want to note, I've collaborated with a few medical groups, mostly at Stony Brook, but I have no medical experience myself, and I will not be. I speak a different language than you. I was well into my career before I learned what a monitor unit was. So, okay, so I'm going to start with the principle of operation of diamond devices and what we've accomplished in other accelerator settings with these devices. If anything that we've accomplished here could make patient treatment better, then I would love to hear about it and love to help you make the connections that could make that happen. Because there's a lot going on diamond has become a very important material in accelerator diagnostics broadly. All right. And I'd like to see that extend into the medical community to the extent that it's useful. We have done some limited work with collaborating with Stony Brook on delivered dose for gamma machines. And I was asked to write learning objectives. Hopefully these are useful. Through my talk, hopefully I'll answer these 3 questions. All right, so why diamond? So diamond is a wide band gap semiconductor. All right, it is very resistant to radiation damage. It has the highest thermal conductivity of any material. It is therefore very radiation hard, and it allows us to make devices that have basically zero dark current, basically zero background, all right, and are incredibly fast and have an incredible dynamic range, all right, and they are in most cases beam transparent. All right, so the applications for which diamond is most useful are beam imaging, where the beam is still delivered to the experiment. All right, so it's a beam diagnostic where you're not destroying the beam. All right, I believe that that's also useful for diagnostics for radiation therapy, but I want to hear from you about that. So the way these devices work, it's always excited electrons undergoing a chain of electron-electron scattering to create electron holes in the material, and then we collect the electrons and holes. All right, that's how these devices work. How you create the excited electrons varies with what you're putting through the diamond. All right, so in other words, if it's low energy photons, you're doing photoelectric absorption to create the energetic electrons. If it's electrons entering diamond, you can directly begin the electron-electron scattering chain. Protons create electromagnetic scattering, which excites electrons, and high energy photons undergo Compton scattering, which creates energetic electrons. But it's always energetic electrons creating electron hole pairs that we're using to sense with these devices. You may have seen fluorescent diamond detectors. For reasons I can go into if you're interested, materials that are good at fluorescing are bad at charge transport. So you do one or the other. You either do fluorescent diamonds or you do charge collection. I'm going to be talking entirely about direct charge collection, which is fast and has a very high dynamic range. All right. So this is I'll talk a little bit more about dynamic range, but I'm showing you 6 orders of magnitude dynamic range here. It's interesting in taking this data, there's not one detector you can compare against. All right, the top here is actually calorimetry. We're heating up a block of copper with X-rays because the silicon detector would melt that we were comparing it to. And then we have ion chambers. At the low end, we have silicon detectors we can compare against. But all told, we've demonstrated that diamond has a flux linearity of over 11 orders of magnitude. Okay, so we can do position sensitivity with our quadrant devices that's about 0.1% of the beam size. So here I'm showing data that's for a 40 by 40 micron beam with 40 nanometer position resolution. People in the community have gone down to 5 nanometer position resolution for 5 micron beams, and that scales upward as well. So if you have a millimeter beam that you want to know where it is to the micron level, we can do that with a diamond quadrant. So they're fast. This is showing the 500 megahertz X-ray beam from the synchrotron at Brookhaven, and we can resolve each individual pulse. All right. We've built, I'll talk to you about it later, but we've built a transparent camera. This was actually the world's first transparent camera, and it was an R&D 100 finalist in 2016. And these devices have been commercial. The quadrant versions of these have been commercialized and are now broadly used as synchrotrons around the world. Okay, so I'm going to be talking primarily about single crystal diamond devices. For most applications that I'm familiar with, single crystal is a good choice because it has very low field required for full collection, and therefore it allows you to do direct calibration from theory. In other words, you know what the mean ionization energy of diamond is, and therefore you don't need a secondary calibration to know the flux measurement. The flux measurement comes directly from the interaction of the photons or electrons or protons with the diamond. For polycrystalline diamond, you can see that the absorbed charge depends strongly on the bias that you apply to the device. You need and you never quite reach full collection. So polycrystalline devices require a lot more calibration. The advantage of polycrystalline devices is that if you need a large area, the synthetic diamonds that we use are only available in sort of sub-centimeter sizes. So if you need a detector that's bigger than that, it's pretty much either has to be tiled or it has to be made out of polycrystalline diamond. Okay, again, we can do 11 orders of magnitude in flux linearity. I said something about timing. This is looking at the camshaft mode at the synchrotron in Chicago, the APS. They have one big pulse and then a train of following pulses in the ring. So this is the electrons in the ring. What I'm showing you is measurement of the photons that come out of the synchrotron. Okay, and what I want you to take from this is the incredible linearity of the device that allows you to sense big pulses, individual pulses, and also the individual small pulses, and you get the same ratio as the current ratio in the ring. All right, so the device is linear even in pulse by pulse mode, at the nanosecond level. Okay. This is to show the responsivity with photon energy. Here I'm showing up to 20 kV. I'll go above that in a couple of slides. Now, the details of why the features that occur here are not so important for this talk, although we've done a lot of work looking at the physics in these structures. But this curve, the fact the responsivity is very low at 20 kV, might make you wonder, well, hey, our gamma therapy is way above 20 kV. How could you possibly use it there, right? So, so it looks kind of useless at high energy, right? Except that we're saved by Compton scattering. So once you get above the photoelectric threshold, materials are dominated by Compton scattering. And in Compton scattering, it's the density of electrons that matter. So not only does diamond, the responsivity go back up, but diamond also has a better responsivity than silicon because it has a higher density. This shows out to 60 keV. This shows the flux linearity at 67 keV. But this sort of response continues all the way out into the MEV range. So we do see gamma responsivity, and I'll show you gamma data later on. We've made a lot of complex devices with these. I'm going to go through them quickly, but this is a device that has a diamond membrane that's 4 microns thick, so that we can do transparent devices for 2 keV photons. This is an all diamond device. We build all diamond devices when people care about the metallization and the absorption lines that come from the metal on the surface, or when we're worried about material damage. However, I think that in your community, when we were working with Stony Brook, at least, there was some interest in having implantable diagnostics for for surgeries that were very close to critical nerves. They wanted to have small diagnostics that could be implantable. And the nice thing about having an all carbon device is that it's all carbon. So we can make a detector. This detector has no metal in it. It's just carbon. It's just diamond electrodes on top of a diamond sensor. Okay, so we can make something entirely out of carbon that's a sensor. Okay, and this is just showing the flux linearity of those and the position sensitivity of those devices. I will say that for very high current beams, the carbon contacts have a limitation of having higher resistance than metal contacts, but that's generally not been a problem for us. So this is showing off our transparent beam imager. For the device demonstration here, I'm going to look at 8x8 channels. The actual device that we built has 32 by 32. But the idea here is that you measure current along 8 vertical strips, and you change the bias. You use the fact that diamond has basically no dark current, so that you only collect charge from the strip that's being biased. So you can build up an image over time by cycling the bias. All right, and we can do that at 32. We can move the imaging, the bias at a kilohertz, so we can actually get video rate imaging even for 32 by 32 strips. And I mentioned this was an R&D 100 finalist, and I have a little movie here of the thing working, which the time we're very proud of. So this is showing. Now remember, this device vertically and horizontally, the physics are very different in how it works. So this is it mounted in an X-ray beamline with this is what the lithography looks like with 32 channels on one side. You can see the wire bonds for the other 32 channels there on the other side. Now I'm going to show you a horizontal motion and vertical motion. The UI reads back the motion as if the machine, the device is working the same way vertically and horizontally. Although the physics is totally different, right? Because in one case we're switching bias, and in the other case we're just reading off strips. And this is showing the real use case for this is to be able to dynamically focus the X-ray beam. So we can, while we're delivering beam, we can change the dimension of the X-ray beam. And this was a big impact for X-ray user science at synchrotrons. And this device is now commercially available. And I don't get anything from SIDE or from Advent. I guess I should have said that at the beginning. I'm not involved in any of these companies except that I've worked with them on SBIR. But there's also was a push, and this was really cool, that they took our design and they improved it at the Diamond Light Source in the UK. They improved it in 2 ways. One, they did it with buried electrodes. They took a laser and wrote the electrodes inside the diamond. All right, so there's no way that anything can get shorted or whatever because the entire device is buried in the slab of diamond. They graphitized the carbon and created graphite wires. Okay, and secondly, they instead of switching the bias the way that we did, they applied RF bias with different frequencies on each line, and then used a Fourier decomposition to rebuild the image. So they can they can do images much faster, and the entire device is buried. So if you wanted to implant this into someone, you're just implanting a piece of diamond. All of the mechanism is inside. So we were very interested at SLAC in doing this for FELs because X-ray lasers are our thing. So we've looked at how to make this device with a work. Obviously, for an FEL, FELs are great devices for X-ray physics. They deliver an X-ray brilliance there's beyond compare. No other device it comes close to the brightness of an X-ray laser. The problem is their stability is poor. So each X-ray spot is unique. We give them names, and so if you want to know anything about an X-ray spot, you better get it from that one X-ray spot. You cannot build up an image over time the way you can with a synchrotron. Synchrotrons are rock solid stable. They'll be stable for 12 hours. You shape the beam, it'll stay that way. All right, but not so X-ray lasers. All right, we need to be able to do it shot by shot. We had an opportunity to test one of our devices with a 1 month lead time. All right, at the SwissFel. And so this was a challenge for my group when we were at Brookhaven to build this device that we could do it in 1 month, and we accepted the challenge. It was I mean, we got some things right. You'll see later we also got some things wrong, but it was definitely a good learning experience. Also interesting that at this time, TSA would allow us to bring a huge vacuum system in our in our checked luggage to Swiss. My luggage didn't survive, but the system worked. The system survived fine. This is our device installed in Switzerland at the beamline, and these are the properties of the beamline. That's not so important except that we tried two tests of linearity, both pulse mode, so looking at individual pulses, and total current mode, looking at integrated beam flux. And the total current mode I'll show you first. And what I'd like you to see here is that we demonstrated more than 5 orders of magnitude of linearity. However, you see that it does deviate at the high end. All right, and this is what we were looking for. We were looking for what the charge density limit in the device is. Like how much charge can you put into a device? This is a problem for ion chambers as well. How much charge can you put in before the device deviates from linearity because of the space charge within the medium? All right, and that was a property that had not been measured for diamond. Spoiler alert: we didn't get it with this measurement for reasons I'll show you, but we did get it with a later measurement. All right, so what we saw was that although our linearity in current mode was decent, our linearity in charge mode, where we're actually looking at pulse heights, was poor, and the reason was that the pulses were stretching out in time. We were seeing a space charge effect in the devices. So this is what the expected full beam charge would have been, but you see it rolls over and doesn't get there. All right, this is not due to radiation damage. That's all I want you to take from this slide is before and after we scan the response of the device. If you go back to slower X-rays, it's still uniform. The pulse shape has nothing to do with damaging the device, so it still works fine for synchrotron X-rays. So we identified this. So this is the problem we were trying to get at: the space charge in the material. We built onboard capacitors because when you're trying to measure something that's over in a nanosecond, well, nanoseconds this far in cable. So if your power supply is farther away than that, then it can't help you. So if you want to have charge to move through the diamond, it has to be locally stored on the board. And we put a bunch of capacitance on the board to try and address that. And we succeeded in addressing that. The resistance of the contacts, that was a problem when we did not put aluminum on top of them. When we put aluminum on top of them, it was okay. What we didn't take into account was the inductance. All right. We later on we did a second test at LCLS. And this time we didn't just use wire bonds. We used a big hunk of indium to make the contact, and that solved the problem. We now get much sharper responses, and we got to the plasma response, this is the internal space charge in the material. And to connect it back to things that you guys might care about, that gives us a limit for what the peak current we can resolve from any machine. All right, it's not just an FEL. This would be true if we were doing proton therapy. How much peak current could you put into a treatment if you wanted to do a high dose, short duration? Where would this diagnostic go? And this is far higher than what you could do with an ion chamber. So this might be a reason if you wanted to go to high fluence, short duration, high fluence. but it does. But this puts a limit on what the detectors can do. All right. At SLAC, we're looking at building halo monitors. So we're looking at using diamond to image the beam around the core of the beam, because we have problems with that stray beam hitting our magnets and demagnetizing our undulators. All right. I would imagine that in therapy, it's actually more important to know what your beam halo is, because that halo beam could be hitting the patient, right? So we're just worried about destroying equipment. So maybe halo monitors are something that you guys are interested in. We've pushed our beam imaging to, 9 years ago, we demonstrated 50 micron pixels. While it was at Los Alamos, we started working on a device where the entire device would fit in one of those pixels. Okay, it's for imaging 5 micron beams, and our goal was to build 200 nanometer pixels, so have 5 pixels per micron. Didn't quite get there, but through an array of devices, we got to a resolution of 500 nanometers. So we can effectively, the pixels are 200 nanometers, but because of blooming within the device, the best resolution we can get is about 500 nanometers. Okay, so in 2016, or in 2015, I guess, the DOE had a program called Accelerator Stewardship that was trying to get people like me to develop devices for radiation therapy. And specifically, in the part that we were interested in was the detectors required in the delivery nozzle for protons. And we were to understand at the time that you needed 3 redundant detectors, and that the length of those ion chambers was actually what determined the length of the patient delivery diagnostic. So we had been replacing ion chambers with diamonds and synchrotrons for 8 years at that point. All right. So the idea that we could do the same, that we could replace in therapy machines the delivery diagnostic with diamonds, and therefore make them much smaller. So instead of the ion chamber being 20 centimeters long, these devices are 0.5 millimeter long. All right. So you could put all of them in, you could easily put 3 of them in an inch. That's what we were. But of course, the problem is, with protons, you don't just get protons interacting with the electrons. Occasionally, you get a proton that hits a nucleus, right? And it causes the carbon atom to recoil within, and it removes that carbon atom from the diamond lattice. These dislocations build up over time. So a solid state material, unlike an ion chamber, will age. You'll see radiation damage to the detector, right? And that's not that. So we wanted to quantify and understand how big of a problem that was and what the mechanism was. So that's what I'm going to talk about here. We subjected at Los Alamos. This is before I worked for Los Alamos, but I was a user at Los Alamos. We brought our diamonds and put their 800 MeV proton beam. And Los Alamos is a proton flamethrower. The Lance beam has a huge proton flux. So we were able in half an hour to give it 100 years of therapeutic dose. We did that, and we looked at what happened with the diamonds. So no actual patients were harmed in the taking of this step. Okay, so this is what the beam setup looks like, and the proton. This is just moving the detectors in and out of the proton beam. So the proton beam is going along here, and this is 100 years of therapeutic dose, and the devices, were roughly at the 25% response. We were monitoring them continuously, because they're radiation detectors. We just had them live running while they were being killed by the beam. So here's 10 years of therapeutic dose, and we have about a 20% loss. We did X-ray analysis afterwards. There was no large-scale structural change to the diamond, nothing you could see with X-ray topography. So in other words, these individual knockouts from the non-ionizing energy loss were not cumulative in any way. They didn't migrate to form defect structures or anything. But they must be there because we see the device performance degrade, even though the uniformity did not degrade. We did see an imprint in the proton beam pattern on the device. So in other words, this is an X-ray map of the response of our devices before exposure to protons and after, and you see that there's now a gradient that gradient is actually the gradient of the proton beam. The proton beam is not uniform. And working with that, we were able to still test the linearity. These devices are still linear, even with radiation damage. All right, so what this means for a therapeutic device based on this technology is that you would need to recalibrate once a month, something like that, because I mean they're going to degrade slowly over 10 years of use. All right. We also this is the showing that all of the devices were linear, and what the bias response was before and after. We also looked at using pulse bias, and that proved to us that the problem actually is because of hole trapping in the material. All right. So in other words, what's happened is the missing carbon atoms cause holes to get locked in. That causes a charge in the device, which slows down the response of the device. To show that further, we actually we did two things. One, we did a detector here where we hit the detector edge on. All right, so that we were putting the proton flux in the edge of the diamond rather than the face of the diamond, so we could see the if there was a variation in the proton path length of the radiation damage. That showed uniformity. But the other way we did is we took one of these devices that we illuminated normally, and we turned it on its side for when we did the X-ray mapping. That's what you're seeing here, and we were able to show, based on the collection, which side gets the collection, we're able to show that it is hole trapping that we're looking at that's affecting the device performance. We can also show the time, the trapping time, by looking at how the change in temporal response of our devices happen. So the hole trapping, they're trapped for on average about 4 nanoseconds, which is about an order of magnitude longer than it takes the carriers to transit the diamond normally. All right, so we've changed the device by slowing the hole transit down dramatically. All right, at least for some holes, the ones that are trapped. All right, so just a summary of the proton therapy. Potentially this is fast enough to allow individual pulses to be measured. It offers much better position resolution than ion chambers and far less space. These are basically the same use case arguments that we make for synchrotrons. All right, the reason that the X-ray diagnostics are moving to this is because we can do better resolution in less space. They do degrade over time. We can mitigate that with modest pulse biasing. We can also just calibrate it out because it's relatively modest. All right, so my final topic that I'm going to talk to you about, and I'm sorry I'm covering a lot of material on it here, I know, is gamma therapy. And for gamma therapy, we worked with Stony Brook, the Stony Brook Hospital, to develop 2 types of diamond detectors. This is one we already had, and we used this in their edge therapy machine to look at the dose measurement in their different field setups. And then we also built a device that had to be watertight so that it could be put into a water phantom and moved around to map the radiation field for calibration. And this is what the device for that looks like. We'd never had to make a device that worked in water before, so it was actually quite an interesting challenge to make an aquatic detector. And since then, we've had to make other aquatic detectors for Los Alamos. So we cut the edges of the diamond off here, and this is the range of the contact. And the reason we did it this way is we wanted to avoid having gammas scattered in from the sides. So this device only responds to gammas that go straight through this contact region in the center. I'll show you in a few slides. There are commercial devices that are something like this today. There weren't when we started this work, but they still haven't done this. So I think this is still something that would be useful to bring into the community. So this is us showing the comparison between the internal ion chamber and the edge machine, a conventional ion chamber that we brought with us, and our diamond device. And we had a lot more stability from the data from the diamond, but functionally the calibrations were the same. So the diamond works as a calibration monitor. We obviously expected it to. There's no reason it wouldn't. But this is using our sealed detector to look at the depth dose curve in water, and then also the line profile results. which should be there. I'm sorry, my line profile results are not showing up, and I don't understand why. It showed up on my computer. Yeah, I
Oh. Solve us at your computer.
There's light here.
Okay, so in the 6 years since we did this work, there are now some commercially available diamond-based gamma diagnostics. You can see from the layout. First of all, they clearly also had to build it watertight. They have not figured out that they need guard rings and a circular lithography yet, but I'm sure that will come. I mean, it's not that difficult to do. I'm expecting that commercially these things will start becoming available. I did want to put a plug in for Arizona State University has a spin-off company called Advent Diamond. So their diamond group has been following a lot of the stuff that we did. They built a version of our transparent camera, and theirs has even more pixels. And they built a pretty cool device where they have 2 layers of conducting diamond, and this actually allows you to do, among other things, allows you to do gamma spectroscopy. All right, so you can actually look at the energy spectrum of your gamas. All right, so which is not something that we've done. But they're also working on radiation therapy devices. So if you're looking for people to collaborate with who are sort of in your region, they're identified with the Arizona State program. And of course, my former group at Los Alamos, is also still involved. But that nano camera that I showed you, that's work coming out of Los Alamos. And this is some more on what Advent can do. Like I said, I don't work for Advent. I just asked them to give me some slides just so I could get a look. So in conclusion, for charged particle beams and X-ray beams, in the broader accelerator community, diamond has become a big player. There are diamond devices in beam monitoring at CERN, for example. There's devices that we've developed for synchrotrons and now become standard and are commercially available. I think that proton therapy, we can do a lot of the same things. I mean, as I said at the beginning, the diamond only cares about excited electrons in the material, and protons going through diamond excite electrons. So all of the same measurements we made with X-ray beams can be, or with electron beams, can be made with proton beams. The question is just radiation damage, and I think we've shown that for relatively low dose machines, like therapy machines, that radiation damage is not able to solve this problem. Whether or not we can use an inline constant beamline diagnostic for Lance out of diamond, that's a different question. But for therapy machines, it's able to find. And gamma devices are already becoming commercially available. I have worked throughout my career with a lot of people doing this. My former group at Broadening, my former group at Los Alamos, the Stony Brook Hospital. I also have worked a lot with Cyber Instruments, now with Scientific, and Applied Diamond. If you want to do R&D in this space and you need a diamond device of a specific shape made for you, Applied Diamond can now do that. Like that curved diamond with the lithography, we made it in my lab at Brookhaven. But today you could buy it. You could buy it from Applied Diamond. And also, I found a nice review in preparing for this talk. I found a nice review article. So in medical physics. So I encourage you, if you're interested in this, to look at that. We have a program with the University of California system to continue to develop these accelerator diagnostics. And that's it. Thank you.
Have any questions for Dr. Smith?
Vic? Olivia.
What sort of classes were you putting on them? So it depends a lot on whether we're working in pulse mode or current mode. It depends a lot on whether we're working in pulse mode or current mode. In current mode, we only need we get full charge collection at 0.1 volts per micron, which means if we're working with a diamond that's 50 microns thick, then 5 volts is sufficient for charge collection. However, if you care about speed, if you want to be able to resolve individual pulses from the synchrotron, for example, then you want to saturate the carrier velocity. Saturating the carrier velocity takes about 2 to 3 volts per micron, depending on whether we're talking about electrons or holes. So there you're talking about, for a 50 micron device, like 150 volts.
I have a question for you. I don't know if you're willing to take this question, but a lot of us in radiation therapy, when it comes to measuring small fields, particularly for small field output factors, we've been interested in diamond detectors, but oftentimes the cost of a diamond detector is prohibitive. What do you know about making the diamond detectors more affordable so every clinic can afford one?
So, I mean, I would say that, I mean, the getting the diamonds themselves does not have to be that expensive. All right. So if you work with a university, all right, and you want them to build something similar to what we've done, I mean, Applied Diamond will sell you that diamond with the with the curved shape and such, and I mean they're going to charge $2,000 to $4,000 for it. I don't want to like so just getting them and packaging something into something that is delivered commercially. That's something that NALU and SIDOR both do. But you can also, if you work with a university group, have boards made and such. Do the same thing that Stony Brook Hospital did with us, which is to come and say, hey, we this is a problem we'd like solved. Can you help us? I mean, no money was exchanged between us. We brought detectors we already had when we understood their problem. We went through one phase of technology development to try and see if we could make something that was appropriate for them. We published some nice papers with them, and that was it. So I think that academic groups at national labs like Los Alamos would be happy to collaborate to develop one-offs. Eventually, I would like to see a company like SIDOR or maybe other medical companies decide that this is something that they want to mass produce. At that point, I don't think the cost of the diamond is going to be the huge driver. Like I said, I mean, synthetic diamonds are more expensive than they should be. There's no question about that. And if you want a diatribe against De Beers because they own the primary synthetic diamond grower, I'm happy to give you that speech. I mean, but they are not as expensive as you might. I mean, like you can get a piece for $2,000. All right. So it's not like if you were imagining that a diamond device was going to cost you $50,000. No.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Smedley.
So at this point, we're ready to take our second break for the day, which will be the last break. And we're going to come back in about 15 minutes. Let's come back at 2:45. And then we have one more long talk, like the standard format of the day so far. And then we have the 4 shorter talks that hopefully are going to keep us awake. Thank you all. It's right here. Okay. Let's see if we can see it. Okay, this is it. It looks like it. And let's go ahead. How do you want it? Do you want it in this mode or do you want it in presenter mode?
I would do it in presenter mode just because it's already kind of set up for that.
I do. Keeps wanting to go in a different mode. Look at this.
I think you need new computer, Savas.
This is new. Like a year old. Look at this. So put it in presenter mode, I guess. Huh. It's not giving you that option, huh?
I'm gonna put it on your desktop. It might be weird trying to run it off a USB.
Okay.
It's worth the wait, I promise.
So we got it on the desktop,
It's on the desktop.
but we still cannot use presenter mode.
Do you need presenter mode or no? Okay. Let's just not worry about it then.
So you want to do, okay.
I don't know why his is not liking it, but if he doesn't need it anyway, let's not worry about it.
And are we sharing?
Should be. How's it look?
We're not sharing yet.
Just got to reshare. Because I changed the display probably. Oh. Why Windows?
Yeah, that one. So you need to choose the window you're sharing, I guess. Are we sharing? We're sharing? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ryan. Okay, the next talk is going to be given by Dr. Peter Jenkins, diagnostic medical physicist and assistant professor at the University of Utah School of Medicine. And Pete's going to be talking to us about the use of a diagnostic medical physics report. Thank you, Pete.
Thank you for inviting me to speak to you. It's packed, and happy to bring it in at the end of the day. So feel free to let me know, tip your waiters, and let me know if you have any questions. So I don't have anything to disclose, but I do have a couple disclaimers. First of all, I want to say that this is not a technical presentation, and what I'm going to talk about largely has to do with my experience and my perspective on some of these things. And so it's not necessarily the opinion of my employer or those I work with. And I think that's probably, if I say a couple things wrong, it's probably good I say that up front. So, so I want to say that up front. And then also some of these ideas I haven't fully put into place yet, but I'm working on them. And so I also want to say I understand if you're familiar with some of my work, you say, but you don't do that. I'm trying. I really am. So, so here's the learning objectives that we have. So I want to identify some key components of the physics report. Now I understand, and I'm sorry that you aren't all diagnostic physicists, but we can overlook that. And but what I'd like to say is that I think, you know, even though some of the content, you know, differs and obviously the purpose, but the different parts of the report, we still have the same different, we still have the same similar parts of the report for the same reasons. So I think that those key elements of the report also will be applicable to everybody. Improved communication of the physicist report. I'm going to talk today about what I think the role of the physicist report should be, and maybe a little bit how we're getting away from that and how I think that's hurting medical physicists in general. And then just kind of how we can use the results to improve the processes. First of all, why this topic? It's not a very interesting topic, but it's one I kind of keep coming back to when I'm talking with other colleagues. And it started off a few years ago. I was on one of the AAPM task groups, and it was for fluoroscopy. And at the time at the University Hospital, we were dealing with whether or not we wanted to buy one type of angiography equipment from one manufacturer versus another one. And long story short, that debate came down to the physicians and what they were trained on in their residency. But I kind of got pulled into the middle of this because people were trying to, you know, throw back and forth the technical specifications of these different machines. And one of the things I realized is that our routine physics testing isn't necessarily, it's definitely not geared for that, but it's very difficult to apply some of those tests that we do for our routine testing to answer these more specific technical performance questions. And so as I was working on the task group, I kind of had this idea is that, no, you know, we should help our physicists go beyond the scope of just routine testing and help them to develop tests that can be used in other applications, you know, really help them expand their tool set, so to speak. And I remember having a debate, and I won't mention even the position of the person because some of you might know him, is that he basically told me in not so many words that our job was to make measurements and produce the report. And I said, how does that make us any different than a technician? And he said, wait, that's offensive to me because that's what I do for my job. So I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, is how do I as a medical physicist differ from a technician? Now we all know the field service engineers very well, right? They can come in and they can do all the same measurements we can. Biomed can come in, do the same measurements we can. Oftentimes I'll have to ask a radiologic technologist, hey, how do I do this, right? What separates me from them? I'm the medical physicist, not just the paycheck, right? What is it that's going to separate us? And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. The other thing is this idea of the commoditization of the physics evaluation. I don't know if you've heard this in the diagnostics, in the therapy world, but there's this idea, especially amongst consultants, that are being bought up by private equity, where a lot of their work is being driven by their costs and the revenues that they bring in. So when you talk to a lot of the consulting physicists, one of the things that they will talk about is how much work they're putting in, how much their company is charging them, and how much they're actually getting paid. And there's this downward pressure, if you will, on the physicist. And kind of what I put here, and I'll talk a little bit more about it here in the future, or in the few minutes, is that I think this model incorrectly makes the commodity the report or the product that the physicist is producing, when in fact the real asset is the physicist. Again, it's not the report that is the important thing. It is the physicist and our ability to do our job that is the important thing, which I think is what actually brings value to what we do. And the other thing is this idea is that, and I don't know how it is in the therapy world, but a lot of times people want to see a report. They don't actually ever look at the report, and they just want the report. They don't care what's in the report. I could sign my name. One time I actually facetiously signed my name. They said, we need this, that, and the other. And I made in Microsoft Paint a certificate and a whole report based on, I won't say the name of the politician, but I made this whole report and I gave it to them. And they didn't even look at the report. They filed this report away. And I said, hey, how'd you like my report? And I had to tell them this was a joke. Go get that report and pull it out. But anyway, yeah, so is the end goal just to get this report and file it away? What is the purpose of the report? And then, like I said, I'm trying to improve the way I do things, the way I communicate with those that I support. Okay, so a cautionary tale. So I'm dual certified as both a diagnostic medical physicist and a certified health physicist. And when I was going through school, I was a DOE applied health physics fellow. And my career path at the time was to work in the DOE world. I grew up in Idaho and in the shadow of the Idaho National Lab, and had great experiences with people from the lab. And I was really excited to do health physics associated with that Department of Energy work. But I remember sitting as a student listening to a presenter, and this individual owned a company that provided training for radiation safety officers and other radiation safety training. And I remember him talking about in his presentation about how the membership in the Health Physics Society was decreasing. And one of those proposals that he had was that he could go out and he could find any number of people who had an interest in this field, and he could train them, okay, to become health physicists. Now, this is where Pete's opinion comes in. Fast forward 25 years, and I would ask you, if you had a question for your radiation safety officer, physics related, can he or she answer that question of themselves? It's been my experience that a lot of our radiation safety officers now are not physicists. I can tell you people by name who have degrees in forestry, physical education, history. They call themselves health physicists and they're employed as radiation safety officers. Okay. If you look at what the AAPM has done with the title of the medical physicist, is in certain states, they've been successful in lobbying to protect that title. In other words, to call yourself a medical physicist, you actually need education. You actually need certification in order to call yourself a medical physicist. Not so with a health physicist. You could take the job with a a bachelor's degree in some cases, and receive some online training, attend a couple-week course in Tennessee, all these things like that, to get these basic credentials. And to become certified, it's voluntary. A lot of the jobs say, well, it's nice to have, but you don't need it to work here, type of thing. I did a quick search. I didn't find very much information on it, but there's only about 1,300 certified health physicists in the nation right now. And these articles here, they're actually interesting to health physicists. I don't know how interesting they would be to you, but it's talking about this trend. It's talking about this trend that health physicists are becoming generalists in nature, right? So if you want to, like I said, if your facility needs to talk about public dose, and so they're monitoring air and water effluent, it's likely your RSO is not doing that work. They're outsourcing that to a physicist who actually understands NESHAPs and their modeling and those types of things. But me as a health physicist, I mean, that was part of my master's degree, right? Was some of this stuff that our RSOs today can't do. So if, in my opinion, if you look at the field of health physics today is saturated with non-physicists. They're very happy to call themselves physicists, but very few of them are actually do physics on a day-to-day basis. And I think, again, Pete's opinion, that some of the trends I've seen in diagnostic medical physics is leading us down this same road that health physics has suffered from before. And that's kind of what I'll talk about. So, a couple things pointing out. What is the role of the medical physicist? Well, first of all, I'm not going to go through each one of these bullet points. I just did a quick scan through some of these key documents, okay? And I want to point out that acceptance testing or performance evaluation of imaging equipment is just one. It's just one of the things that we do as diagnostic imaging physicists, okay? And what I say to people is it's the starting point for me to do my job. I do the physics evaluation on this machine, so I understand how that machine works, so then I can go do the physics after the fact. The machine evaluation isn't the end point. It's the starting point. In other words, if I don't understand how that machine operates, how can I help Dr. So-and-so develop a new protocol for whatever? How can I, and now we do things like, you know, we now have CPT codes for skin dose calculations and stuff like that. If I don't have understanding how that machine works, how can I, in good conscience, charge now for these skin dose calculations we're performing? So again, pointing out that the physics evaluation is not what we do, it's where we start. And again, you can kind of read through this, and here's another slide that includes more from different organizations. I want to point out that a lot of these include a verb with them, consultation, okay? we're doing something, right? It's something that requires us to take what it is we've observed or we've measured and do something with it. We're not just putting it on a piece of paper and filing it away. Okay. So the point is that we do more than machine evaluations, right? I can do a CT evaluation that the ACR accept and they'll accredit that machine. But that's not what my job really is about. It's not about completing that physics report. Okay. But given that, let's talk about what the purpose of the report is. So there's a few key areas. These 6 key areas I kind of identified, and I think they also apply to the therapy reports as well. They address regulatory and accreditation issues. They address clinical quality and patient safety. They address technical evaluation. This is where we report our physics that we've actually done. Okay. They are for the purpose of communicating and documenting what we found and what we've observed. Okay. They inform risk management. If we have a sentinel event or something like that, or if there is a claim, these reports can be used in resolving these risk management issues, and also program support and strategy. I'm going to talk a little bit about each one of them and just point out a few key points, that, at least in my opinion. But I wanted to point out that there's one item up here that really addresses us doing actual physics, which is the technical evaluation. The rest of that is us using that technical evaluation to apply it in these different ways. Okay. Notice that I take, as a physicist, I take that technical evaluation I've performed and I apply it and I make it understandable to these other individuals. Again, if I take out that part that I do, which I consider the beginning of, and only do the beginning of my job, how is my job different from a technician, right? I've heard some organizations, the VA healthcare, for instance, they have a proposal that their bioengineering staff can do post-repair machine evaluations. They haven't approved this, but it's in draft right now. Why? Because the VA buys for their engineers or their biomed engineers the same test equipment that you see the physicists carrying around. They know how to operate the machines. They can take the measurements. They can see if it meets manufacturer specifications just as well as anyone. Why do we need to have all these physicists running around at 2 and 3 times the salary? Again, at what point have we diminished our jobs because we're not actually doing our jobs? Okay, so regulatory and accreditation. Okay, this is really important. One of the things that drives me insane about working in any healthcare organization is that they care more about Joint Commission or some type of accreditation than they do about the regulations. And I tell them all the time, I say, that's important. Don't get me wrong. But you understand, if we don't meet these regulatory standards, we're done using radiation. We simply can't use radiation. Whether we're accredited or not, doesn't matter. And so it is important for us to be able to document compliance with the regulations as well as with whatever accreditation standards we have. They're both important, and I'm not trying to say we shouldn't support accreditation. In fact, just the opposite. We should support and encourage accreditation. But at the same time, in the hierarchy of things, if I have to spend $10, I'd rather spend it on regulatory compliance than something else. So how can we? Oh, excuse me. I thought I was at a different point in my talk. Clinical quality and patient safety. So under each of the main bullets, I've just kind of put some reference documents that kind of address these different areas. It's kind of my reference section, if you will. Notice as I'm showing these different documents, how many of them the AAPM has already commented on. And ask yourself, how many of them are you aware of? I'd ask my diagnostic colleagues as I'm talking about these different job duties that's within our scope of practice. Have you read these documents? Are you aware of what else your job entails? Again, the machine evaluation is where we start every day. Okay. So, clinical quality and patient safety, confirm image quality and dose parameters. That's a pretty easy one. That's one we talk about all the time, but it's not the only one we talk about all the time, right? Dose is important. Everyone, you know, because CT is receiving so much emphasis, you know, with the new CMS changes and things like that for CT dose image quality tracking and things like that. It receives a lot of information, or excuse me, a lot of attention. But there are other things that we need to do regarding image quality and those types of things. I think it's interesting that if you look at state regulations, very few states actually have any regulations that address any image quality issue. It's all concerning patient dose. But if you ask any radiologist, especially when they're residents, how do you improve image quality? You increase dose. And we understand as physicists, that's not always the answer, right? So, and then we identify issues and how to take care of them. Again, technical evaluation, quantify system performance using, here's the physics part. I hadn't talked about physics yet. Here's the physics part. Physics part is just one of the purposes of our report. Again, it's not just recording a bunch of data. I don't need to tell you what we do as in the technical part. Communication and documentation. I think we don't do a good job in general as physicists communicating what it is we're doing or any of those types of things. And if we would better utilize the physics report, we would improve that. Program support and strategy. I'll talk a little bit about that in the context that the way I think it should be used. But the physics report, if it is well written, it can be used by different individuals in support of you know, justification for new equipment or you know, workflow related issues, those types of things. I'll kind of talk about that, I guess, in a different slide. I already kind of mentioned this, risk management. Again, with respect to these documents, you know, as diagnostic medical physicists, which of these documents are we actually familiar with, and how do we understand our role in all of this and when we sign up to do our job? So who is the physics report for? That's another question. Now, I gave one away because I don't know how to use PowerPoint animation, but ask yourself the question, when you are writing the report, who are you writing that to? Are you writing it to yourself? Are you writing it to the other physicists on your team? Are you who are you writing that report to? And are you doing a good job of writing it to that person? Right? I think from my observation in the diagnostic world, a lot of times we're filling in cells in Microsoft Excel. We're just writing, in fact, our instruments will put the data right in the cell for us. I don't have to type it. I just have to say go, right? So who are we writing it for? So ask that. So the first one I would put to you is that we're writing the report to the radiology leadership, okay? How are they using the report? Well, first of all, they know that they need a physicist to do this for them. They're not quite sure what it is you're doing. I had one chair of radiology, the first chair that hired me. He said to me, he said, I don't know exactly what you do. I just know when you don't do it. Right. And I actually appreciated him. He was a good mentor just as far as developing my early career. But I think that's true of a lot of people, is that they don't really know what it is we're doing. And they just know when we don't do it. Right. So we need to do a good job of helping them understand what it is that we do for them. And where is the first place that we can do this? Now, this is true whether you're an in-house physicist or a consulting physicist, okay? I would put to you that it is more important for the consulting physicist to ensure that they write a good report than it is for an in-house physicist. Reason being is because a consulting physicist may see a department once a year, maybe twice a year, right? If there's a problem with a mammography machine or something they need to go back in. But as an in-house physicist, I can walk down the hall and I can see these people every day, right? I can see them in the lunchroom. I can talk to them whenever I want. So again, as importance of having a good report, really, in my opinion, if you're a consultant, you really need to make sure your report is good if you want them to keep hiring you, right? If they don't know what you're doing or why you're doing what it is you're doing, why are they going to keep paying you these large sums that we're asking for as physicists? So some of my recommendations in our report, again, thinking about what it is that we do, what it is that the purpose of that report, both of which I've just summarized, okay? How can I write my report in such a way that that radiology leadership, and by radiology leadership, it might be the chair, it might be a section chief, it might even be a chief technologist, depending on the size of the facility, that is making management decisions about these things. Well, one of the things is I'm going to spoon feed them the information, right? Is I may know it. The technologist may know it. The compliance people may know it, but do these management type people always know it? And I would say to you that most of the time, in my experience, they don't. And so it'd be a good idea to put it in there. Okay. And one of the other things is, you know, this idea of highlighting longitudinal trends, okay, using graphs. How many times have you been to any meeting in any healthcare organization where they talk about dashboards? Everyone loves their dashboards, right? Well, they're used to looking at these things. Let's provide them that information in the format they're used to looking at. Don't give me 7 pages of measurements, right, which are accurate to 3 decimal places, right? What does that do? Let's provide them in these dashboard format that these radiology administrators are used to seeing. It's very simple. I can summarize 9 pages of data with a simple graph, right? And it will go a long way to the radiology leadership to helping see what it is that we're actually doing. And then specifically call out anything that is affecting, you know, accreditation, regulation, any big patient safety, call that out very specifically, because they oftentimes you may say such and such, right, doesn't meet, you know, expected value or something like that. They just gloss over it if they even read it, right? So helping them see and understand what it is you're telling them is useful. Okay, we write the reports for the rad techs. Why? How are the rad techs using it? Well, one of the most easy ways to see is in mammography. Mammography, if you don't know, because you're on the dark side of medical physics and work in therapy, mammography is the only imaging modality that's regulated by the federal government. Everything in mammography is regulated by the FDA. And it causes a lot of problems because if the machine goes down, before it can be used again clinically, the physicist has to come and check it. And it talks about everything, including how much the qualifications of the physician to oversee these things. So everything about it. So my report, when I do a mammography evaluation, the technologist needs certain pieces of information in order for her to continue to do her QC. And if she doesn't have my report and her QC is wrong, it's an FDA violation. Okay. It's not, oh, fix this type of thing, you know, like we would with any other modality. It's now a federal, literally federal regulation that they're in violation of. And the FDA comes to facilities on an annual basis to inspect these things. So it just kind of raises the bar for them. So how can we do that? Again, most of our technologists are not, they don't have advanced academic degrees behind their names. Some do. Some are very good. Some are doing some amazing research. But the majority of the technologists, some of them have certificates out of high school. Some of them have a 2-year degree. Some of them have a 4-year degree. But most of them are not what you would say academically focused. And so helping them understand that technical jargon, okay, maybe not use that jargon for that part of the report that we're gearing towards them, will go a long way to helping them be able to utilize that report. Biomed and clinical engineering. Now, depending on your facility, these teams may be a little bit different. In my facility at the University of Utah, Biomed doesn't do anything with ionizing machines. We contract all that work out to some engineers. So I also know of another facility in our valley that their Biomed are their engineers. And so it depends on how you do that. But the bottom line is, whether they're in-house or contracted or whatever, these engineers need that physics report so they know what it is that's actually wrong with the machine. If I call something out that's wrong on the machine, I need to write that well enough into the report so that, absent my presence, they can read the report, which the technologist said, hey, the physicist said you need to fix X, Y, or Z. And they say, well, what's wrong with it, right? If I don't provide that information in the report, it makes it very unlikely, especially if I'm not there in-house, that that's going to be repaired in the way that I want. And I would ask my consulting colleagues how many times you've returned to a facility year after year and the same problem is persisting on a machine, right? And I would say to you that some of that responsibility is on us as physicists. If we continue to pass these things off year after year without follow-up and we see persisting problems, that becomes an us problem, okay? Not a them problem. Okay. Facility administration, radiation safety officers. I already kind of said what I think about radiation safety officers in general. Good administrators. Really, I'm not saying that facetiously. I think the modern day radiation safety officer is a good manager, and they have to be what it is we've created it. Now, I've said what I've said about what I think the health physics profession in general and how we drop the ball with that. But today, radiation safety officers, the radiation safety officer for our broad scope license at the University of Utah is the director of EH&S. Okay, he didn't have a degree in health physics or radiation safety or any radiation science, but the fact is he runs the program, or the department, very well. Okay, that's what they are. They're administrators, if you look at them in that way. Not all of them. Some of them are certified physicists, but the majority today are. Facility administration. These are your your executive directors, your clinical directors, your mid-level management that are kind of over managing the departments where we're carrying out our imaging. Okay, these are the people who actually are making the recommendations to the facility on what to buy and what not to buy and those types of things. These are the people, these are the management teams that more than anyone, in my opinion, really need to understand why they need a physicist, what the physicist does, and what it is that we're doing for them. That middle management is really kind of where that they fall in. And again, this is a group, for the most part, we kind of have to spoon feed, like, even to our radiation safety officers. Concepts of some of the dose issues. Ask a radiation safety officer, what's the difference between a Rankine and a REM? This drives me mad, right? It's one of my pet peeves. And they say, well, it's the same thing. How many people have heard that? One rad equals one REM equals, one Rankine equals one rad equals one REM. And I say, if they all equal each other, why do we have 3 different units? Maybe because they mean something different. Let's understand the meaning and use the right terms, right? So anyway, sorry to get off on that. So anyway, so we sometimes have to we have to help people understand the physics, right? Okay. Medical physicists. Okay, I'm going to show you an example here where I was asked to help out with a mammography system, and I could not make heads or tail of this physics report. So we're writing them for other physicists, right? One of the things that I ask the people I work with is this: can I reproduce your conclusions with the information you're providing me? Right? We're scientists first, right? Right? I tell people, in fact, the people that work for me at the university, all your work product has to be saved. Okay. it has to be saved on a drive, a network drive that's backed up and we have access to. So if you're not there and there's an issue that comes up relating your previous work, I can go in and I can do that work, right? So we're also writing these reports for them. I also, if you're part of the ACR accreditation program, you've got physicists who are peer reviewing your work every year, or excuse me, every 3 years for a facility, depending on how many facilities you're supporting. You get a lot of peer review from other physicists, right? And so remember that we're writing these not just for us, but for our other physicists that may look at them. Regulators, again, kind of the same thing I said before. I'm kind of running a little slow here, so I'm just going to kind of go through these. But we're writing these report for the regulators, whether it is a state regulator or like I gave the example of an FDA regulator. We also have accreditation inspections that ask for these reports. We're writing the reports for them. Okay. And most of the time they don't have any technical understanding other than they need to know certain pieces of information. Let's help them do their jobs. Okay. Okay, I got through that. So who are these reports for? Okay, so just to kind of summarize before I get into my examples here. I started off talking about how can we maintain value in medical physics. And I pointed out that if we are not proactively involved in making sure that we keep that quality at a high level, we run the chance of losing it. And being a certified health physicist, I feel like I've had a front row seat to that in the health physics community. Now I'm putting to you that all physicists, there's many ways that we can maintain value in our profession, but all physicists, whether we're therapeutic or in-house diagnostic consulting physicists, can do a good job with our reports. And that's really what I'm trying to say to you here, is that we can accomplish all of these things by putting together really well-written reports. And so for a couple minutes, what I want to do is show you what I think are some good examples of a couple things. And then I'm going to give a kind of a bad example, I think. So this is a report that was shared with me. Now I've tried to reduce everything that could be related to either the physicist or the facility where I received this. So if you see anything, pretend you didn't see it. But because everybody in these reports is still practicing. Okay, so in this report, something that was good about this report, this is a cover letter that was written to the facility manager. Okay, this was attached to the front of the physics report. Okay, the physics report for mammography is, depending on how the physicist puts it together, probably about 15 pages long. It's just a lot of data. And it's all, again, because it's part of that MQSA I talked about, it's all just this routine data that has to be in these reports that the FDA inspectors look for. So it's really difficult for somebody who doesn't understand that, what they're looking at, to see that. And what I think is good about this is the physicist wrote a very simple, summary for the facility manager about what was done during the mammography physics inspection. And in fact, a couple key pieces of information that the technologist needs for that QC was highlighted to make it even easier for that person to see. Okay. Something very simple is under recommendations. She said, "Hey, you're doing a good job here. Keep it up." And I know that's kind of cheesy, but if all we do is tell people this was wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, they kind of stop listening. So when we can find good things to point out, it's good to point them out. The other thing that I've found is that when you tell managers their technologists are doing a good job, that goes a long way. It goes a long way. And I try, when I talk to managers in different facilities, I try to go out of my way to give compliments of the technologists to the managers. And you can really see it in how the managers treat their technologists. But then there's the recommendation here. I recommend that your field service engineer fix this issue I found. No technical jargon. It's just, hey, here's one of the recommendations. Now, all that technical information that is needed is in a different part of the report. But this part of the report that was geared towards the facility manager, none of that was present in there. Okay. And so I think this is a good example of providing a focused report or summary of the report to those individuals that may not understand other components of the report. This was a report for a nuclear medicine camera. The nuclear medicine camera, and this is what I think is a good summary of the technical information. Now, what this physicist did is, as a physicist, I could go back in the next year and I could step in with the information that's given here. I could reproduce this physicist's work and do the test the same way that he did it here in this report. There's enough information there for me. But also, he provides all the technical information, and then he gives these little graphs. Now, I kind of had to bump this one out and I put it to the side. But what he did, and he set it up here, maybe he could have said it a little bit better, but at least the presentation of this QC data I thought was really good. He said, here's what I saw of your machine. And without even understanding what you're looking at, you can see year in, year out, right? At least for the years that is displayed here, that machine has been operating about the same. I don't have to be technically minded. I don't have to understand what the sensitivity means on these spec cameras, right? I can say, well, whatever it is, it's about the same. And I know that's good. Reproducibility is good. I got that much, right? And then what he did is he not only said, is your machine's working well, he added an additional graph and he said, here's how your machine operates relative to other machines that I evaluate of the same manufacturer and model. That goes a long way to giving you confidence that the image quality that I'm producing is the same image quality that others are producing. All right, here's another one. It was actually the same machine. It was a spec CT. And I really like the fact that he evaluated the full CT relative to CT diagnostic standards and the spec camera. But anyway, kind of the idea is that he took some complex numbers and made it into a nice graph that anyone can look at and see, oh, okay, and it's within the range, -3, +3. This is actually down lower, sorry. The noise, he's tracking water noise here, right? I can see it's within the range that I'm expecting it. So that's a good thing. So anyone can look at that and understand why they say that passed. So like I said, there's some more I cut off, but I think you get the idea. Okay, here's what I think is probably the worst experience of a physics report I personally have ever had. So this happened a few years ago, and I purposely chose an example that was a few years ago, but this example has tried to make me be a better physicist because I thought this was an awful experience. So there was a healthcare facility in the valley where I live that they were having problems with their mammography machine, and it wasn't working right. The images were bad. The doctors were complaining about it. They were losing patients because they were getting a bunch of false positives, false negatives. And as you know, that's a big thing with breast screening. And so there was just a lot of problems. And so they called me up and they said, hey, do you mind coming and looking at this? And I said, sure. So I went in and I looked at it, and the machine, this was in 2018, I went in, and the machine was installed in 2015. And I looked at the data of the most recent physics report, and it looked fine. On initial scanning, everything looked fine. There was no problems noted. Everything was passed. Everything was hunky-dory. And this physics report only showed that current data. It showed no trending data. It had no executive summary. It was just, here's the data. This is what I measured. I'm moving on to the next one. Now, it turns out the same physicist had been the same physicist since it was installed. And so I started digging a little deeper, and I noticed the very first thing I noticed is, so one of the things in mammography is average glandular dose is federally regulated. So that's one of the very first things the FDA checks is the average glandular dose to the ACR phantom within this region, right? And so that's the very first thing you check. And I noticed as I look back through the previous data that in the first year when it was installed, the dose was right where it was supposed to be. For this manufacturer, 120 millirad is what we were looking at for the average glandular dose. The very next year, it dropped into the 90s and then continued this downward trend of decreasing dose. Now, this was not only outside the manufacturer's specification, but it was well outside anything where we could get meaningful image contrast within it. And it should have been obvious when the physicists reviewed the phantom, but none of this was noted. Okay. So this is actually, I clipped this out of the report I sent to the facility. I said, I asked, why are we observing this downward trend? What happened here? Right. And to the physicists, I said, why didn't you say anything? Right. That's really what's going on. The other thing is this automatic exposure control. So for the mammography unit, we track to get equivalent image quality regardless of the breast thickness and density. And so that's one of the things your physicists will test. And they do it very simply where they measure image quality and they measure dose at various thicknesses. It's a pretty simple test, but the results of it are very, very meaningful. And so what this physicist was doing, and the physicist told me, is they said, I noticed the dose was wrong, but the AEC values seemed okay. I said, what do you mean the AEC values seemed okay? And I showed her this graph, and I said, the AEC is all over the place. The AEC is not okay. There's a problem with this machine. You got a problem with the dose. You got a problem with the AEC. The fact of the matter is, for you therapy guys, what we're looking at here is, so the AEC, we have a range of exposure index values that will track across the thicknesses. And as long as those exposure indexes come back within that range, we will pass the AEC. Okay. Most of the time, the machine will perform well within that range. Very rarely do we have a problem with the machine operating within the range. So this physicist was testing the AEC and seeing the values were falling within the range. And that was considered good enough. Right. And so the problem is that because of the change in dose, they were not keeping equivalent image quality year to year. Right. So in other words, a 4 centimeter compressed breast in 2015 would have a completely different image quality profile in 2016, just because of the change in that AEC. Now, so in 2018, this is how I left it here. Back to the manufacturer's spec is basically where we left it. For me, this really pointed out the importance of trending our QC data, right? And I think, again, a cautionary tale to our consulting colleagues is that if we are not capturing this type of thing, if we're just showing up and we're taking the data for what it is and not looking at how that compares to previous data, we can run into significant patient care issues, right? If we are allowing image quality to be dictated by a field service engineer, for instance, we could have significant, problems, patient safety problems, as well as some other compliance problems. And so, again, I think this would have been caught if the report was written in such a way that caused us to look at the previous data, report the previous data, and how it was performing currently with what was happening. And I think this is true of all the modalities, right? Snapshotting QC, year to year, independent of the other years, is useless, right? I don't know how many times I've had the conversation where I say, look, this data is degrading. And they'll say, well, it's still within manufacturer specification. It doesn't matter. There's a problem. This thing is getting worse and worse and worse, right? And that's not the way these machines are supposed to operate. So those types of things are really important. And again, it helps me do my job as a physicist to write a good report, but at the same time, it helps the facility know that I'm doing a good job and see why it is that I'm there getting paid for what I get paid for, right? So a couple last things I'd say about this. First of all, about your report. I don't know how you write your reports. I'm not up here giving you, say, do it this way, do it that way, obviously. But the first thing I would say is it's your work. It's your report, right? So I know that we have report templates that our teams use, right? And I get that. And I'm not trying to say that that's a bad thing. But if we, as the physicists, are relying on some generalized template language to capture the work that we did, we may be missing the point. Maybe not, but we may be. Okay. Some of these other things are pretty routine. I agree. Right. And so it's kind of trivial to go in and rewrite a whole bunch of stuff. I'm not talking about those types of things. But really make sure that whatever report that I put my name on, when I put that out there, reflects the work that I've done. Okay. Make sure my report's accurate. Right. I have a colleague that continuously turns in, he'll use a template from a previous year and not change the date. I don't know why. It's beyond, it's ridiculous. It's like, change the date. It's like one of the easiest things that you can do is change the date. But I also think that is, it's kind of a sign of, more being thorough in our work, right? So it's like in school, right? When you were asked to put your name on your paper and you turned it in, I got 3 people who didn't put their names on their paper, right? Okay. And then here's the other thing is that even if we're using a template, right, and I've been following the ACR or the AAPM guidelines, there are some times that I need to do additional work to evaluate this machine effectively. So don't be afraid to do more than what's in that template, right? Don't be afraid to if you're seeing something that's not working right, be a physicist, do some physics, come up with some tests to evaluate what it is we're actually seeing so we can now interface with our engineers and with our managers to resolve whatever it is we're seeing, right? Whether it's taking some additional CT data to improve image quality, taking some additional phantom images to improve our MRI sequences or whatever. You could go on and on and on about the possibilities of doing just a little bit more or a lot more to vastly improve the work that we do and the recommendations we give our facilities. And the other thing I would say is that follow up. If I put something in my report, follow up with it. It seems trivial, but like I said, I can't tell you how many physicists I've talked to who'll say, well, this has been going on for several years, right? Well, do you ever say anything? Yeah, the next year I put it in my report again, right? Follow up. And we should do it in person when possible and virtually if we can, right? So I went to this facility. It's an hour away. I'm a consultant. Hey, I'm just going to, call them on Teams or Zoom or whatever. Try to get a hold of them. It goes a lot further for that customer service edge than just sending them a quick email. So again, the whole real point of my talk has been, how can we maintain value? Okay. How can we maintain value in medical physics? Okay. And because I don't know the therapy side, I don't know if this is true or not, but in the diagnostic side, we see this more generalization, the same type of thing that I saw with health physics, right? We have, again, I gave the example of the VA biomed being able to do post-repair acceptance testing. We've got this debate going on. You just go look at the AAPM bulletin board about the use of physics assistants. Well, what can they actually do? We've got different state regulations that, well, I can do this without a degree in this state, but I can't even touch it in this state. We've got all this varying stuff going on. And my fear is that we are allowing our profession to become overgeneralized. And I think we are our own worst enemies in this regard, because we are not fully doing the job that is expected of a medical physicist. Again, the job is not to do a machine evaluation. That's where our job starts. So here's a couple other things that aren't necessarily part of the topic, but I think things that we can do to maintain value in our profession. I talked about being visible. You're a member of a team. You're not making decisions and recommendations in a vacuum, right? I'm working with this doctor to come up with this new clinical protocol that he or she wants to do. I'm working with this technologist to resolve this ongoing QC issue. Go visit them, walk down the hallway, whatever it is that you're doing, be seen. Be the leader in quality improvement initiatives, right? Hey, we've got this issue with, whatever, right? One of the things that we're doing right now in our facility is we're working on improving our technologist CTQC, right? It's kind of trivial, but it's actually going a long way because as we're reviewing these topics with our technologists, they've forgotten them since they went to school. And we're actually having less problems because we're taking the time to do this quality improvement project about some trivial CTQC stuff. It is actually blossoming into kind of a nice project in that regard. Educate, instruct, okay? Provide job aids, right? Most of us, right, have advanced degrees. We could go teach anywhere else. A lot of our jobs require teaching as part of it, right? I think we owe it to the people we work with when we see an opportunity to provide some instruction or to offer some type of education. Or the other thing, when I just kind of want to have a comment on something, I'll give them what I call a job aid, which I basically summarize something, and the nurses love them because they don't have to go through a training right now, and then when it's time for them to deal with it, they can pull up this job aid, right? And most of the time they pull up the job aid and they call me and say, hey, can you come and do a training? So there's these ways that we can incorporate ourselves to be visible and to be part of the team. Maintain our technical proficiency. Now, I'm guilty of this. I can't do physics the way I could 20 years ago, but I think with the ABRs, the maintenance of certification, I actually think that's a good thing. Some of the old guys say, I'm glad I don't have to do that, right? But I actually am glad because it forces me to maintain current in these things. And so I think that's a good thing. But also, if you want to be seen as a subject matter expert, you better make sure that you know what it is. I think the worst thing in the world is for anyone that's using technical jargon to have no idea what they're saying, and they actually are saying something that makes them look like a fool, right? And you all have had that experience, right? Be professional, right? Professional in how we're talking with people, right? I don't have to say anything more about that. Communicate with the affected stakeholders. I already talked about that. That's the whole point of the physics report. Whether I'm doing it in person or I'm doing it through my report, communication is the key to having them see value in the job that I'm doing, right? So make sure that, and then part of that communication is they're not going to see your impact. Like I told you, the director I had, I don't know what you do. I just know when you don't do it. Well, let me tell you what it is I do. And I'm going to remind you of it every time I give you this quarterly report. Look at how many things I did regarding, training these doctors. This is how many times I, assisted in consultations with this. This is how many, fetal dose calculations I did for the radiologist, et cetera, et cetera. I'm letting them know what my contribution is because they're not going to ask, right? And so now when the question comes up, they said, hey, we need to call the physicist. This is right out their alley, right? That's how we put value to what we said. Okay, and then I'll just end on these two things because these are kind of my pet peeves right now. Every time I hear this word, it's like fingernails on a chalkboard, commoditization. And I have a lot of colleagues who work for large consulting groups, and this is exactly the issues that they're dealing with. Again, I just want to point out, it's the physicist. It's not the report that matters. It's my ability to interpret that and make some clinical applications to that. And then provide well-written reports. If we do that, a lot of what we do as physicists, beyond that technical component, we can accomplish by just improving that report.
Do we have any questions for Dr. Jenkins? All right. Up to you. You're loud enough.
On both sides.
Okay. Yeah.
relationship, they trust you, and you can fix a lot of things and coach. If it's transactional, stuff gets washed out. So thank you very much. And I would say that your talk is more applicable than you realize. It's the entire physics field.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I think we're going through similar life crises, right? I think it's diagnostic imaging. We're kind of at a right? I think we've lost our way.
Yeah.
I would add to that I think a lot of that is because we have unnecessary regulatory building, right? I think that shifted our focus away from adding value, right? And so I think we need to recover that. So thank you so much for bringing that up. One question or maybe concern I have is I agree trending data is key. We've become very threshold driven, and regulatory guidance usually is like the lower bottom threshold, right? We want to look at how things change in time, and we've gotten away from that. In terms of FMEA, in terms of detection, if I go in and the value of what I do as a physicist is relegated to one time a year for one piece of equipment, that wouldn't score very high on a detection, right? Yeah. It would be very high, right? So the failure mode is still present. So I think my only point is I love what you're doing with the annual trending, but it's still one data point per year. So what I would encourage us all to do as a community is look at ways that we can extract more useful information out of daily and weekly quality control. We have to do that. We have to look at it in real time. We have to use tools. There's a lot of good tools out there now. We have to find a way to get better information and trend that, apply statistical quality control. There's all kinds of useful mathematical tools out there that we're not doing. So that's my rant. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I just real quickly, I know we're over time. I just second that. One data point per year is not enough. The ACR actually recommends for things like nuclear medicine imaging quarterly. As an in-house physicist, it's easy for me to be able to do quarterly performance evaluations. So I agree wholeheartedly. One time a year is typically not enough to maintain a high quality imaging department.
Thank you.
I have a question for Pete. So as a medical physicist that started in diagnostic physics long time ago, your talk was music to my ears. So I really liked it. I may be on the dark side now, but I was on the other side like Robin years ago. Why would you say, I mean, what you talked about was very applicable, very practical, very day-to-day practice. Why would you say that all the training programs, master's, doctorate, and residency programs are not focusing on the things that matter, on the things that Brad would like to see happening more, that you'd like to see happening more? So when we communicate with our colleagues and the people that we work for, you know, we use down-to-earth language that they can understand and they can translate to clinical information and more so financial information. You know, are we doing well? Are we deserving, you know, the amount of money we're charging for the work we're doing?
I think part of it, maybe two parts, and I don't know if it's a complete answer. First of all, is money. A lot of the things in diagnostic physics, like I said, we've literally got private equity buying up consultant groups, right? And they're interested in making me as a physicist, making them money. And I have a fundamental problem with that because, again, like I said, it's not about the product that I provide. It's about the relationship. It's about the interpretation I'm able to give. And how do you commoditize that? So I think that's number one. And I also think a lot of the new people, and Reed and I were mentioning this earlier, is that a lot of the people see, where am I going to make the most money today, starting right out of school, right? And so sometimes they think, you know, I don't need to go get all this extra training, all this extra experience, because I can go do this and make a little bit more money today. And I think that robs them of actually understanding why they're doing it. And then I think kind of the last part about that is us. We have allowed a situation to develop where we accept things that we know is not right. And I think for me, myself, when somebody says or does something, I'm like, yeah, I see why they did that, and I kind of excuse it. And then next time down, we're a little, it's the slippery slope, concept. And so I think what we need to do as a community is stand up and say, no, you cannot call yourself a medical physicist if you cannot do X, Y, or Z. Similar to what happened in the Health Physics Society. No, you cannot call yourself, therapy physicist. I can't call myself a therapy physicist, although, Vic's team, they'll call me if they have a problem with the CT, right? And so we need to respect and, that professional certification ourselves at the same time. And so I hope that, again, that because of convenience or because we're just being lazy or whatever reason, that we don't insist on doing things correctly every time.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Dr. Jenkins. So coming up, I don't know if you noticed, it wasn't by design, but this afternoon is mostly diagnostic. So I'm really glad that we have Brad following up to Dr. Jenkins. Brad Lofton, diagnostic and nuclear medicine physicist. In his spare time, he manages Colorado Associates in Medical Physics. I don't think you need any help, do you? Managing.
Well, yes, I do.
I don't know where you find the time. Let's find the. Where's his presentation? I put in his folder. Which one is it, Brad?
It's that one.
FMEA.
FMEA.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So everybody's getting sleepy. So a good way to wake people up is talk about FMEA, right? It's exciting. I think it should
come up, but I don't know how you
figure it out.
Okay.
We can move on.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to switch back to the dual screen mode.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Hey friends, we're already like over on time, so I'm gonna start talking. There, get my slides up. My name is Brad. I'm with Colorado Associates in Physics. I want to talk a little bit today about how we're putting FMEA thinking into our clinical practice and how we're starting to move beyond radiation oncology with it. So I want to thank Olivier Blasi at the outset. He's been the heavy lifter when it comes to FMEA with camp. He's introduced a lot of these concepts to me. Again, I'm a diagnostic guy, so I'm still like kind of geeked out about FMEA, and you get therapy guys who are like, whatever. We've seen this, but hopefully this will be helpful for everybody. I also want to thank Renee Butler, who's helped me transition this into nuclear medicine thinking. So it's not working, but I'm going to go show of hands. Who has implemented FMEA in their clinical practice just in the room? Okay. All right. So no diagnostic again. This is kind of a new thing for us. But what I want to talk about today is not like specifics of the process itself. It's not specifics about TG100. It's more how FMEA thinking can be easily implemented into your clinical practice. It doesn't have to be a formal process. It can be based on conversations, kind of like Robin was just saying, valuable conversations with your clinical stakeholders. I also want to talk about how thinking in terms of severity, occurrence, and detection can really better inform the way that we approach our practice as clinical physicists. So for those not familiar, failure modes and effect analysis is a risk assessment tool that's used to identify and prioritize failure modes in a process or in a department, as we'll talk about. And its goal is to minimize risk and enhance quality and safety. This has been around for a long time. It gained traction in radiation oncology with the publication of Task Group 100's report back in, I think, 2016. So it's been out there for a while in the therapy space. AAPM has really great resources on this. They have an implementation series of videos that are very accessible and short online. I encourage people to go check those out. Numerous publications in oncology, less so in diagnostic imaging. I found one paper from radiographics back in 2011 that was helpful. It was like a departmental FMEA approach in radiology. And then last year, this is in theranostics, but there was a multi-institutional FMEA for lutetium-based theranostics, which you guys may have seen or not, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So what is FMEA? Very quickly, again, you identify your failure modes, you score each one of those based on severity, which is impact on patient or staff safety, occurrence, how likely is the failure to take place, and then detection, what is the probability that we would detect this failure mode in practice. You score it on a semi-arbitrary scale, right? So 1 to 10 is what they use in TG100. So for severity score of 1 would be no effect on patient safety. Severity score of 10 would be patient could be severely injured or possibly killed. And then you get the product of your severity, occurrence, and detection, and that's your RPN, your risk priority number. You sort those highest to low, you identify your most risky failure modes, and then you address those via quality management. So I think everybody has the concept down pretty well. Here's a real world example. I think I was telling some of you guys this last night. We recently took a road trip to Tacoma, Washington. I asked ChatGPT to do an FMEA of my road trip to Tacoma from Colorado Springs. And it did actually a really good job. It put together process steps that made a lot of sense. And it actually identified failure modes associated with each process step in there, what possible causes were. It scored severity, occurrence, and detection. And then it even gave me a recommended action. So as you could imagine, for a 21-hour drive, driver fatigue was the biggest failure mode it identified. So what is the corrective action that it suggested? Regular stops, right? My wife was great about planning those. That's how you get to see the Potato Museum in Pocatello, Idaho, which was a big hit with the kids. So how do we do this in our clinical practice? I'm going to briefly talk about the top 3 in radiation oncology. That's where we've had the most experience with this. I do want to say, you don't have to do a process map or departmental analysis, right? Sometimes FMEA thinking, which is what I want to stress, FMEA thinking could be discontinuing some process that you've done because they've had an extremely low occurrence. So we had this in oncology, discontinuation of select monthly imaging tests because, hey, lo and behold, we have all this data and it never fails, right? So we identified things going very low in terms of occurrence, which helped to inform how we approach ongoing process controls like quality control, okay? And then I want to talk briefly at the end about how we're expanding this into diagnostic imaging, which is my space, and nuclear medicine. So our first project in terms of FMEA within radiation oncology was a departmental-wide project. It wasn't a specific process that we looked at. We actually met with the department, different stakeholders. So it was in addition to dosimetry and therapists, it was also like front office staff. It was nurses, it was scheduling. We basically sat down with them as a separate group and had just an open conversation, right? Olivier and his team really worked to make people feel comfortable bringing up concerns, but that was the whole purpose. We wanted to hear their feedback. What is a problem that you've observed? Like, is this a patient care related problem? Is this an administrative problem? And that was really great conversations, right? So that's exactly what we did. We identified potential failure modes across the department. And then we scored those with each stakeholder group, right? And that identified what we could use for a PQI type solution. So this brought up some things that we weren't aware of previously as physicists. One of the highest scoring ones, or the 3 highest scoring ones, all had very high detectability scores, meaning there was a low likelihood that they would be detected, right? So one was, I think the decadron being missed at the end of treatment was kind of a surprise to physics. We didn't really realize that was a thing. Another one that was interesting that came from the therapists group, Chin being in the field of view during breast treatment, had a very high occurrence number, as you guys can see, so 9. So it was happening more than we had anticipated. So the purpose here is just to say you don't have to have a specific process to apply an FMEA. Sometimes just departmental workflow conversations can really bring some of these things to the forefront. Conversations are valuable, but it's important to make people feel safe and heard. Sometimes we've done an FMEA that I'll talk about in a minute in nuclear medicine where we had the feedback be anonymized, right? So we just had people not put their name, just write concerns on a piece of paper, and we compiled them that way. So what about when a process is more specific? I'm, again, diagnostic guy. My understanding is that SIAD, HDR is complicated, somewhat infrequent. When you have complicated, infrequent processes, there's a higher likelihood something could go wrong, right? People have less experience dealing with them. So how do we address that? So in this case, we found value in actually mapping the process out. So that's actually, Olivier compiled this. He identified the process as a whole, sub-processes, and then steps within each one of those. So the point here is the more complicated the process can be, the more time and attention you need to actually map out what the process looks like, what the steps are. Oh, I'm not using this. And what the potential failure modes for each step is. So very quickly. So last therapy example, and then I'll get to diagnostic stuff. But I also wanted to talk about FMEA thinking can also be used to reevaluate the utility or effectiveness of certain process controls that may already be in place. So Robin, I think we were talking about MPC last night. MPC is the Varian automated QC control phantom process. Check. There you go. So lots of different subcomponents associated with this. So we performed a risk assessment analysis for each subcomponent of the MPC test to determine how often independent verification needed to be done, right? Again, so the thing that Olivier did the scoring, what scored the highest was this MV-KV imager isocenter alignment. Therefore, because it scored the highest, we decided as a group to independently measure that on a daily basis. So FMEA thinking informed how often our independent verification would come. So how do we bridge this into diagnostic imaging? So I'll admit this is still parallel to radiation oncology, but we thought it was a good opportunity for us to kind of extend FMEA thinking into diagnostic clinical practice as well. The reason this issue came up is we were consistently getting poor image quality for treatment planning MRIs, right? Wrong slice thickness, bad images, brains were coming from 1.5 Ts versus 3T when we had a 3T available to get the images. A lot of different problems. And so Olivier and I actually compiled this table that's going to be presented at AAPM as a poster this year. So we did a quick FMEA process. We actually met independently with medical oncology at one of our cancer centers because that's where most of these orders were originating from. We wanted to better understand their ordering process, right? We met with MRI technologists. How do they get the orders? How do they know what protocol to use? We had to communicate to them what our needs were specific to treatment planning MRIs. And that was a good opportunity to do this. So it was kind of piecemeal, right? We were having different conversations over the course of several weeks, and we compiled all this stuff. So I'll just very quickly, the two highest scores were physician orders during ordered a diagnostic scan rather than a treatment planning MRI, which is a lot of times is just an additional series appended to a diagnostic MRI, right? So that was something that we had to communicate to them. What was the control that we implemented out of that? We trained hospitalists, we trained the med oncs just on that process, what it looked like. And we used standardized order forms for some of our facilities. The second one was MRI rad-onc protocol not optimized for planning. So geometric distortion, corrections not being applied, wrong slice thickness was a big one, right? So we had to go through kind of line item each one of our departments that we were getting orders from, optimize those protocols specific to rad-onc, train the technologists on what protocols to use. So how does this transition to nuclear medicine? This is that JACMP article on Lutathera and Pluvicto that came out last year. My only point in showing this was they actually bifurcated the severity score into patient-related or radiation-related severity and administrative severity, which is more like how likely are we to get a violation, lose our license, something like that. We found that useful because a lot of the problems we were observing in nuclear medicine were related to regulatory compliance, not necessarily the same thing as patient safety, although sometimes related, right? So we conducted, similar to radiation oncology a few years ago, recently, this past year, Renee Butler and I conducted a department-wide review for one of our facilities, nuclear medicine departments. The reason is they had for years had declining scores on internal RAM license audits. There was a high staff turnover in this specific nuclear medicine department. I think at one point, the most experienced person had like 2 years of experience. And they were doing Y90s, and they were doing I-131s. They were doing all the things. So it made us very nervous about operations at that particular facility. So similar to radiation oncology, we had several meetings over the course of several weeks with various stakeholders, authorized users, physicians, management, and then executive team, and then technologists, and just listened to them, right? Got their feedback, what were their concerns. It wasn't about waving a finger and telling them what they're doing wrong. We actually wanted them to identify the problems themselves. The point I want to make here is that it made a big difference in terms of institutional buy-in to have administrators see these problems highlighted as an FMEA. Most executive leadership teams at your facilities are very familiar with FMEA, believe it or not. So casting it in these terms really got them to better support like what we wanted to do. So some of the process controls that came out of this were Renee and her team started doing like weekly, I think, training checks with this department. So they would come once a week. They would do an overall, the highest score with just general unawareness of regulatory requirements specific to their job. So it was like a weekly training that we implemented. So it was easier to get institutional buy-in for that additional cost using a tool like FMEA. So where's this going in the future? So I'm really glad that Robin mentioned Jeff Sewardson because this is where it's going. He actually published a paper last year on doing a process modeling for image-guided spine surgery. Process modeling is like the beginning step of what could be an FMEA, right? So that's kind of, I think, the intent of next steps going forward. As you guys can imagine, image-guided surgery, just in terms of severity, detection, and occurrence, would score very high, right? The things that we do as imaging physicists are pretty constrained to certain pieces of equipment. And again, it's limited as to how often we actually go in and test it, right? But this stuff gets banged around in surgery departments all the time, and it's used for very highly delicate, potentially severe processes, right? So, you know, the reason that Dr. Sewardson is really big on this is he sees that. He sees all the complexity of the interrelated components for these procedures, and he sees a real need at implementing accelerated or enhanced quality controls measures as a result of that. Quantitative MRI is another space. There's really no easy way to independently validate a lot of the results that physicians are getting back from qMRI scans that are done. We already heard a talk this morning on the new diagnostics coming out. I mean, the applications for FMEA are endless. We just have to know how to have these conversations with our clinical stakeholders. So what are some of the strengths of FMEA thinking? It forces valuable conversation, right? As we pointed out a few times already. This is a tool that provides rapid problem identification. It's really easy to have these conversations, to score it, and to see what you need to focus on. And then it helps reframe the role of the QMP as a problem solver, right? So Pete just talked about how we can add value as clinical physicists. Tools like FMEA are a means of doing that, right? We want to be more than box checkers. We want to be problem solvers. What are some of the limitations? So it's still subjective, right? It's subjective score application. Although I will say, I'm working on a project right now with AAPM to better inform like occurrence by historical data, right? So if you look at hot lab instrumentation and you look and see how often linearity fails or how often accuracy fails, that can inform FMEA thinking in terms of occurrence, right? If something never fails, why are we testing it? Why are we testing it with this frequency? I think these are questions that we have to be asking. So how do we translate FMEA thinking into clinical practice? We need to train ourselves to think in terms of occurrence, severity, and detection for everyday prioritization and decision-making. We do, as Pete mentioned, we do a lot of QC, especially on the diagnostic imaging side. There's a lot of regulatory drivers behind that. I think we have to remember that QC is a means to an end and not the end itself. The end is optimal images for diagnosis or successful delivery of radiation to a target. I think sometimes we lose our way by getting into the mode of just checking the box of compliance and moving on. So some helpful questions to ask ourselves. Why are we performing this QC task? Is it helping us to actively prevent something from going wrong, or are we doing it simply because the regulations say we must? What kind of issue or failure are we hoping to catch with this QC task? In other words, what could go wrong if this task weren't performed? How likely is it that performance will change or drift over time? So this goes back to my comment after Pete's talk. We need to get more data heavy to be better informed and predictive when possible. And I think that we have the means to do that with a robust, ongoing QC program. If something does go wrong, how serious would the consequence be for the patient or the care team? So this is severity, right? This helps us to decide how strict our QC pass-fail criteria should be. Should we only be relying on manufacturer recommendations? Should we only be relying on what the ACR says? Well, I think we all know that regulations and even accreditation standards are having a really hard time keeping up with technology, right? If you do iterative reconstruction in CT, are those ACR standards really valid? I would say you have to look at the equipment that you're testing and be able to be targeted in the standards that you apply according to the diagnostic task at hand. How often is this kind of problem happening? Does this QC task frequency catch issues, or are failures rare? How easy is it to detect the problem if it does happen again? Do we have other safety checks in place that would catch it before it impacts patient care? So this goes back to me coming on one side, to a mammo machine once a year. That should not be the stopgap that we have to prevent poor image quality from going to a radiologist. We need to detect that way in advance, right? So my purpose today is just to get physicists, maybe especially diagnostic physicists and nuclear medicine physicists, thinking outside their routine and be more than box checkers, right? That's what we all want to be. We want to add value to our practice, as Pete mentioned. Thank you. I think I caught up.
We'll take one question from Brad so we can move on.
So, in an academic setting, like at the University of Mexico, this is new.
Yeah.
You live there, we're there every day, we're
Yeah.
up and down, not an opposite, right? And as a consulting,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
That's
That's perfect.
Envision this in that.
Yeah, so a couple things. So first of all, in our nuclear medicine example, we actually met with a member of the hospital executive team who had who was like very heartfelt. He understood. We went to him several times and said, look, these are issues on previous state inspections. This is an ongoing issue with your internal audit. This is going to keep being a problem unless we do like a more deep dive into root cause. And so he actually was sympathetic, and they allocated funds specifically for that. So I would say you have to have institutional buy-in. You have to have a good relationship with your executive team at hospitals, which is tough to do, I think, for commodified physics groups they're not about the relationships, they're about getting the job done. So that's a great question. I think the other thing is to leverage your radiation oncology team, right? Because the workflow is different in oncology. They're there every day. They work hand in hand with the physicians. If you can find ways, you guys are so heavily dependent upon imaging. There's such a great partnership there that we need to take advantage of as imaging physicists wanting to learn more about how to apply FMEA thinking. So that's not really a great answer, but it's all I got so far. We're still learning that, actually. So, yeah.
Brad.
Yeah.
Can I just add that I think one of the things that consulting imaging physicists can do is build relationships, not only with the hospital administrators, but people on the quality team and on the EOCs, et cetera. So when you encounter these opportunities, you at least have people that are in-house to basically say, maybe we should take this imaging physicist recommendation, even though we're in the consulting realm. So
that's my partner, Renee. And she's absolutely right. EOC is a great mechanism to do that. So your environment of care committee for the whole hospital, as a so we serve as radiation safety officer for a lot of our facilities. So we automatically have a seat at the table, and that's a good forum to bring up some of these issues. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Brad. Moving on. The next speaker is coming to us from the University of Colorado, Anschutz Medical Center. He's a associate professor at the School of Medicine there, and a diagnostic physicist, Dr. Donglai Huo, who I've had the pleasure of working with at the Professional Service Subcommittee the last few years. Let me get you out of that mode so you can share your screen, Donglai.
Thank you.
I think we're okay. Okay, there he is, sharing screen.
Is this good? Can you see my sharing?
So I need to say share what? We'll stop sharing other screen.
Go back to duplicating.
Oh, you need to change the mode.
Yeah.
Keep changes.
I'll go ahead and share.
Okay.
Now we'll also.
Yeah, he's already sharing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Do you want me to share again?
No, you share. You share. Go ahead and share again.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the nice introduction. So today I'm going to talk about the new CMS measure of the radiation dose and image quality of CT. Brad talked about like people are getting tired, but I'm not sure if this is an exciting topic. But thank you first for bearing with me. So okay. Disclaimer. So I'm a customer. I'm working in a university hospital of University of Colorado. We are a customer of Immunologics, which is dose tracking software, and then that also provides support for this CMS measure. Some of you may already pretty familiar with the topic, and some of you may not. So I'm going to start from the beginning. So what is CMS? CMS represents for Center for Medicare and Medicaid Service. And if you look at this chart, so CMS together with CDC, FDA, and AIH is part of the HHS and is part of the US federal government. So why is CMS important for the hospital operations? First of all, it provide a major revenue for the hospitals. Combined Medicare and Medicaid is about 50% of the hospital revenue, and especially for those kind of public hospitals. And then it sets benchmark for other private insurance. So the payment from Medicare is a kind of a guidance for other payers. And finally, Medicare and Medicaid will provide incentives to promote quality and values, so influencing the hospital priorities, which is part of today's topic. Okay, so what is a measure? CMS, as an important payer of the whole health system, have requirements, quality requirements, and those quality requirements is called quality measures or just measures. It's applied for both the clinicians and the hospitals who want the Medicare reimbursement. Those measures, the quality measures, are in different programs, but most relevant to us are three CMS programs for the inpatient, outpatient, the IQR or OQR, and the MIPS, merit-based incentive payment system, mainly for clinician groups. Okay, so this new measure is part of all these three programs. And then the reason we say it's new measure because the implementation timeline is about to kind of approaching. For the IQR, the hospitals are required to report three measures by CMS and three self-chosen measures, and the new measure that we are going to talk about is part of this on the list of for these self-selected measures. And then for the timeline for inpatient, is that fiscal year 2025 is the reporting period, and it will affect the 2027 payment. Remember, this is not just affecting the payment for radiology patient. This is affecting the payment for the whole hospital. So that's why it's kind of have some more important impacts. And then for the OQR, the outpatient, the reporting will be required. So for inpatient, you can say, I don't want to report this measure. I can report other measures. But for the outpatient, it's required to report. This year is the voluntary reporting period. And then for 2027, it will be mandatory. And then it will affect 2029 payment. And for the clinician, it could be one of the 6 self-selected measures reported. And again, the timeline is 2025 reporting affecting 2027 payment. All right, so the history of this CT dose and image quality measure is that 2018, CMS basically signed a contract with UCSF group to develop this measure to balance between the CT performance, dose, and image quality. So before and after that, UCSF group did a lot of work. So 2021, they published this paper in radiology, which is mainly the kind of basic for this measurement, for this measure. And then April to June 2023, sorry, this measure is open for public comments. Whereas stakeholders, including ACR and AAPM, expressed concerns. Of course, there are other groups that showed their support. So after some modifications, 2023, CMS finalized the adoption of this measure, and that's how the reporting is set to start from this year. All right. And then 2025, AAPM published a paper, again, raised some concerns regarding the implementation of this measure. With that, I'm going to go a little bit detail about this measure. So what is this? So basically, it says we will categorize all CT exams into 18 categories, okay? And then for each category, we will determine the image quality and the dose. For image quality, it's represented by CT global noise. And then they set threshold for each category. And for CT dose, they use size-adjusted dose, which is basically a size-adjusted DLP. And again, they set threshold for each category as well. And then the whole measure is trying to calculate the percentage of exams that are above the threshold for either the CTIQ or CT dose. And then that is reported and compared with other facilities, and finally impact the hospital payment. So how do we implement this? There are 2 ways right now. ALARA imaging, which is the official measure steward, it provides the reporting service. ALARA imaging claims their reporting service is free. However, we expect there will be additional setup and analysis cost, right? And then the latest change of this measure specifically mentioned that a third-party company can operate independent of LRI imaging, this official measure stored. So other software company or other company can help with reporting this measure. And Immunologics is one of the providers that is working on that, and is claiming that it can provide the same level of service without the help of LRI imaging. All right. So how is this measure calculated? So there are three parts of this measure calculations. First of all, the CT exam classification. For each adult CT exams, it needs to be classified into these 18 categories. And then again, the detailed implementation is not open source, so we don't exactly know what they do, but they claim it's going to be based on the study ICD-10 and the CPT code, and then they use some classifiers to separate or classify them into one of the 18 categories. Similarly, Immunologics using the same information, and then they use their machine learning based algorithms to classify that. We assume their classification will have some implementation difference, but we don't exactly know what's the difference. And then for the CT IQ, the global noise calculation, again, the equation is the same, and we assume the implementation will have some details because we don't exactly know how they do it. So basically, the noise is measured, the global noise is measured based on some kind of previous published publications, and then it's adjusted by the slice thickness. And if there are multiple scans were from the same, multiple series or from the same scan, they will choose the best performed one, okay? And then the dose was calculated again based on the same kind of equation. So in this equation, the DR is the exam DLP, which is reported by the machine. However, they also needs to be adjusted by the patient size, and then that is determined by the effective diameter and the expected diameter times this size adjusted coefficient, which is based on the LARA algorithm and the UCSF data when they develop this measure. Okay, so with that, I want to show our performance. So basically, since we are a Immunologics user and they offer this CMS measure reporting to us for free, because they already have the data, so they go back and report, recalculate all the 2024 performance for us. So for all the CT adult exams, based on their calculation, 12.6% are above the dose threshold, and 1.92% are above the noise threshold, and 0.12 are above the both. And then if we compare with the data that they reported when they developed this measure, the UCSF, their own data, they have 33% above dose threshold and less than 1% above the noise threshold. So if the calculations are similar enough, our data shows a better kind of performance than the period of time that UCSF was developing this measure. All right. And then if we look further into these 18 categories for different protocols, we can see we have higher kind of above threshold percentage for abdomen and pelvis, for chest routine, for head routine, and for extremity, and less performance kind of for less above threshold percentage for others. All right. And if we dig into our different facilities, so this is our main hospital, which is our kind of academic hospital with 8 CT scanners, a lot of kind of complicated case. 14% of the exams are above the threshold based on immunologics calculations. And then for another facility, which is the outpatient center, with only 1 CT scanner, only 5% above the threshold. And then if we look at our whole University of Colorado UC Health system, we have about 15% above the threshold. And then Immunologics provides some comparison with the peer. Here, the peer means there are other customers, and we are at 90 percentile. Of course, this might change if they refine their algorithm. All right. So with that, I would like to bring some additional kind of related topic. Because AAPM and ACR, as I mentioned, have a lot of reservations regarding this measure. And then the same group 2 months ago published another article on JAMA, another kind of very highly impacted journal, talking about the cancer risk associated with CT imaging. And the conclusion basically saying CT-associated cancer could eventually account for 5% of all new cancer diagnosis annually. So that actually triggers a lot of concerns from the community and from the patient regarding the radiation dose, regarding the radiation risks. And then ACR has responded basically saying there's no direct studies showing CT scans linked directly with cancer. And then people should also think about the benefits that the CT brings. AAPM also addressed these concerns by have this kind of formal response, saying level of risk found in this study is the same. So basically not too much different from previous work. And it also emphasized the medical benefits from the CT exams. All right. So this is one of the topics related with that, because that makes people think more about the radiation risk. And then we need to worry about the other thing that is on the other side of the concern. It's from the latest executive order, May 23rd, last month. There is an executive order mainly talking about the reform of the NRC. However, in that executive order, it does mention about the linear non-threshold model and the ALARA, the as low as reasonably achievable standard, which is the basis for a lot of our radiation protection and regulations. And in this executive order, it claims that these models are flawed and needs to be kind of reconsidered. I did not find a formal response from ACR, but AAPM does have a response. It says that we will monitor these effects and we need to ensure that science, not politics, is driving behind new regulations. With that, I hope I can show that all the references I used for this presentation, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Donglai. Any questions for Donglai? Robin.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything.
Thank you for mentioning Donglai.
Thank you so very much for this talk. It is very, very timely. So as the president-elect of the AAPM, I will tell you I'm a therapy physicist, but I have gotten a crash course in all the diagnostics that I forgot. There is a lot of controversial stuff that is now happening in the diagnostic arena. AAPM XCOM is all over it to the extent that we can. So CMS did put forth this recommendation. What you very kindly didn't say is that a lot of the regulatory space is now ambiguous and very hard, if not impossible, to meet. So CMS, your government, has given you an impossible task for the hospitals. AAPM gets this. Like, we can't fix it immediately, but we know it's happened. For the executive order that came out, we did do a rapid communication in terms of the fact that this was supposed to be for the NRC in terms of getting nuclear power escalated up as fast as it could. However, when you start touching LNT and ALARA, we know that this translates quickly into the medical realm. And that's why you got the rapid communication about having things that are evidence-based and based on science, and trying to give us tools and scripting when you have a patient or a family member now who won't get a CT because they've seen something alarming and don't understand risk versus benefit. So the diagnostic physicist role now, to the extent that you were talking about trying not to commoditize, I think the conversations that you're going to have going forward are going to be critical. You got a little bit of a battle. We all have a battle ahead of us. So from the CMS side, I know that Asan Sameh is spinning up another working group to try and work on some of this stuff. Cynthia McCullough, a past AAPM president, also a very well-known diagnostic physicist, is kind of all over this, and she's in charge of the rapid communication. It sometimes appears that the AAPM is not responding to something that's escalating up in the news. We're not actually asleep. We are actually trying to do a risk versus benefit about how much trouble are we going to get into, and by releasing something, and who can we partner with so that we can amplify the relationships we have with other organizations. And this is also why Advocacy Day is going to have a new meeting in Washington, D.C., because we need to explain to Congress, which I know is out of session, senators will still be in session, but people will be there so that you can communicate your concerns. I think this is just the beginning and not the end, but no, we're aware of CMS and, quite frankly, the challenges hospitals are going to have trying to meet these criteria. Actually, right now, I don't think anybody can. And then the executive orders, we think this is just the beginning, not the end. And so we're aware of that. So thank you for your timely and very, very neutrally presented session. Thank you, Safis.
Thank you very much for your comment.
All right. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Jessica Huang is a colleague and friend of mine. She has been with me at the University of Utah for close to 15 years now, led our brachytherapy program for quite a while, therefore worked a lot with ABS, and she'll present some of her work. Jess?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Perfect. Am I sharing my screen in the slide display mode? We good?
Yeah, she looked good.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Thank you for having me. So I am here to share with everybody about new consensus work that's being developed for medical physics residency training, specifically on brachytherapy for HDR remote afterloader. So, let's see if I can. There you go. What is the problem? So, if you think about a newly graduated radiation oncology resident and evaluate their ability for potentially doing HDR brachytherapy using remote afterloader, every program, resident, graduate is going to look very different because they don't have the same kind of level of training. They don't have similar amount of caseload requirement. And so basically, we just don't have this very well-defined requirement for their training program. And what's happening if you look at the ACGME language versus the ChemPAP language for our residency program? So ACGME actually provides a very detailed description. So they're saying you need to have the following technology available. You need to perform interstitial, intracavitary, and you need to be able to show competency. More importantly, you also need to have minimum case count. So 7 interstitial and 15 intracavitary brachytherapy procedure, and a minimum of them must be tendon-based. In addition, you cannot do everything only 4-cylinder, which is the most bread and butter HDR procedure we can do. Compared to that, the ChemPAP language is very broad, pretty much saying you need to be able to do QA, safety, testing, vendor specification, meeting the vendor meeting minimum requirement on this following category, and brachytherapy implant, which include temporary and permanent, and different applicator in LDR and HDR are included in this big topic. And then the second topic is about treatment planning and delivery. What they have is the subcategory, brachytherapy, treatment plan, and QA. So basically saying you need to be able to train them on all of this so that they can, have the knowledge and be able to pass forward. The new task group 249B, which is published last month, actually, has a little bit more update compared to the original version, which is back in 2013. However, the language is still very broad. So the facility requirement, you need to have the resource and facility to provide to the resident to perform interstitial and intracavitary procedure, including the HDR remote afterloader. Clinical resource, it doesn't really talk about case count, but what it says is you need to have sufficient volume and different variety of cases for the resident to be able to know how to treat these techniques. And TG49 does provide a list of competency items for the residency to fulfill. So again, the language is broad enough that it's really hard to compare different program graduate and then feel like we see consistency. And that is one of the main driven factor of this work. On top of that, I know we just talked about regulation is potentially going into an ambiguous status, but in this case, we're still looking at the NRC AMP attestation form, right? So in January 1st, 2024, ABR stopped issuing AMP eligible designation on ABR certificate. What that means is on this AMP form, you cannot simply check off the board certification and go to the end and then sign as a testator for whoever you are going to try to help them apply for the A&P status. So that means newly graduates, they're going to have to fulfill the education and training experience to be able to get their A&P status. So with that, what that means is in the following page for the same form, you are going to have to fulfill all of this required element and separate them out with date of training and date of work experience. And both of them need to be 1 year and they cannot be concurrently happening. So we are hoping that our work can also provide the resident and the program director or supervisor the tools to feel good when they are helping a resident to get their A&P status, signing off different sections. So who is involved? We have a total of 15 physicists, 2 of them from University of Utah, and then the rest I'm listing here. We have a lot of experience, excuse me, average 18 years from all of us, ranging between 5 to 30 years. All of us are very involved in brachytherapy training and education. Some of us are previous or current residency director. And we also have very wide varieties of experience in different modalities and techniques. Excuse me. So the way we kind of start looking at how do we kind of set our foundation, we actually come back and look at the NRC form. We decided to make it 2 different levels, and level 1 is the minimum level for every residency programs. You might be a residency program with just bread and butter, which is totally fine. Minimally, if you fulfill the level 1, you should be able to help the resident fulfill that 1 year full-time training in medical physics, specifically for remote afterloader A&P status. If you are a residency program with a lot of capability to provide a brachytherapy HDR training, then you might be able to actually give them the ability to have the 1 year of full-time work experience as well. So here is again, the form. And so what we're trying to do is level 1 on the training and then level 2 on the work experience. So here is the summary table for level 1. So level 1 is the minimum standard to fulfill during residency. So again, this is going to help the residency director and the resident to be able to know these are the level of training I'm going to be receiving in this program for HDR remote afterloader. So notice I'm separating 2 different categories. One is for QA and radiation safety, and the other category is for clinical category. And for level 1, the competency or the level of training, the level of resident ability we are describing, we are using they could be describing particular QA or concept. They should have the knowledge base, but we don't expect them to perform everything. If they can describe the QA procedure, the QA equipment, the annual dose limit, that's good for level 1. They should be able to perform decay correction. They should be able to do QA if possible, and in any of the facility provided emergency training, hands-on training, or in service, they should participate, all of them. And in the clinical coverage, the clinical requirement, they should be able to describe different concept, different applicator, what are they used at for, simulation and imaging protocol, what are the appropriate ones for different treatment techniques. And they should be able to know the standard prescription, fractionation patterns, how do you define high-risk CTV and such. They should be able to operate, so pretty much know how to come up with a treatment plan and be able to calculate EQD2 and perform plan second checks. Most important part of the level 1 on the case number, they should participate in treatment delivery and be able to have 10 3D plan HDR cases in their training period under supervision. And we are saying also you cannot just use the most simple ones and count as 10. Minimum 6 of them need to be non-single channel applicators. So they get to see maybe 1 or up to 3 potentially. We're talking about maybe cylinder, tandem and ovoid, tandem and ring, this kind of applications. And for level 1 training, you can consider all of the case to be only intracavitary. For level 2, similarly, we look at 2 different categories, QA, radiation safety, and clinical. So for this level, we are talking about minimum training that is going to be able to satisfy NRC work experience, either during or post-residency. So for the QA and radiation safety and clinical category, you should notice that we remove the be able to describe or participate in, because what we're expecting them to do is you are going to independently run all of the tasks. You're going to be able to, on the QA and radiation safety, provide clinical recommendation, give treatment techniques, review with the clinical steps, be able to provide emergency training and things like that. On the clinical end, they should be able to meet, well, actually on QA and radiation safety, they should be able to meet the level 1 requirement already. And clinical, the same thing, minimum, they need to be able to do all the level 1 task and be able to do simulation, applicator preparation, treatment delivery planning, second checks independently. The minimum number for level 1 need to be fulfilled. And then on top of it, you need to have 15 3D plan cases. Amongst the case, 7 of them need to be interstitial. So more complicated cases, not just intracavitary. In the rare cases when the residency program can provide a lot of good brachytherapy case count, in theory, the director or program director or supervisor can decide if the resident fulfill this level of training and they meet the competency, meaning they're really good, they're probably going to be able to advance without having to do 10 cases on level 1 and 15 cases on level 2. Under discretion, they can actually combine the cases, but really it's depending on the progress the resident is making. So on these 15 cases, 7 of them need to be interstitial, but on the most recent popular hybrid applicator in those kind of scenario, you can count those cases as interstitial or intracavitary if you're using needles, but you cannot count them as 2 cases if you have a case with needles. So here is a simplified version that we provided in the consensus work. So this is the level 1 and level 2 presentation. So on level 1, we are focusing on 1 through 3 channels. And for this kind of level training, we're saying it can be virtual or phantom cases. Doesn't have to be real clinical cases, because the goal is for them to have the foundation of the knowledge to be able to go as a clinical physicist who might not be practicing brachytherapy, but able to pass the board because they have the foundation of the knowledge. So the competency evaluation can be done in separate steps, meaning they don't have to be evaluated from selecting the applicator, performing SIM, and then covering the insertion procedure, doing the planning, delivery, and then second check and removing applicator. You don't have to do all of them to evaluate their competency. You can simply say, I want to evaluate your treatment planning for this cylinder case, and then only evaluate that section of the whole case. For the level 1 trainees, this group of people are under personal supervision based on NP3G3A definition. That's how we use the personal supervision, direct supervision. So basically, you need to be there the whole time with them, especially in the beginning, until they progress into direct supervision, meaning you're still in the facility, readily available for them if they have any question or concerns. Coming into level 2, it is possible for, and I've already mentioned, for some particular cases when they can kind of use, instead of 10 plus 15, they can probably count some of the level 1 into their 15 case count under very different criteria depends on your evaluation of the resident or trainee's competency. A case can only be counted for one technique. You cannot double count them if it's a hybrid applicator. We mentioned in the last slide already. And for level 2 training, you can only do it in the real-time cases. So no phantom or virtual cases, which is expectable because you want the level 2 people to be able to, they're supposed to be able to become an AMP and then perform independent task in the end, right? So you want them to actually have the real-time ability to cover a clinical case. The level 2 trainees, most of the supervision is under direct supervision. However, you still need the AMP to be at the machine for treatment delivery per regulation. So what we're saying here is not overriding any of the regulation, but hopefully setting an expectation so that everybody can follow. In our document, we also provide a case log example. So this is the level 1 log, and then level 2 log is showing here. So you might say, why are we only focusing on HDR remote afterloader? So the simple reason, because we want to focus on this one modality to also help everybody to have the ability to feel they can have a guideline to follow when they're helping the resident to become an AMP in the end. In addition, there's so many different techniques and brachytherapy modalities, different sources and different applications. So what we're doing actually right now within the ABS work is we're actually having another work specifically for LDR and other brachytherapy techniques to provide medical physics training, resident training guidelines. So there is another work that's going to cover this second part of the brachytherapy treatment training for resident. So this is my collaborators. I'm sure you guys see a lot of familiar faces who are all very active in AAPM and ABS and such. We work really hard in coming up with a consensus. All of them spend a lot of time having a discussion and elaborative conversation. So I really want to just share my gratitude to this group of collaborators. So with that, is there any questions or suggestions for this work? We're actually working on submitting this to hopefully Red Journal soon. So hopefully this will become a final publication for people to be able to use to refer back to. And I'm going to share this presentation. Savas, you already have it, so you're more than welcome to share with the attendees.
Thank you, Dr. Huang, for an excellent presentation. I have a question along the lines of, if this is what we're requiring of people who are just now training in high-dose ray brachytherapy, are you implying that people, in order to maintain their qualifications, they should be doing this many procedures with that frequency?
Yeah, so we have a lot of discussion about what about people who doesn't have enough case count. In fact, I think in one of the camp-up language, they also mentioned like you need to find facility who can provide those clinical trainings for the resident. And one of the main reason we have the language in virtual case or phantom case is specifically for this reason. So you still need to go to a facility to be able to see their QA and calibration for remote afterloader. But you don't have to wait on, you don't have to do all 10 cases in that facility just because you are not going to meet that requirement, right? So what we're saying is, if you could just get the virtual environment where if you are a collaborative facility, have availability, maybe just have the resident be able to play with their treatment planning system remotely and have a case where it's not a current real-time case, but it's a previous simmed cylinder case that they can come up with a plan. So that's kind of alleviating for those facilities who might not have the case count or caseload available for each trainees.
And that would be for the initial qualification while they're still a resident. The question
Yes.
is, they graduate residency, they pass the boards. We all want to see more board certified physicists entering the market. Then they go and get a job, kind of like me, northern New Mexico, sparsely populated area. I've been up there 22 years. I can only tell you that we had a very high volume of brachytherapy cases, HDR brachytherapy, when Mammocyte and Savvy was fashionable. Since that fell out of fashion, basically what we see is 10 to 12 cases a year, and they're all single channel vaginal cylinders. So, following the philosophy of your presentation, which I really liked, I mean, if we had that kind of density of cases, it makes a lot of sense. Facilities like mine, the physicists and the radiation oncologists won't be able to keep up their skills if the frequency of cases drops way below the numbers that you presented, which again, in my mind, they make perfect sense. I just feel like there's many facilities in rural US that don't have those kind of cases.
That makes sense. But what I think we should consider, and I'm probably, since we're not submitting yet, I'm probably going to take this in and back to our group for the discussion. But I feel like in this case, maybe the language should be for this particular technique for the AMP purpose. Maybe then you, under your discretion, you are actually saying this person is well trained and should be authorized for this particular treatment techniques. And if there are additional techniques that you need to be trained for, then I think it would be the same thing like when you are coming up with brand new technology, right? You go and then train with the vendors, and you go and then figure out how you can get your clinical hands-on experience, and you build your experience as you go and starting your program. So I think that's very good feedbacks. I wonder if there's some area that we can actually improve in the consensus report where we can include this point for consideration. So thank you.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm pretty sure Robin has a lot to contribute in the future. So Robin, you know who to contact. Thank you all for being patient. I really appreciate it. Our president-elect for the Rocky Mountain chapter, Olivia Blasi, is going to present the last presenter. And I'm very excited we made it this far.
I will be brief. I want to introduce Renee Butler, who is a fellow camper and also a absolutely wonderful champion and advocate for the Rocky Mountain APM's fluoroscopy training program.
Great. Well, thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? And I'm hitting share now. So, okay.
We can see your slides. Excellent.
Awesome. Thanks, Olivier. So, as he said, I'm Renee Butler. I am one person who worked on this project, and so I included all my co-authors on the cover slide here. This is definitely a joint effort of current Rocky Mountain AAPM members. And so I'm just here to provide a chapter update of the work we did in 2024 that got wrapped up and made official in December of 2024. So the disclosure is this was definitely a joint effort. I was the person asked to present the information out. I was the primary communicator with the current chapter officers and the officers in the prior year. But I would say that everybody on the list of authors for this project would be considered subject matter experts in the state of Colorado for fluoroscopy operators and supervisors who need documented training. So the original fluoroscopy training was authored by two other members of the chapter, Steve Jones and Doug Pfeiffer, in 2010. That training is actually very well known across the state of Colorado, and we regularly get asked, oh, do you have your Rocky Mountain AAPM certificate for fluoroscopy? It was considered a go-to solution for documenting training to meet the regulatory requirements that went into effect in 2010. So I just also want to mention that when we initiated this project in the spring of 24, we did request permission from both Steve Jones and Doug Pfeiffer. And Doug Pfeiffer, Steve has already retired, and so he opted to not support and come to the weekly meetings that we had. But Doug Pfeiffer was an active member of the group that worked on this project. And so the original Rocky Mountain Fluoro training is now considered the Rocky Mountain 2024 revised Fluoro training. And if you guys go to our website, I'm sorry, all of our fellow physicists from New Mexico, Utah, and Wyoming, this is definitely specific to the Colorado regulations because it specifies the specific topics that are required to be able to operate fluoroscopy. And so if you've ever gone to the Rocky Mountain homepage, there is a fluoro training link there. So that is where these materials are found. And that link has been there for quite some time. It was originally the 2010 training, and now it's the 2024 revised training information. So I mentioned that Doug and Steve initiated this project when the regs, so the regulation is 2.6.1.5. If you live in Colorado and you do diagnostic, you know that number pretty well by heart. So they developed this training because they really thought there was a need within our community to make sure that the medical providers and staff who operate fluoroscopy machines could get credentialed at the facilities that they were working at. And so in 2010, they developed the training. It was actually hosted on the National AAPM Web Services platform for training modules. And the Rocky Mountain decided to make this a free training module. So there are other modules across the United States. Many of them are at a cost. But the one in Colorado has always been free, and it remains so to this day. So the national, and I hope I speak properly, Robin, if I make a wrong statement, please correct me at the end. But she did allude to the hardware and software changes happening at the national AAPM level. And so with that, the training website that the 2010 training was hosted on got sunsetted. And so with that, the Rocky Mountain chapter officers also ultimately decided to sunset the original fluoroscopy training. And so it was no longer available as of June 30th, 2024. And the officers also tried to determine if there was another way to host this training, but the options were too costly. So it was published on the website. I don't remember when it got published, but it was circulating around kind of in early 2024 that it was sunsetting. But believe it or not, a lot of people didn't know that until kind of the last minute. So the background is I asked Emron, he's a former president of the Rocky Mountain chapter, to pull the statistics for this training. And so we were seeing well over 600 users annually since 2011. So this was, again, considered a go-to training module for providers and staff in the state of Colorado. And when the training got sunsetted, between the time that the legacy training and the revised training came on board, I received 50 emails trying to get quick updates just during that 3 or 4 month period. So people were waiting, kind of chomping at the bit for the information to come out from our chapter. So Colorado healthcare facilities were really scrambling when the information became public that we were sunsetting our training, and there was a real critical need for a new resource for the training. And so I am the guilty party. I was on a phone call with one of my coworkers, Stephanie Franz, who is also a retired medical physicist in Colorado. She and I were just talking about the need in general, and we asked our fearless leaders if we could spend some time working on a potential solution with other colleagues in the state of Colorado. And so we reached out to the people that I showed on the list at the beginning to collaborate on a new training solution. And so one of the things that we talked about is that Stephanie and I really wanted it to be a neutral training option. So that's why we reached out to our colleagues in the state. So the outline of my presentation, that was just kind of the history and background. I'll walk you through a little bit of the project development as well as our work with this CDPHE, the state regulators, and then coordinating with the Rocky Mountain chapter officers, and then take any summary questions or feedback based on what we've put out. So we had our initial call. I was actually scheduled to be on PTO that day, and I carved out about an hour and a half of my time from my family to meet with all of these physicists. And you can see the names as well as who we work for. We really tried to get a good cross-section across the community in Colorado. So there's some consulting physicists on this list. We have a couple in-house physicists as well from the UC Health organization. It was very easy for all of us to agree on that meeting that we wanted to work together. We spent a good hour of that meeting brainstorming ideas, generating lists of questions that we wanted to ask the state before we started really diving into creating this new training program. We also met with Kathy Lieberman. She's the X-ray lead for the state of Colorado. We met with her the following week. That was myself, Rebecca from UC Health, and Eric Burns. I actually just copied and pasted kind of my meeting request to Kathy and Jim Grice, but I highlighted the main parts. We really wanted a collaborative, neutral, next-generation fluoro training options. There were some additional revisions on the regulations we needed to incorporate, so that's why it's considered the next generation. And then how we really wanted to work with and partner with the state, because we thought this would help them, but also it would help us to be in partnership with them. So we had that meeting, and you can see this is a screenshot of the CDPHE website. I want to draw your attention, after we had that meeting in June with Kathy and Jim Grice, they had already started working on a revision. It was kind of timely when we reached out to them. There is a guidance document on fluoroscopy training on the state website. And so we literally wrote out every question that we've been asked as RSOs. I mean, there were 8 of us originally on the call. Things we've been asked, what needs to be in the training, who can operate fluoroscopy. We wrote all those questions out, and there was a revision around the same time period on the state. And so I've highlighted, it's kind of buried in this list of guidance documents. It's the 4th from the bottom. If you work in Colorado and you're diagnostic, I highly encourage you to go read that document. We tried to incorporate some, real question type feedback from people on the ground. And so that was a real benefit of us working with the state of Colorado. And then while they were working on that guidance document, there were kind of 2 other groups kind of working in parallel to them. And so Doug was one of the original authors. Megan Brown, Grace Ellison, and Alyssa Martinez worked on the training revisions. There's kind of a long story. We went through a lot of different ideas of what we wanted to do, but essentially what we ended up doing is taking the original 2010 training document and just adding and revising the original document. So the overall essence of the document is similar to what it was in 2010. We updated any additional requirements that went into effect in January of 22, and then updated literature and references to that document. There's a lot of reasons why, but I didn't include those on those slides. I'm happy to share with anybody who's interested why we decided to go that route. So if you have been around the business long enough in the state of Colorado, the cover sheet looks fairly similar. You'll notice in the very top, there is a reference to the 2024 revised fluoroscopy training. And then there's this huge disclaimer at the bottom, which I actually rewrote over here. There's really 2 components to the training. If you read the regulation, a lot of the requirements are didactic topics that you can cover in a slideshow. And so that's what the revised training is meant to focus on, is those didactic topics. But there is a device-specific training requirement. There's actually 2 line items within the regulation. So it's 5C and 5J. And so that was the 3rd part of this project, which I'll go into just momentarily. But essentially, you can no longer just take this slideshow, take a quiz, and say, I've met all the requirements. You have to have a device-specific training component as well. So if you go on the website, you can actually download the slides. They're available. They're intended to be used by any organization or RSO or facility. But essentially what the slides are available to use but it's the responsibility of the RSO really to decide how to implement that training. So you don't have to use, it's not that the state is only recognizing the Rocky Mountain chapter training slides as the only way to meet the regulatory requirement. It is just one way to meet the requirement. So it's not required. You also don't have to use our training attestation form. There are several organizations that, of all the authors on this training module, several of us work for hospital systems that have existing Learn software in place, and so they can upload these slides into their existing Learn platform. And then a lot of times the RSO or medical physicist is providing quiz questions to take at the end of completing the review of the slides. And at the end, the facility can generate basically that they completed with at least an 80% score or whatever. So you don't have to use this training attestation form that we have on the website. It's just one tool, but you'll notice that there is a requirement for it to be countersigned. It says the facility RSO or registered medical physicist or a representative. And so once the RSO kind of works with their facility, they can designate somebody at the facility to countersign that the person has completed the review of the didactic module. So unfortunately, the reason we had to go this option by just providing the slides and different modes of documenting that the didactic training was completed, the reason behind that is because the chapter, Rocky Mountain chapter, nor the national chapter had a web-based solution that we could use. And we had other ideas. I can share those out kind of on one-on-one discussions, but at the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the facility to work with their facility RSO to determine how to document that this didactic component has been completed. It needs to be in a retrievable format. So going into the actual regulations, there is a typo that I realized when I was preparing this presentation, so I need to make a revision on that. These did go into effect. These were actually the 5 listed here were the original regulations from 2010. And then in 2022, there were 5 additional requirements in the regulations listed out. And so those went into effect in January of 2022. But you'll notice I mentioned earlier, we kind of split up into 2 teams. There are 2 items that are considered system-specific training requirements. And so we had to come up with a solution. And this has definitely been the hardest thing for us to come up with a method that facilities can implement in a reasonable fashion. It's not that this is the only way you can do it. In fact, if you go to that regulatory guidance document on the CDPHE website, in that document, it states out acceptable forms for equipment-specific training. You can see you can do vendor applications training. You can have training during your residency. You can have peer-to-peer. You can have checklist or competency forms, self-study of operations manual, or attestation by the physician or medical director. And so what we decided, oh, sorry, one other thing. In our meetings with the CDPHE, system-specific training, definitely Kathy Lieberman and Jim Grice, I think most of their experience is similar to using like HDR units, right? Where you have to have manufacturer and model specific training on that HDR unit. And so they were saying to us that Siemens C-arms are not the equivalent of GE OE C-arms. The buttonology is different. The way the system works is different. Similar if you go into an FGI lab. So a Siemens system is not equal to a Philips FGI lab. But the big question that we had in our group was, okay, well, let's say you had an existing Philips FD20 and it got upgraded to a Philips Azurion. Is that the same system, or do you need to do that system specific training? So really what we deferred to was that the facilities needed to consult their facility RSO. A lot of times when you do those upgrades, they do applications training anyway. And so it should be pretty easy to document that new system. But physicians generally understand kind of the buttonology and how the system works, even if they do an upgrade. So, Whatever method the facility uses to train an individual, it just has to be documented in a retrievable format. So the thing that we thought on this list here that was provided on the guidance document is most of these are pretty well formatted that you could create a document to say, oh, well, I did this during my residency or I went to applications training. The one thing that wasn't readily available was checklist or competency forms. And so that's what Eric, myself, and Stephanie worked on, was kind of a universal competency form. And so this is available on the Rocky Mountain chapter website as well. And it lists out all the things that you should cover, kind of an itemized list that you should cover to be considered competent for that make and model of fluoroscopy system. You can see there's different evaluators. So let's say you're a rad tech. So I think this format is probably great for rad techs who may work in a hybrid OR, but also cover C-arm procedures in spine or ortho service lines. And so they might have to have multiple competencies documented because of the type of work they do. Definitely, I think this is going to be more useful in rural settings as well. And then I noted here, you can use a form like this during an onboarding process. This could be easily incorporated by radiology directors or managers to basically, sign off on a competency form for a new hire. I have written here the way that I have managed, and several people that that worked on this project together, is that we have grandfathered all current staff and providers because they've already been using the equipment, and we're not going to go back and kind of retrain them on something that they've been using for years or months or whatever the situation is. And so a lot of times we're just saying, have a medical director list out the current providers that work for their physician group or the current staff that work within the radiology department, and then the medical director can sign off that attestation. I want to mention that this competency form is actually a 2-page document. So if you download it, it's a Word document. It's intended to be something you can use and modify at your facility for your specific needs. And so the second page is the prior slide, that itemized competency information. The first page of it is actually a list of the qualifications summary for both the didactic, which is the slide-based training, plus the system-specific training. You don't have to use this form. Again, it is optional, but the one thing I wanted to point out here is we included a lot of footers below this training, the didactic training table here. And the thing that I wanted to point out here is these forms at the very top can be used by the facility. Alternatively, the facility can develop their own documentation for device-specific training. But the thing about the training here is, again, referencing back to that guidance document on the CDPHA website, ABR certification in diagnostic radiology or interventional radiology is considered appropriate or adequate for documenting the 2.6.1.5 regulatory requirement. Similarly, ARRT training in the discipline of radiography, cardiac interventional radiography, radiation therapy, and vascular interventional radiography. So those 4 disciplines were considered adequate. And so ARRT training suffices. They don't have to do the slideshow. Their training certification is sufficient. And so just wanted to pull that out there. You'll also notice in that section, it references that you can use our training information. So it actually, the state website links to the Rocky Mountain Fluoroscopy training page or equivalent. And so I pulled that out because there are other states in the United States that require fluoroscopy training, and those training could meet the requirements and should be reviewed by the radiation safety officer for the facility to see if it's sufficient. So we've had providers come from California where we've reviewed their training topics, and it meets the requirements in Colorado, and so we can accept that to meet our requirements. And so the last thing I wanted to share is just a shout out to our chapter officers. Our team kind of did this work, but we needed a place for it to live. And so we needed a website to essentially host the material that was neutral. Again, we all work for different organizations, but we really wanted to collaborate and make this a neutral product. So we worked with the chapter officers to launch the new training materials website. And they were gracious enough. We had a meeting actually during the November chapter meeting in Colorado where it snowed really bad that day. And I had to drive through like 2 feet of snow to get to this meeting so I could actually meet with our chapter officers during the lunch hour just to answer their questions and basically ensure that they were comfortable hosting it. Essentially, their 2 main priorities is that the material represented the requirements sufficiently and appropriately. At the time, it just so happened that all the chapter officers were therapy physicists. I think that goes back to kind of what Robin was kind of hinting earlier with DX people getting a little bit more involved, putting our names on our election sheets and stuff. So they didn't want this training material to fall on and be a responsibility of the chapter officers, especially if there wasn't a diagnostic person on the officer list, and then assuring that the material remains current. And so the website went live. They gave permission. It went live in December of 24. So there was actually about 5 months that we worked on this project. And this is kind of the resulting look of it with the website. Just a few things to point out here. There is a generic email, and that's on the next slide as well. It's monitored by 3 of us who put this material together. There's 2 links directly to the training slides. The attestation form, again, this is optional. It's not something you have to use. It's just available for your use. And then the competency and qualifications form, again, optional. And this is our email. It's currently being supported by myself, Grace Ellison, and Megan Brown. And so we are responding to questions as they come through instead of them going to our chapter officers who don't always have the answers. With that, I will take any questions or feedback.
I just want to start off by saying huge thank you to Renee, people that were involved in this, and the people that predate us in the Rocky Mountain AAPM. I don't think she sold how big of a program this is. There's been right around 10,000 people in the state of Colorado that have taken this program, who are people all over the hospital who probably couldn't even tell you who a medical physicist is, have taken this program from the Rocky Mountain AAPM and have learned about radiation safety, fluoroscopy, and learned about medical physics from there. I just want to say big thanks, and they're a really cool program. And so thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Olivia. I think the biggest thing, I mean, it was really great to work with people kind of across the state of Colorado that I don't normally work with on a regular basis. So that was a huge bonus, I think, for the team that worked on this.
Yes. So Robin has a question for you, Renee.
Okay, I'm nervous.
No, Renee, you got it absolutely right. So I'm going to tell you, to Olivier's point, this is a really big deal. What you've done for the state of Colorado, you, your colleagues, and the chapters supporting it, I would ask you to actually put a newsletter article together to make sure that all of AAPM can use this as a model for their own states. And use it as a resource for a basis of training, even though it's Colorado based. What you've done is an enormous service, and I want to thank you. But again, I encourage you to get the word out there. Use social media to the extent that you're comfortable, but yeah. I would suggest an AAPM newsletter article, because the bar to do that is pretty reasonable. If you have questions about that, I'm happy to send you the link so you know where to send it.
Well, I might be in touch with you, Robin. I will tell you that our group, I mean, there was a significant amount of brainstorming about how to tackle this. I do think this is very rudimentary training, but we were trying to take advantage of the resources we had and keeping it neutral. not tied to any organization or group of physicists. And so we have had communications with the national AAPM because I think this is something, I mean, we've had conversations with Jerry White about this, about the significant need for having this training. And so I might reach out to you just to kind of keep that momentum. And once kind of the dust settles with all the changes at the national level, maybe we can host this in a more fancy
Understood. We can move forward to host it another way, but I do want you to advertise at least what you've done, because it's a bit more of a big deal than you're giving yourself credit for, to Olivier's point. And it should maybe be scalable. And you're providing a huge service, and I do want you to get some credit for that.
Yeah, and I'm just going to throw everybody's names up, because these were all the people that worked on this. It was a 5-month project for 7 people, and we all were working our normal workload. So it was fun though. We got there in the end. So, and I just want to again say thank you for the chapter continuing to support this. So.
Thank you so much, Renee.